Dear colleagues, dear students, distinguished guests, this is the second day of our joint undergraduate conference. As I mentioned yesterday, we 9 American Studies departments from around Turkey, we came together to organize this event for the second time. And I am particularly happy that we at Hacettepe University are hosting the conference. May there be many more joint graduate conferences, undergraduate conferences, because we want the field of American studies to thrive in Turkey. Today we will start with our second keynote speaker, Dr. Mateusz Felczak. I'm so happy that we are hosting Dr. Mateusz Felczak this morning. He has taken out of his busy schedule and he connected early in the morning. Thank you so much, Mateusz. We hope that this platform, again today, it will open up new possibilities for literary scholars and bring together bring further innovation to this vast world of digital games. We want our graduate and undergraduate students to create the unthinkable, as I said yesterday. So we are catching up with this radical new approach to learning and integrating knowledge from many disciplines. I wish you all a very successful and fruitful conference. The microphone is yours, Cem.
Thank you very much, Ufuk Hocam, and good morning, everybody. So it is my honor to introduce today our second keynote speaker, Mateusz Felczak. And Mateusz Felczak is an assistant professor at the Institute of Humanities, SWPS, University, Warsaw, Poland. He holds a PhD in art sciences from the Jagiellonian University, again in Poland. His research interests include CRPGs, streaming media, modding, and esports. Felczak is also a member of the Digital Games Research Association, the GRA, the Games Research Center at Jagiellonian University again, and the Center for Cultural Research of Technologies at SWPS University. His previous research project, financed by the Polish National Science Center, involved investigating large-scale esports events in Poland and Hong Kong. He has published papers in Convergence, Game Studies, and Journal of Gaming and Virtual Worlds, among others. Felczak's most recent work on the history of modding digital games based on the Dungeons and Dragons system would be published in the 50 Years of Dungeons and Dragons anthology, which is going to be edited by P.C.2 M. Carter and J.P. Zagel, and which is going to be, I think, published this year, 2024. Yes, Professor Mateusz Felczak, the microphone is yours, and thank you for being with us.
Yes, first of all, good morning. Thank you for this very kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me to deliver the keynote address. I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and I'm sorry I cannot possibly attend all sessions in this conference due to other work obligations, unfortunately, but in the panels I've attended yesterday, I've witnessed very stimulating and insightful discussions. So today I would like to address the issue of narrative and system design in digital games based on the Dungeons and Dragons system, especially those developed in the, last quarter of the century. The goal is not only to offer sort of a deep dive into the intricacies of the evolution of rules in subsequent iterations of D&D, but maybe try to address a bit broader questions. So how system design informs the narrative of role-playing games, and what is the difference between the implementation of the analog and the digital rules when it comes to, I would say, tangible outcomes for the gameplay and other aspects. Of course, it's impossible to address every officially licensed D&D game, at least not in the time frame that I have today. So even if we consider only role-playing titles, it's virtually impossible. As you're probably all well aware, the history of digital games based on the D&D reaches as far as 1980 with Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Cloudy Mountain and its successor Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Treasure of Charmin, both developed for the Intellivision video game console. But for the sake of the argument I'd like to present today, I've selected a few what I would consider representative titles from what I'll label as three distinct eras in the development of the D&D adaptations. So at least in the last quarter of a century. So the first one would be the Infinity Engine games. As you may notice, I decided to focus on the software foundations of games because I think that's a very important factor when it comes to shaping the gameplay and also determining what, well, creative fandom is able to further do based on these titles and to do with such platforms to maybe develop their own stories, their own non-playable characters and so forth, as it is a very crucial part of Dungeons and Dragons like cultural heritage, I would say. So I will come into the more concrete approach to all of these eras further. But the second one that I would like to focus today would be the, Neverwinter Nights era. So just 1 year after the premiere of Baldur's Gate 2 expansion, BioWare would introduce, quite a dramatic shift in its approach. So despite retaining a very lengthy story, stretched throughout 50 plus hours single player campaign, Neverwinter Nights, a game based on the newer iteration of the D&D system, would be more of a toolkit rather than solely a single player experience, which would be crafted to accommodate the needs of the online multiplayer focused communities. Then I would move on into the modern day era of digital D&D adaptations. I would like just to briefly mention here Solasta, a title which utilizes SRD, which stands for System Reference Document, which is a public copyright license allowing publishers to develop games based on D&D rules. However, this does not grant the rights to include in the game all of the available D&D sources. Recently, there were some notable controversies regarding the push from the company owning the rights to D&D to revoke or at least renegotiate some of its terms, but the backlash from the community of players, developers, and content creators alike was substantial enough to stop such endeavors. So I think this title shows the current media approach to D&D as a franchise, which is more and more considered a bit controversial, also in terms of its hegemonic status. Like D&D is, and not all people like it, that it is considered like a go-to role-playing system. And of course, finally, I'll move into the analysis of the newest approach to digital D&D gaming, Baldur's Gate 3, a game based on the 5th edition of Dungeons and Dragons. And I would like to see what has changed, and how we can possibly see the impact of these changes made to the D&D adaptations, also in terms of a broader RPG, especially digital RPG market. So I would like to start with what I consider system design. We have surprisingly few definitions, like proper definitions of system design, but today I'll use one of the simpler ones, I would say. So the system design I would consider to be the creation of rules. So rules is the keyword here, and underlying mathematical patterns in a game. Of course, the transition from the tabletop to the digital comes with its caveats and with its own, well, design problems. So among the differences between the tabletop D&D and digital games based on the D&D, perhaps the two are the most impactful. So gameplay pace and the number of encounters. So in the digital medium, it is significantly easier to implement combat-heavy scenarios without the need to perform lengthy and sometimes cumbersome calculations, as the dice rolls and the ability or attribute checks happen kind of behind the scenes, which has been well astutely observed by Stephen Daschle in one of his papers in analog game studies. At the same time, video games traditionally afford a certain degree of agency that must be maintained and exerted within the constraints of the medium. So of course, it's another layer of challenge here. So just to well briefly sketch the one basic, I would say, design premise, which was abundant at the time when the Infinity Engine games were popular. So, well, the first Infinity Engine game, Baldur's Gate, hails from the 1998, but the most, I would say, successful titles were released in, well, 2000 and just shortly after. So I've chosen one of the telling, I would say, quotes from the well-known designer, also of followed New Vegas fame, Josh Sawyer, who commented, as you can see, years after he was responsible for the design of this title. He commented on one of his blogs that at the time when he was designing the game, he just assumed that everyone who would pick up this title would just be already familiar with not only the mechanics of D&D, but also the lore. So also all the knowledge about the game world, which he considered, well, crucial, but he just, well, assumed that people were well versed in the Forgotten Realms and D&D lore, but also he assumed that they enjoy this particular kind of gameplay that he tried to design here. So as you can see, those keywords which I've highlighted here point towards the fact that it was, well, a difficult game and not to everyone's taste. So it kind of tapped into the old tradition of D&D games, which are very combat heavy and not as much well, narrative heavy. The narrative came second to combat, and that was also the case when it comes to, well, at least some layers of the Infinity Engine design, which is kind of important point here. So when it comes to the properties, the characteristics of Infinity Engine games, so the basic features, just to get you just to provide you an overview of them. we could control a party of up to 6 characters, so there was a lot of micromanagement involved. The combat and exploration system was based on real-time with pause mechanics, a very curious mixture, which also was not very similar to the tabletop sessions, which of course are turn-based. The pseudo-isometric point of view also pointed towards the inspirations from the real-time strategies, which were very popular at that time. And of course, the fourth feature, the distinct aesthetics, which also allowed these games to, what I would at least consider, to age with grace. So sometimes when we revisit a 3D title, which was on the cutting edge of technology at the time of its release, and now we are trying to play it, we notice that the 3D graphics tend to age a bit poorer than sometimes than the 2D or the more well, simpler approaches to aesthetics. So just a couple of screenshots featuring also the battle log to just get you the idea of the amount of information which happened behind the scenes. I think it's crucial to point out that the automation of the rules was a very crucial part of D&D adaptations at that time. And players had to pay attention not only to what happened on the main game screen, but also it was very important, especially on the higher levels of difficulty, to take into account what is happening in the combat log, because there are some very important there was some very important info included about how are we actually faring in a given encounter. Sometimes things could get a bit messy. Of course, the visual clarity was, I guess, not priority, especially when it comes to the levels that the characters could achieve. In Baldur's Gate 2, the experience cap was set at around 8 million points, which of course enabled players to use high-level abilities to have a plethora of spells, something which was considered in, for example, Baldur's Gate 3. So nowadays, practically impossible or very, very hard to implement in the digital realm. So Baldur's Gate 3 has a level cap set on the level 12, and in the back in the Infinity Engine eras, especially when it comes to Baldur's Gate series, this cap was much, much higher, which also makes some tactics very, well, just to say it bluntly, overpowered. It was a game which was very hard to balance. Especially it was hard to balance the narrative component with the mechanical component. In Baldur's Gate Saga, the narrative frame kind of provided a scaffolding to make it happen, because we were, at least theoretically, playing a child of God, which made the whole ordeal more in line with the D&D logic. But the newer games based on the newer versions of D&D system try to limit the scope of agency basically afforded to the players, which also I think is an important element. So I would also like to point out that only the modern titles like Baldur's Gate 3 shows some kind of effort to communicate the rule set in a way that does not put players unfamiliar with D&D at an immediate disadvantage. So the list of spells selected to be incorporated in Baldur's Gate 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 offers, I would say, a telling insight into the design rationale, balancing the story and combat components of these games. So high-level encounters in Baldur's Gate 2 are based basically on slowly chipping away at the opponent's layers of defense. So here you can see a spreadsheet made by one of the fans. So there are 11 spells which target specific protections and resistances provided by 10 different defense spells. And this, spreadsheet with available combinations gets even more complicated with the popular difficulty and AI enhancing mode Sword Coast stratagems installed, which you can see on one of the parts, the bottom part of the spreadsheet refers to that. So it just shows you this kind of strategic thinking going behind the scenes here. Moving into the Neverwinter Nights era and the features which were specific to Aurora, used in the first Neverwinter Nights, and Electron engines. The Electron was used in the Neverwinter Nights 2. So in the first point, you can see that the scope, the party size was very much limited. In the first Neverwinter Nights, we have just one player character plus one, hireling person and NPC, which we can hire, and we have also quite a limited control of that one additional character. In Neverwinter Nights 2, it was the next possible party members were added. The significant shift was, of course, the change of rules. The third and a half edition of D&D allowed for multi-classing, which made the whole experience, again, a bit more complicated when it comes to character development. But of course, it was compensated a bit by the limited party size. Neverwinter Nights moved into full 3D, which was considered cutting edge at that time. And the important, I think, the most crucial elements and this design shift, which I referred to earlier, was the introduction of Aurora toolset, which allowed for this kind of modular design. So Aurora toolset was released along with the main game, and it allowed users to create self-contained adventures, basically, so-called modules that could be linked into a larger campaign. So it was like a digital dungeon master, DM tool. Some of the so-called premium modules have later been adapted by BioWare into separate products sold in the manner of downloadable content, DLCs, which also showed us this push into the commodification of the fans' work. If you're familiar with the work of, for example, Julian Kuklish, or if you're familiar with the term labor, I think that's a good example of this phenomena manifested at that time when it comes to capitalizing on fans' productivity, so to speak. And of course, with modular design, this is a screenshot from Neverwinter Nights 2, the upscaled version, suitable to modern equipment. I think you can infer from this picture, when you compare it to how this toolset, the Aurora system, the Aurora toolset looked like. You can see all those blocks which were available for digital dungeon masters to craft their own adventures. It was a really important stepping stone in the process of broadening the scope of digital D&D. So moving forward into the Baldur's Gate 3 based on the Divinity 4.0 engine. Of course, again, so now we're speaking about the newest, at least up to this day, newest official adaptation of D&D into the digital games realm. So we have player controlled party of up to 4 characters. We have also so-called origin characters, which I think it's interesting narrative-wise. So choosing origin character as a main protagonist basically allows the players to enact and experience the backstory of a given recruitable companion. So I think it's an interesting move here. We also, when it comes to Baldur's Gate 3, we came back to turn-based combat, which arguably makes it more in line with the analog tabletop experience. Of course, we have the newest, at least up-to-date edition of Dungeons and Dragons. We have, again, of course, a full 3D view with cinematic cutscenes and dialogues, which is also important. But what is also important and maybe not discussed as much as other features, there is no dedicated tool which would resemble the Aurora tool set introduced when it comes to Neverwinter Nights. Why? I think because the parent company, the Hasbro, which owns the right to Dungeons and Dragons, would see such tool as competition for their own services, like D&D Beyond and other like digital products which they are actively selling and promoting to tabletop players to kind of enhance their experience digitally. So even though I'm quite sure that the CEO of Larian, Sven Vinke, addressed this issue, that they actually have a dedicated tool which could be potentially released to the public and allow us to craft our own adventures, they would never do it because they are constrained by the publishing agreement with Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast. So I think that's also a telling element of this whole story. So just a screenshot from Baldur's Gate 3, which from the one of the parts I would try to avoid spoilers. It's one of the locations, one of the puzzles which can be made easier when we have in our party one particular character. Narratively, a person well versed when it comes to chess. So it tells you also, I think it shows also the way that Larian approaches the connection between the difficulty levels and narrative encounters. Yeah, there's this kind of mix of both. So moving into the slowly moving towards the conclusion and maybe towards the more theoretical approach, which would bind up all these things that I've touched upon so far. We have what I would say a bit forgotten, but telling distinction between the games which require or it is even available for them to have a walkthrough versus games which are strategy based. So Jesper Juhl, a long time ago, as you can see, introduced this distinction in order to kind of make sense of which narrative, because he focused more on narrative games in that paper, are games of progression and which are games of emergence. So basically, when we have a game which requires a walkthrough, we can prepare a list of steps which we can share with someone, and if someone mimics these steps, like follows the steps to the very astutely, then such person would succeed. Whereas in strategy games, making such lists of steps necessary to succeed is virtually impossible. Yep. In strategy games or games based on strategy, because it's not about genre, it's about how we approach the mechanics of a game. We cannot provide such list when it comes to strategy focused games. We can just offer some advice on how to approach different situations, and people will have to make their own mind, make their own decision. They have to adjust these tools to make something happen. When we confronted with another, I would say, interesting idea, the three elements which constitute challenges in games. Finnish scholar Veli-Matti Karhulahti offered an interesting, I would say, insight that we can talk about the puzzles in games. So elements which usually have just one solution, and we just have to come to the solution in a preferably limited number of steps. And once we solve the puzzle, it stays solved. So when we approach it again, there's not much novelty going on. So according to Karhulahti, the puzzle itself is not enough to even be considered a game. It has to have other components. And these other components are strategic challenges. So all those, tactical intricacies connected with mechanics. And we also have another layer, the kinesthetic challenge. So, of course, when it comes to kinesthetic, we can talk about agility-based games or just games which require hand-eye coordination or just other somatic input, so to speak, to succeed. So when we take these two theoretical approaches and we filter it through a very interesting book which has dropped just a few days ago by Christopher Paul, called Optimizing Play, I think we can apply this to the history of D&D digital games adaptations, and concludes that when it comes to, maybe I'll just show you the whole 3 points and then discuss it as well. So I would argue that optimization in Baldur's Gate 3 requires more of a walkthrough, and optimization in Infinity Engine games is more of a mix of puzzle solving and maybe the system focused strategy. So we have to be aware of how the second AD&D works in order to succeed. So in other words, older D&D titles would require a more investment from the players in terms of, cultural capital. Again, to succeed in Baldur's Gate 3, one must take into account the action economy, as the title is turn-based, but there is also a very significant dose of luck involved. So on the highest difficulty level available for when it comes to Larian take on the series, the risk-reward formula could determine which narrative and combat encounters are even worth engaging in, as even the most optimal strategies cannot alleviate the unlucky rolls with negative consequences greatly exacerbated by the turn-based system. So a few examples from Baldur's Gate 3. There are instances when we can basically convince the main villains to, well, get rid of themselves, yeah, to kill themselves. And it is all, well, luck-based. Of course, we can influence our die rolls by, of course, enhancing attributes or just investing into, yeah, particular ways that our character can approach conversations, for example. But still, it's more luck than strategy based, which I think it's a very interesting element, an interesting shift, the automation of narrative choices. Here, yeah, you can see on those subsequent screens the same story, the devil, which once we tricked into killing himself, then he reappears. We can again try to convince him to fight on our side. And of course, the roles get increasingly difficult because he kind of remembers he was tricked by us. Yeah, that's just one example. The second example, as you can see, the first three dialogue choices when it comes to well, encounter with one of our, yeah, let's say, yeah, friends in Baldur's Gate 3 are not the best ones, and only the fourth one, especially if you're, yeah, the whole scene happens when we follow a very specific narrative path, the dark urge path. We have to resolve to luck, basically, to succeed. So in order to choose a satisfying narrative option, we have to roll dice, and you can see here a screenshot with all the modifiers that are taken into account while making such a roll. Of course, just yeah, I'll just try to yeah, move towards the conclusion here. There's something which I would call kind of cumbersome heritage of second edition AD&D. That is gatekeeping the narrative progress behind tough tactical encounters, which gets further exacerbated by popular modded content. So here you can see an example from FAQ section of one such modification, which allows us to recruit a new companion, that there's an inevitable combat encounter and it's super difficult, and people are trying to offer some kind of advice. And as you can see from this, especially from this part, which is at the bottom, it is really complicated. It is just a chain of spells that you have to prepare in advance to be able to succeed and to actually resolve, well, reach a satisfying narrative conclusion, yeah, to kind of retain friendship or love path with this character. So I think that is something which still is present when it comes to digital adaptations of D&D. Okay, so moving into the conclusion. So I think the most important takeaway from all of this, at least in my opinion, is that we've witnessed a shift from the automation of combat rules to the automation of narrative choices, which I find quite curious. And of course, still some narrative bits are gated behind difficult combat encounters. There are, of course, papers which I'm referring to here, which try to unpack this issue further. So in new titles, the chance, luck, affect, narrative bits even stronger than the encounters, which I also find quite telling. And last but not least, it is no coincidence that Baldur's Gate 3 has a graphic representation of a polyhedral dice. It is used in every role, and players have to physically interact with it by clicking on it to make it spin. So when we complete challenging honor mode, we're rewarded with a golden die. It establishes kind of a link between the commodified materiality of D&D franchise, which is, well, now a corporate behemoth, and the niche hobby which tabletop role-play games used to be decades ago. So the digital D&D based games went kind of full circle with automation, and it may or may not affect not only the future of role-playing games, but maybe the future of other narrative-driven digital games as well. So that would be my conclusion. There is a slide with bibliography if you're curious or interested. And thank you very much also for your patience, because I think I went a little bit over the time limit. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Feltzak. No, you're pretty much within the limits, perfect timing, actually. And I believe the audience have some questions and remarks. I may have my own remarks, which may reveal my age, having come from this old tabletop era. But let's hear Aylin first. Yes, Aylin.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for that brilliant presentation. I have two questions in mind, but I will only ask one. And if we don't have any other, maybe I can ask the other. I don't want to take your time. So I also am a big fan of Baldur's Gate 3. And as someone who plays D&D in real life, I really love how streamlined it was, adapting it to the digital era. Another example of a great video game adaptation of a TTRPG is Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which is one of my favorites. I wanted to ask, do you see a future where we are getting more and more brilliant video game adaptations of other TTRPG systems? For example, I'm still waiting for a Call of Cthulhu game that is good. We've had some, but they're not good. Or the new ones powered by the Apocalypse or Blades in the Dark, all of these TTRPGs. Do you see a sustained, consistent future for digital adaptations of TTRPGs? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for this question. I think it's a very important issue to address. Recently, there's been a paper published by Christian Björklo, basically complaining about the lack of, well, how to put it nicely, financial incentive to really adapt up to the AAA standards tabletop games, which are, well, not already in this highest echelons of popularity. I hope that these games would come, but I think that the most possible scenario, also given the current crisis when it comes to digital game development, is that we have to look forward to the smaller studios, maybe some crowdfunded projects which would be successful enough to really not compromise the core ideas and core narrative components, which are the cornerstone of all those titles that you've mentioned. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but I don't think it's also realistic for us to expect at least in the nearest future other tabletop adaptations which would be on par with the investment that Larian Studios showed when it comes to Baldur's Gate 3. I think there's a slim chance for that, unfortunately.
Thank you. And any other question or comment? If not, I think we can have Aylin's second question.
Thank you so much. I don't want to take up anyone's time, so if anyone wants to interject, please do. Actually, you kind of answered what I had in mind with when you talked about the crisis that we have, because I wanted to say Baldur's Gate 3 was meticulously detailed made, and Larian put a lot of effort into it, but they also announced that they will not be making a Baldur's Gate 4. And this is coming on the tails of all of these getting people out of jobs and all of these firings, both in Wizards of the Coast and also in digital gaming. So I kind of see these like big worlds that are also detailed, maybe because there are a lot of games that are 200 hours long, but they're all fetch quests. With Baldur's Gate 3, it's just filled to the brim with narrative. But I personally see this as like a isolated incident, because the way the digital game uh, market, let's say, is structured, it kind of seems like it's very difficult to make these lovingly made games. So that's what I wanted to ask you about. But you kind of answered that.
Yeah, thank you. That's again a very important question, an important issue. I'll just like to briefly add that when I was conducting interviews with content creators, but also with developers somehow involved in D&D franchise, they all pointed towards the biggest problem is the monetization of a game, that they basically cannot afford to work on a game long enough without any like reliable revenue stream coming up. So of course, when we take a broader look at the current gaming landscape, we see that free-to-play games or the subscription-based games or the games with microtransactions are the hot topic, at least among the again those people in power who have money and of course resources to invest in gaming industry. So it may be difficult to just finance this kind of endeavor to make it come to satisfying ends. So yeah, I'm here. I'm maybe a little bit more pessimistic than optimistic. I don't see a clear path forward without compromising some core values that are well, at least I hope are somewhere when it comes to this works of passion of developers. But yeah, we shall see. I'm happy to be proven wrong in this.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? And Ahmet Turul Çüngür. Yes, Turul, we're listening to you.
Thank you for your presentation, firstly. As far as I can understand, in digital adaptations of D&D-based games, effects use luck more than before. Is it true, in a way? Yeah. So can we say that luck encounter relation for the new tabletop RPG designs like Fate or other newer tabletop RPG systems?
Yes, thank you. That's an interesting point. I think the luck as a core mechanic is kind of compromise between the more hardcore strategy focused design and just pure game of chance. So I think Larian did a very interesting thing to maybe even make their game more in line, at least in my experience, how the tabletop session usually evolves. Because let's admit it, in most sessions there is this element of chaos, this element of humor, this element of this friendly playfulness between people, and there are some frankly absurd scenarios emerging when there are people gathered on the same table and trying to even resolve some quests. So I think the luck as a mechanic which pushes the emergent narrative forward is it is something that we may see implemented more commonly, because it's not that complicated to implement, maybe, perhaps. But yeah, just my impromptu comments on that section. Thank you.
Any other comment or question? Okay, let me then try. Maybe others will form their questions better. In 80s, my housemates played these tabletop D&Ds and the kind of. It did not make much sense to me because it takes a lot of. I think they were corresponding with people. So I thought a lot about that, how people play with that, what kind of the game this was, and I reached the conclusion that it's good because it leaves more room for imagination. That is, it's something static on the table, but less action. So when the whole thing was transported to the computer with all these Amigas, which I still have, and so now I see that with all these Infinity engines and all the rest, they're much more active. So they're almost within the field of the action games. So how do you think that's leaving more room to imagination and story-wise, and now in your face, high quality graphics? What do you think about the balance between the story and the eye candy stuff, if I may say? Do you think that there's something's still lost, that the mysticism, or do you think the new media, the new techniques, the new technology offers more in the way of contributing to the story wide, and you have better stories?
Yes, yeah. Thank you for this question. Again, a very important issue to discuss, I think, and of course, much broader issue than just role-playing games, even. But I would say that it's kind of a double-edged sword when you have this high-quality graphics and everything is automated when it comes to mechanics. When it comes to Baldur's Gate 3, I think Larian did a very good job with offering the enough space for players' agency to maybe instigate, if it's a good word for it, the fans' productivity and fans' reception. So if you look at all the, I don't know, Reddit boards or other community channels in the on the internet, there's like lots of fan fiction stuff, lots of crazy histories, which are possible because the video game medium, it's not still, it's not like a solved issue. So there are, of course, bugs. There are especially when it comes to emergent narratives and such huge projects as digital role-playing games, we have this element of randomness, this element of interactions which are not thought of before by the developers. So I think that is also this component which makes digital games still attractive. It's not like a confined, finished narrative that you just consume and put on a shelf. You can feel inspired by other people coming up with all this sort of crazy stuff, and even finding interactions which were not intended, or at least not well thought of by the designers. So I think that still leaves plenty of space for imagination, of course, different kind of imagination, different kind of
a more collaborative imagination in this regard.
Maybe, yes. Maybe this mutual inspiration, I would say. That's at least how I see it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think this is again a perfect timing. We thank you for this very interesting and illuminating speech, which will spark new ideas in the audience, I think. And thank you for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you. And I think I have to deliver the microphone right to Professor Daniel Johnson for his session 5. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Felczak.
Thank you once more. Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
Okay, yes, thank you. Great. So welcome everyone. Thank you for that great talk and welcome to the first panel on this Friday morning. Thanks to everyone for being here. My name is Daniel Johnson. I'm the chair of the American Studies Department at Kent University. We have what promises to be a really interesting panel titled Community and Social Dynamics in Gaming. So we'll save questions for the end. Our first presenter is Barfin Emekli. Barfin is a master's student at Ankara University's Department of American Culture and Literature. She received her BA from Hacettepe University's Department of English Language and Literature, and her research interests include contemporary British and American novel, posthumanism and transhumanism, and postmodernist literature. The title of her talk today is A Farming Simulator Embraces Nature, Stardew Valley. And with that, I will turn the floor over to Barfin.
For Hacettepe University's American Literature Department for giving me this opportunity. Today I'm going to talk about Stardew Valley and nature, how nature is represented in this game. In today's world, simulation games are gaining popularity day by day. And there are a lot of simulation games. Farming simulators are one of them. Farming simulators enable one to experience the joy of nature without actually touching the grass. And Stardew Valley is one of these farming simulators, but it has a special place. Today I'm going to analyze Stardew Valley by examining how it appreciates nature and how it differs from other farming simulator games. Stardew Valley is a video game created by Eric Baron in 2016. Baron spent approximately 5 years to create this game. He created the game all by himself, from its music to narrative. Baron was highly influenced by another game called Harvest Moon, which is also a farming simulator game. According to Victor Navarro-Rumesal, eco-criticism of video games happens as an eco-critical reading of video games then should address 4 aspects that form a whole: the game's ludofictional world, the intentions that are intuited in this process, both through authorial intent and the implied player, its audiovisual narrative aspects, and the final use that the player makes of it all. So I am going to explain the eco-critical approaches in the game. Before I want to talk about how eco-critical reading occurs in this game. According to Hans Joachim Bach, in order to scrutinize the ecological and eco-critical aspects of digital games, one has to consider 6 questions. 1. Is the natural environment engaged with semiotically, that is, audiovisually and discursively as well as ludically? 2. Do the 3 modes of engagement with ecological questions cohere or create friction? These 3 modes are verbal, visual, ludic. 3. Is the treatment of ecological topics explicit and central, or rather implicit and peripheral? 4. Is the treatment of nature specific and informed? 5. Are games mechanics or semantics anthropocentric, or do they offer alternative perspectives? And the last question is the treatment of ecological topics affirmative, critical, or ironical? And in my presentation, I'm going to answer these questions in detail. But before talking about the game, I want to briefly mention about American transcendentalism. According to Peter Berry, eco-criticism in the United States came into being with American transcendentalist writers. These are Ralph Waldo Emerson, Margaret Fuller, and Henry David Thoreau. We can see that Eric Baron is highly influenced by these ideas, which are giving importance to intuition rather than logic, individuality, and appreciation of nature. According to Emerson, nature has the power to nourish the individual soul. He also believes that individuals can find their way in life by looking at their inner calls rather than following the footsteps of society. And lastly, according to Lee and Sutherland, Stardew Valley contains a classical understanding of agrarianism, which means considering agriculture not as a profession but as a lifestyle. In her paper titled Virtualizing the Good Life, Reworking Narratives of Agrarianism in the Rural Idyll in a Computer Game, she talks about the characteristic of agrarianism which she identifies with Stardew Valley. She states that being a farmer is highly appreciated and regarded as a moral occupation, and Stardew Valley romanticized the farming occupation. Now, for the rest of the presentation, I'm going to talk about what makes these statements applicable in Stardew Valley by examining the game in detail. In that way, we will see that how game appreciates nature. Stardew Valley offers an escape from the burdens of the corporate world to the player. The game begins with a cutscene of the player who is working for Georgia's company, which is going to be seen in the game afterward. As it can be seen from the cutscene, our character is granted land by their grandfather, and they are told to open the letter if they are being crushed by the harsh conditions of the corporate world. The play was constructed with an anti-capitalistic perspective in that respect. From the beginning of the game, the player is encouraged to engage with the community, however, they adapt themselves to be self-sufficient to a greater extent. For instance, the character produces their own crop by buying the seeds from Pierre, but they have full self-sufficiency on their farm in contrast to working in a cubicle with managers and bosses. You can see this letter of grandfather. Lee Sutherland states that the creation of the game reflects Baron's own ideology. She states that Baron didn't want to engage his life with a corporate lifestyle. Instead, he celebrates low-paced lifestyle according to his own terms. So we can say that the game is constructed with the idea of anti-capitalistic nature. And the time structure of the game is extremely important. Each day lasts approximately 20 minutes. The player starts their day at 6 a.m. and they have to go to bed until 2 a.m. The game doesn't allow overwork. If the player is awake at 2 a.m., they pass out and are found by the community, and sometimes they are charged with 1,000 gold for their medical expenses. This can also be associated with the anti-capitalistic nature of the game. The player experiences 4 seasons in the game, each season lasting 28 days. Every season has its own unique festivals and seeds to plant. However, after purchasing an item from Mr. Chi, the player is allowed to purchase any seed regardless of the season. Furthermore, at the beginning of every day, the player is encouraged to check the weather forecast in order to arrange their schedule. Since time is the core element of the game, numerous chores should be done according to a certain timeline and sticking to routine. As I said before, the game encourages the player to engage with the community. At the beginning of the game, the player is instructed to meet with all 28 NPCs. Each character expects to be gifted on their birthday. Moreover, after being close friends, they give special recipes and gifts to the player. The existence of the NPCs creates unities between NPCs and players. In fact, Lee and Sutherland states that their existence is presented solely to create a service for the player. What I mean by that is, except our character, no one does farming professionally in the game, but they are doing public service jobs, such as being a blacksmith, librarian, teacher, etc. The game also gives importance to relationship between animals and humans. According to Hans Joachim Bach, even from the earliest genre earliest developments of digital game genre, the relationship between human and non-human had great importance. He states that this created a great emphasis on anthropocentrism and anthropomorphism. He also states that anthropomorphic perspective contains the fact that human has the greatest opportunity and non-human beings are just a resource for humans. We can observe these qualities in the game as well. At the beginning of the game, a pet is given to player by Marnie. Later, the livestock is either purchased from Marnie or they are incubated. Every animal expects to be petted and cared for. Livestock doesn't produce any milk or eggs if they are not petted regularly. Their needs also require to be taken care of. For instance, they want to wander among grasses in spring, summer, and autumn. However, not all animals are like that. For example, horse exists just to serve the human and it doesn't want to be fed or petted. The game offers a slow-paced lifestyle with a calm atmosphere. Even though there are certain tasks, the player is allowed to neglect these tasks and play the game according to their desires. The game doesn't punish the player, in contrast to accustomed digital games which present mandatory tasks and require strong effort. Stardew Valley doesn't offer any violent scenes and actions throughout the gaming experience, even though the player slays monsters in caverns and mines. Because of the pixelated graphics and creator preference, there is no representation of bloodshed. Lee and Sutherland states that the livestock are not butchered, which correlates with the creator Baron's perspective since he is a vegetarian. The game also has animistic qualities. For instance, you can talk with Krobus, who is a monster who lives in a sewers, and if you want, you can take him to your farm and be a roommate. Also, every day you have to check fortune telling on your television to see whether spirits are in a good or mad mood. Their mood affects the gaming experience on that day. For instance, if you want to go to mines when spirits are in their bad mood, you will get hurt. After your purchase from the wizard, Junimos, who are poor spirits, can help you with your farming chores. The game manifests its respect towards nature even with minor details. For instance, sometimes player acquires the task of cleaning seeds from trash. These trashes can be recycled with the recycling machine. Furthermore, even though money is important, players still have to accumulate their own materials by themselves. For instance, in order to create a barn, players have to give wood and stone to Robin as well as money. In her article titled "Back to the Virtual Farm: Gleaning the Agriculture Management Game," Ellen DeChang states that most of farming simulation games actually do not celebrate nature and slow-paced living. Instead, they create a scene open to exploitation of nature in a capitalistic way. She states that resources such as water and sun are regarded as limitless and animals are being exploited by constantly giving products and the conditions of seasons and weather are often overlooked. She also states that in these farming games, the player constantly plows the lands and produces crops, which is impossible in real life since the land is required to be rested at certain times of years. As a result, Cheng states that farm games approach environment as a limitless source of heaven-like atmosphere. Thus, traditional farm games do not offer an environmentally conscious perspective. In contrast, they reinforce the capitalistic view towards nature. However, unlike these statements, Stardew Valley approaches nature in environmental consciousness on a greater scale. In fact, any link between capitalistic perceptions of nature is despised. For instance, the game gives you two options to restore the community center. One option is purchasing the repair service from Georgia Company. This option creates the destruction of community center and constructing Georgia warehouse instead. To receive the benefits that restoring the community center would give you, now you have to pay for everything, such as the restoration of the greenhouse on your farm. Even though you can get instant benefits, this means that you decided to support big corporation instead of your community. The other option, which is restoring the community center with completing the bundles, requires players' dedication and it is encouraged by the game. According to Eric Lincoln McKay and Catherine and Roberts, Stardew Valley has a culturally liberal perspective, which is having a progressive perspective and denying the traditional norms of society. Furthermore, they also state that Stardew Valley supports left-wing economic and social perspective. As a result, the corporate atmosphere and capitalism are severely criticized throughout the game. For instance, inspired by Coke, Georgia Cola is labeled as a trash in the play. Another aspect of Stardew Valley is that your fences can be worn out in time and which is rarely seen in other farming games. This means that the game doesn't approach nature as an infinite source but regards that as something that should be treated consciously. Today, I wanted to emphasize the relationship between nature and Stardew Valley and how it contrasts with the traditional understanding of farming simulation games because it respects nature and it also emphasizes the preservation of nature by giving the importance to community experience. And this is the end of my presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that very interesting talk. So we will move to our next panelist. Mert Ali Kaygusuz is a third-year undergraduate student of English language and literature at Boğaziçi University. He's also studying for a certificate program in film studies at Boğaziçi. His main areas of study within that program are mythic structures, narrative styles, and the theater of the absurd. His interests in terms of future graduate school focus on interdisciplinary relations within art and media, especially literature's connection with mediums such as comics, cinema, digital games, animation, and music. The title of his paper, as you can see there, Life is Strange, a revitalization of the American literature's canon and myths within the medium of digital games. Mert Ali, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by thanking Hacettepe University for this opportunity for this undergraduate conference. I hope that everyone is having a good time and learning and having fun. I will start by introducing Life is Strange. Life is Strange is an episodic adventure game developed by Dontnod Entertainment and is published by Square Enix. It approaches themes such as freedom of choices, clashes between the individual and the societal needs of humanity, and the cultivation process of a young artist. As an episodic adventure game, Life is Strange has 5 episodes that were released separately, but later united to be on a single release. Interestingly enough, the plot of Life is Strange does not directly conform to any pre-established genre, but rather creates its own identity through the unification of a typical buildings romance or more specifically, Künstlerroman, because it focuses on the growth of not just a youth, but a young artist. With a psychodrama that follows the artistic and stylistic style of the famous filmmaker David Lynch. This separation is not directly discrete between the first 3 and final 2 episodes, and it's unified and dense in its depiction. The differences between these 2 structures are united through our main character's Max's childhood friend and possible lover, Chloe. In both of the story structures, everything within the plot revolves around Chloe and her budding relationship with Max. On the Bildungsroman side of the story, she teaches Max how to be sure of oneself and importance of a little rebellion, and the ability to accept that someone will always dislike you or your art, no matter how much you try to conform with it. On the Lynchian drama side, however, she is the closest friend of the missing girl and the victim, Rachel Amber. Her disappearance and Chloe's search for her is the thematic reason behind the psychodrama, and highlights how Arcadia Bay, as a typical setting for a Bildungsroman, hides something darker and deeper in its turns. And the turn from the youthful escapades between Chloe and Max to a tragedy it's all throughout her dynamic character. What kind of a world does this seems to be the central part of Chloe's rebellion. And her rebellion is very similar to another female figure within the American literature. Chloe, as a rebellious, non-conforming woman figure, shares very specific bonds with the influential character of Nathaniel Hawthorne's Scarlet Letter, Hester Prynne. Hester, in the novel, is found guilty of a crime that she does not regret, but is pushed to regret through her markings with the Scarlet Letter on her chest. She is positioned as the dark sheep of the town and the community, and everything and everyone around the plot revolves around her. Her existence as a character and her relationship with other people shapes the structure of the novel, much like how Chloe shapes the structure of Life is Strange. In the prequel game of Life is Strange Before the Storm, the A of the Strange is A within the title of Strange is changed with the symbol of anarchy, which sets up another parallel between the Scarlet Letters A and the A of anarchy present in the Life is Strange Before the Storm game. In the Life is Strange Before the Storm, which I will not discuss a lot, considering that my focus is on the main game, we see Chloe's relationship with Rachel and how it started. How Chloe became the person that we know in the Life is Strange game, and how she became a figure like Hester Prynne. Together, these 2 characters depict greatness of the how the marginalized can be the central and the most heightened figure within the community through love and connections. Another specific and very important part of the game is the power of decision making and questions of agency. Life is Strange on its release was not the first episodic adventure game with choose your own story mechanics, but it was the first game that almost seems to laugh at the face of the prospect of choosing your own adventure or making your own decisions. Because unlike the other famous games made by Telltale Games, a different studio, which featured the decision-making mechanic within a specific and limited time. So you have to choose your decisions in a specific time limit. Life is Strange, however, due to its mechanics with time rewinds, allows the player to see through the different ends of the different mechanics, different encounters, and different events, and allows you to choose what event that you want to be going on further. Due to the max power of rewinding time, players giving unseen amount of freedom to explore and choose their own end for both minuscule and life-changing encounters. Yet in the end, the game provides only one meaningful choice for you to make, where your actions have consequences. From the early on, this notion of actions having consequences is given to the player through this notification. Yet it seems to not work, and the game provides you that it does not work directly at the ending sequences of the game. This freedom of decision making is a great parallel to the discussions on individuality and personal freedom that permeates the American identity, both in the basis of the nation and the individual. Ralph Waldo Emerson, for example, as an American transcendentalist, throughout all his literary works, insinuated that America, as an ideal, is uniquely and exceptionally interested in the notions of freedom and individuality. To quote directly from him, America is another name for opportunity. Our whole history appears to be like a last effort of divine providence on behalf of the human race. And much like Emerson, who was a direct American, figures like Hector St. John de Croqueur also depicted the American from its early conception to be something different in its individuality and freedom to make choices. The American, to quote directly from his Letters from an American Farmer letter 3, the American ought to therefore love his country much better than wherein either he or his forefathers were born. Here the rewards of his industry follow with equal steps the progress of his labor. His labor is founded on the basis of nature, self-interest. Can it want a stronger allurement? Wives and children who before in vain demanded of him a morsel of bread, now fat and frolicsome, gladly help their father to create those fields whence exuberant crops are arise to fed and clothe them all, without any part being claimed, either by a despotic prince, a rich abbot, or a mighty lord. Our Lord Religion demands but little of him, a small volunteer salary to the minister, and gratitude to God. Can he refuse these? The American is a new man, who acts upon new principles. He must therefore entertain new ideas and form new opinions. From involuntary idleness, servile dependence, penury, and useless labor, he has passed the toils of a very different nature, rewarded by ample subsistence. This is an American. And another quotation, another usage of a Latin verb, a Latin saying from his letters to the American farmer is ubi pane ibi patria. Oops, sorry. Which is known more like ubi bene ibi patria. It directly translates into where I am well fed off, that is my country, which focuses on the individual freedoms, individual choices, and individual needs of people shaping their society. The main discussion on individuality and freedom of choice that Life is Strange brings to its structure is the inversion of the famous quote of Royce, with great power comes great responsibility, that became the standard structure of a superhero figure in the 21st century, and prior as well. But what Life is Strange insinuates is rather than responsibility, is accountability. For the actions of our main character, Max, is never based on doing something new and risky and facing its results. It's not about taking responsibility. It's about facing accountability. For whatever Max is trying to do, it's always about trying to fix mistakes that occur in the future and breaking things up even more so. This element of facing accountability is one's power and in one's power and freedom brings presented to the player in harshly in the final sequences of the game. The sequences, the dark room and the storm, and the element of the storm alienates the player from reality through the power and the dichotomy it brings. Throughout the sequence of the dark room, the player is given and allowed to showcase the most amount of power of time manipulation that they ever seen in the game. Yet they are true Max, also completely confined and tortured under the effects of drugs and psychosis caused by Chloe getting killed by Jefferson before getting captured. Throughout this sequence, Max manages to attain her perfect ending, but still realizes that the storm that permeated her visions caused by her ability, that started from the very beginning of the first episode, would always come to pass no matter what she tries to do. As she realizes that so she goes back once again to save Chloe from the storm this time, and to face the continuity that occurred through her normal time manipulations, rather than creation of different events caused by her going back in time for a very great amount of time. And is saved by Chloe. She is later saved by Chloe's stepdad while she's in the dark, who was a conservative patriarchal figure that was mostly antagonistic throughout the game. By telling him the truth that Jefferson killed Chloe, stepdad of Chloe will kill Jefferson. And the game gives you a choice at the end of the dark room sequence as well. You can go back and see the man that tortured you, man that lied to you, man that was your mentor and turned out to be a psychotic killer, survive. You can see how the event plays out, and you are not in a direct danger because you can always go back and set it back to as it was. After this sequence, player no longer cares or finds it hard to care for the safety of all characters we have in the domestic life throughout the game. For this amount of freedom of choosing causes our choice to not matter at all. As Max says herself, the question that game seems to ask you through this last sequence is that how dare you think that time travel was a neat way to work through one's indecision? What game asks for you to do is to realize that the power that you possess, the freedom that you possess, the individuality that you exhibit will cause you to harm others because your individuality comes at the cost of other people. Because true freedom, the utter and complete freedom in the world, can only be attained if one loses their humanity. What constitutes us to be human means that we have to lose some of our freedoms. How could one think a power like this could ever be used responsibly? I think is another question directly related to America's position as both a nation of power and an individualistic group of people who thinks themselves as this higher and special form of group. And how could one think that the consequences for our mistakes would be borne by us and us alone? This is another part of the question that permeates the discussions of freedom and importance of free will and making choices. Because no matter what we do, in a case of true and utter freedom, our decisions will affect others and cause them to lose their freedom. In a societal structure, when you're not alone, in the world that you're living in, where time is linear, no one can be utterly and totally free. And in the end, watching from the hill that watches the Arcadia Bay from relative safety, Chloe and Max are sitting together as the town that they live in is getting destroyed. And Chloe gives Max a choice, and which the game gives you the choice to go back and let Chloe die to save everything and save the community. This choice is the only choice that matters in the game, because this is the choice that you will get no matter what you do. And in both of these endings, either everybody that you spend time with throughout the game dies other than Chloe, or you just go back to the start of the game and have nothing happened at all. This is the action which consequences matter. And the question that the game seems to give you is whether that the individual needs of the player, Max, is greater than the societal needs of the Arcadia Bay. And each of these endings give an ending to one type of story that was present in Life is Strange. If you choose to sacrifice Chloe, you get the ending for Buildings romance, because there is no structural influence. The game goes back to its beginning, only difference being that Max is now much more mature and found her place in society. But if you choose to sacrifice Arcadia Bay, you get the end for this psychodrama. For you choose with Chloe that this town and this society is against and try to devoid you of your freedom. And no matter what you seem to choose, it always comes down to the choice of freedom, free will, and individuality. What is expected from an ethical standpoint would be to save the town, and that is what the game, you would think that is what the game tries to insinuate. After all, because of saving Chloe is such an unnatural act, eclipses occur out of time. The entire town is destroyed. Whales beach themselves, but 2 moons appear in the sky. It's completely unnatural, and nature raged against your decision to save Chloe. And yet, when you are given the choice, I found myself while playing the game that the main message that the game was trying to give, I believe, is that you should not be able to choose whether you can go back in time or not. You can choose to sacrifice Chloe to save community, but would that be any different from going back in time and trying to fix things again once more? Hadn't the game shown us already that going back in time to save things again and again and again will only make things even far more worse? Once again, this part of the game is the structural integrity. You can't keep fixing everything when you're just going to keep breaking it over and over again. The true secret behind freedom and individuality that America seems to permeate is the limit of accountability. One must make their choices and stand by them and face the results rather than trying to escape from them. And in the end, sometimes one must just let go and face the outcome. Your decision to save Chloe was the only decision that you make throughout the game that is not influenced by your power to time travel. It is the only decision that you make that had a consequence. And other than that, if you choose to go back, your action will have no consequence. To quote from James Joyce's A Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man, which is a Künstlerroman, much like Life is Strange for first half, let's say, time is, time was, but time shall be no more. This quotation on both layers highlights how the time travel ability should affect one's choices of individuality and freedom. Yes, your ability to time travel exists, and it allows you to go back to time that you to make your decisions change. Yet in the end, whatever you face, you'll have to face it, because whatever you do, there will be some ending that you'll have to lose something. That is the corner of sacrifice, and that is the limit of freedom. Thank you for listening my presentation. I'm not sure, but what are we doing on time? Hope I'm not too early.
No, that's great. Thank you so much. Okay, so our final presenter for the panel is Emine Beyza Patak, who is also an undergraduate, senior in the Western Languages and Literatures Department at Boğaziçi University. Her current research is centered on feminist new materialism and Anglophone literature. Her thesis is titled The Female Body as a Catalyst to Social Disruption in Oryx and Crack and the Dispossessed, in which she focuses on the interconnectedness of the material and discursive and speculative fiction novels. She's also drawn to new forms of speculative fiction mediums, specifically digital games that comprise their narratives of real-life elements mixed with fantastical features. Her other areas of interest include postmodern American literature, digital games as new forms of literary narratives, space materialism, corporeality, and gender studies. After graduating, she aims to be involved in both critical and creative approaches towards digital games in a literary context, with her background in creative writing and pixel art. The title of her presentation is The Theme of Sacrifice in Life is Strange and the Double-Edged Sword of the Final Decision. And with that, I will turn it over to you, Emine Beyza.
Thank you. Today, I will be discussing the theme of sacrifice in Life is Strange. And this game explored this theme through the main tension of the plot, in which the protagonist Max struggles between saving her childhood best friend, Chloe, with her time travel powers, and stopping a tornado caused by her time travel powers from wiping out her town of Hacettepe. After a prophetic vision involving a storm coming to destroy her town, Max gains time-traveling powers while unknowingly trying to save her best friend Chloe's life from another student, Nathan Prescott, who tries to shoot her in her school, Blackwell Academy. At the end of the game, the players are presented with a choice to either sacrifice Chloe or the town to create an ending for the game. With this element in mind, it can be said that the game's elaboration on the theme of sacrifice through the character arcs and the Native American cultural background portrays the inevitability of sacrifice. By involving the player in the process of creating alternate timelines throughout the gameplay, Life is Strange connects the player with the concept of sacrifice, which is a prominent theme in American art and media. With this connection, along with the setting which elaborates on Pacific Northwest Native American cultures, This game makes its players question the necessity of sacrifice. We can observe the theme of sacrifice in Life is Strange with the perspective of Bataille on the concept of excess, since it provides a basis for the necessity of sacrifice. Bataille was a French philosopher who presented a new economic theory called general economy in his work The Accursed Share. This theory differed from the restricted economic perspective due to being dependent on the concept of excess and sacrifice rather than scarcity and production. Bataille argued that there is a superabundance of energy in the world due to the solar power, which creates surpluses in biological systems. According to him, this excess energy that cannot be spent on organism growth is destined to be spent either luxuriously or catastrophically. Bataille exemplifies the ruinous spending of excess with his explorations of war and ritualistic sacrifices in history. It can be said that sacrifice is the management of excess, which restores balance to the community. Bataille illustrates ruinous expenditure by explaining Aztec traditions that involve ritualistic killings of humans. This act of expulsion is not unique to the Mesoamerican native cultures. For instance, potlatch is a gift-giving festival practiced by the indigenous peoples of the Pacific Northwest coast, and it involves the gifting or the destroying of wealth, such as consumable goods and slaves, in order to demonstrate a leader's wealth and influence. Bataille comments on the practice of potlatch while discussing the concept of expenditure, since potlatches essentially expel valuable resources and seem wasteful. However, Bataille argues that the necessity for sacrifice arises due to the excess that cannot be appropriated into the community's growth. So it is no surprise that potlatches sometimes destructively spend the excess through sacrificial rituals. In the Pacific Northwest coastal culture, potlatches were common in events such as weddings and funerals. In his writings about this region's culture, Donald Mitchell states that human sacrifices took place in potlatches through the ritual of killing of slaves, which is similar to the Aztec sacrificial practices in terms of their dispatchment of excess. The game establishes a connection between the indigenous culture of the American Northwest and the narrative through its setting, which contains real-life inspirations. The town Hacettepe itself is based on a city called Tillamook in Oregon, which is named after the Tillamook people, a Native American tribe who lived in the area until the early 19th century. Although this tribe was involved in potlatch festivals, I could not find specific evidence that they were also involved in ritual human sacrifices during these events. However, due to their placement in Oregon as one of the Pacific Northwest native tribes, the influence of human sacrifices present in this region's native culture seemed to serve as an important inspiration for the game's narrative. Another instance of native inspiration in the game is the totem pole Tobanga, which is talked about multiple times during the game. It points the player toward the cultural heritage of indigenous people in Northwest America, since these monumental carvings are unique to the region's artistic endeavors. The name Tobanga is a reference to a film character similarly named Tobanga from an American science fiction horror film called From Hell It Came, about a wrongfully accused native prince who reincarnates as a vengeful tree monster. The film takes place on an island of the South Seas where this prince is executed with a sacrificial dagger. Since he was actually innocent and the sacrificial knife was used wrongfully, he comes back as Tobanga and causes multiple violent deaths. With this reference, the game intertwines the American pop culture elements with indigenous culture to create a connection between the concept of sacrifice and the narrative. Miss Grant is a character from Life is Strange. She's a science teacher at Blackwell Academy with an interest in the indigenous background of the city of Hacettepe. And the local lore and legends interest her. While discussing a petition for the prevention of campus surveillance with her, we gain information about the history of Hacettepe, which shed light on the relationship between the settlers and the natives. According to her, the pioneers and the Native Americans in this region got along peacefully and harmoniously. This backstory provides a sense of uniqueness to Hacettepe in terms of its balance, because of the contrast with the clash between the natives and the settlers in American history. Miss Grant also elaborates on the origins of the Tobanga and states that it was most likely stolen and brought to Hacettepe from the South Pacific region by fishermen. This casts doubt on the peaceful backstory of the settlers she mentions beforehand. The source of Max's time powers is another mysterious element in the game because they remain unexplained throughout the narrative. It is possible that she gains these powers due to the town's need for balance through justice. The need for balance in Hacettepe, along with this push for sacrifice, is explored through the arcs of multiple characters such as Mr. Jefferson, the photography teacher at Blackwell, and the Prescott family, which is a rich family in the town. Both Jefferson and the Prescott family display actions that count towards excess. Jefferson kidnaps and abuses young girls simply for his artistic pleasure in his photography studio, which is in a secret bunker funded by the Prescott family. Nathan Prescott assists Mr. Jefferson in drugging and endangering the teen girls selected for these abductions. Nathan's father, Sean Prescott, is the leader of the rich family, which has historical ties to Hacettepe. And due to these explanations, they have disproportionate socioeconomic power over the people that live in Hacettepe. The Prescott own most of the city, and their housing project called Penn Estates causes people to lose their homes and jobs in the town. Because of this excess, Jefferson and the Prescotts indulge in these events, and the push for their sacrifice arises in the game because of the need for balance. This is evidenced by the different timelines in the game, because in both endings of the game, the Jefferson and the Prescotts lose the power they previously held in the town. For example, in the ending where the player sacrifices the town, Max and Chloe tell Jefferson's crimes to Chloe's stepfather, and he rescues Victoria, Jefferson's latest victim, which implies that Jefferson did not get away with this crime. Also, in this timeline, Nathan is also killed by Jefferson, but the Prescott family is implicated in the abductions and the murders of the young girls, so they are also capable of losing their power over the Hacettepe area. Since both canonical timelines lead to their destruction, their endings can be interpreted as sacrifices that are necessary for the town's betterment. Another character that showcases the need for balance in Hacettepe, along with the push of sacrifice, is Chloe, who seems to be destined to die throughout the game due to her multiple death scenarios. She died by being shot 3 times, by Nathan in the bathroom, by herself through a bullet that bounces back from a car, and by Jefferson in the junkyard. She also died in a timeline where Max saves Chloe's father from passing away in a car accident in the past. In this timeline, instead of her father, she gets in a car crash that paralyzes her and eventually leaves her health to fail. This portrays the inevitable nature of sacrifice, as it seems that either Chloe or her father must die in timelines. The player has to make an effort to save Chloe's life until the final choice that includes an option to sacrifice her. Chloe, being a young and beautiful woman set to die, parallels the sacrificial chosen person in Aztec culture Bataille explores. According to him, the sacrificial slaying would involve a young man of irreproachable beauty chosen among war captives. The fact that this sacrificial person is made to live like a great lord for a year before his sacrifice also mirrors Chloe's predicament in the game, where since she gets to spend her last days away from grief with her best friend and lover Max before either ending her sacrifice or the town's sacrifice. The game's insistence on involving the player in writing the end of the story by making them choose to sacrifice either Chloe or the town depicts the necessity of sacrifice once again. The choice of the specific word sacrifice on the screen textually makes this clear since neither of the options include the word save, even though either choice leads to an action of saving. While the player's choice is able to create the ending for the game's narrative, it is incapable of changing the fact that a sacrifice must be made one way or another. Through this final choice, as well as the previous explorations of the theme, the game portrays the inevitability of sacrifice that comes due to excess. By exposing the player to this choice, the game connects contemporary human with the notion of expenditure, which is enmeshed in the consciousness of American culture through its indigenous heritage. That's all, and thank you for listening.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so it looks like we have a little bit of time, about 6 or 7 minutes, so we can open up to the floor for questions. So I can maybe get it started with a kind of general question. I was struck by the fact that all of our presenters referenced literature directly in terms of their presentations. So Barfin and Merit Ali both directly in terms of sort of American literature and specifically with an emphasis on transcendentalism, and Emine Beza with, interestingly, I think in terms of like a French philosopher, but considering your sort of research interest in speculative fiction, I wonder sort of for all of you how your research or literary interests inform your sort of experience of gaming and how important that is. And then maybe in addition for Emine Beza, I wonder if you thought about, or if Life is Strange, I mean, you mentioned The Dispossessed and Ursula Le Guin as being, she was from the Pacific Northwest and her father was an anthropologist with, so a lot of her work has a sort of anthropological approach. So I wonder if there's a connection there. Maybe there's not, but it just struck me in terms of your presentation. So if anyone wants to respond, we'll leave the floor open to the panelists.
I hadn't thought of the connection between Ursula Le Guin's explorations and the speculative fiction in Life is Strange, but I thought it was an interesting idea, and I will definitely think more on it. However, I didn't really give much thought to connecting my research interest with this presentation, I think. I was just interested in this game specifically because it's one of my favorite games.
I can say that literature has a power to influence our perspective. So we cannot separate a variety of art forms from each other. Each art forms nourish each other and make us alter our perspective. So Because of that, I talked about transcendentalism, even though I don't have any tangible evidence from Eric Baron to say that I was influenced by this literary movement, but we can see the influence. So because of that, I mentioned about it. I personally, even though our narratives are changing, I think we cannot isolate ourselves from literature.
Thank you. So I know there's a panel coming up in a couple minutes. Are there any final quick questions? Ufuk Hocam, yes.
Well, thank you so much for all these wonderful presentations in this session. My question is to Berfin Emekli. Berfin, this video game Stardew Valley, I realized that this is giving real world messages, which is what the field of eco-criticism is doing, as you know. As a field, this eco-criticism has one foot in the text and the other one in the earth itself, in nature, right? So I would like you to elaborate a little bit more on this community experience that you mentioned in the video game.
Thank you for your question, and I think I can give you a little example from the game. For example, I said that we have 28 NPCs, and one of them is Haley. She is materialistic. She gives importance to buying new stuff all the time. But throughout the game, we have to interact with them, with her all the time. And as our interaction and friendship increases, we see that she actually starts to give importance to nature rather than consumption. And we have several characters like that. For example, we have Shane, who is very alcoholic, and he passes out throughout the game because of overdose. And later, as our friendship progresses, we see that interaction, the community experience, heal those people and give power to change the world. And for example, also, we have several festivals throughout the game, and these severals requires to, for example, foraging some bundle crops, like fruits or vegetables. And we see that in order to gather these fruits and vegetables, you have to give importance to nature, how affects the community, how makes us feel towards the community experience. Like we have like hundreds of evidences throughout the game, but since my time was very limited, I cut most of them. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, yes, you did. Thank you so much. I think I'm very much interested in this video game myself. So these people, they are then rejecting this corporate domination, aren't they?
Yes.
And actually they are becoming conservationists in a way.
Yes. For example, at the beginning of the game, you are instructed to mend everything. Like you have to mend community center, you have to mend a broken bridge. You have to get to know other people, their desires, their perspective towards nature. And without knowing that, you will not have an excellent gaming experience actually.
Thank you very much, Berfin.
Thank you too.
Okay, so thank you once again to all the panelists. Fine job.
Now we're starting our 6th session, and our chair will be Associate Professor Merve Sarıkaya Şen from Başkent University. So Merve, thank
Hello.
you for being with us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you
platform.
for this wonderful event. Yeah, it's lovely to see everyone over here. So in this session, we will have 3 speakers, and we will start with Zehra Sude Keçeli. Zehra Sude Keçeli is a second-year student at Ankara University in the Department of American Culture and Literature. She graduated from high school in 2021, and throughout her high school years, she attended more than 10 Moodle United Nations conferences in various departments, such as a delegate, chairwoman, and head of the press media. And she is an active participant in Ankara University Model Justice Court as the Associate Director of Logistic Department. And her interests are indie games and story development, cultural movements, and writing. Currently, Keçeli continues her undergraduate education and plans to pursue an academic career in American culture and literature. And today, the title of her presentation is Exploring Trauma Through the Lens of Omori, Narrative Analysis. Yes, Zehra Sude Keçeli, the screen is yours.
So firstly, I wanted to give you some insights about the game that I'm going to talk about. Omori is an RPG game based on a traumatic event that our protagonist goes through in the game. So his name is Omori and Sunny. There's like a split personality in the game. He deals with the death of his sister, which he caused, and framed it as a suicide with his friend. And throughout the game, your mission is to find Basil, which is the friend that helped him frame this suicide. And while you are searching for Basil, you encounter the truth of the game, which is the killing of his sister. So firstly, I want to talk about the white space. The white space is where you start the game. It's a very minimalistic and a surreal environment that is the direct, that represents the mind of Omori, and it actually a safe haven that is split from any triggers and whatnot. This is the place that you start the game, and throughout the game you come back to this place, and in moments that for you to leave and continue to game, you have to stab yourself, which is a direct representation of this character's idealization of suicide. So let's talk about the headspace. This is the place where Omori and Sunny, they're both the same people, build up in his head to deal with this trauma. It is a very wide space that consists of 5 places and very specific altercations based on the protagonist's psychological being. First, I wanted to talk to you about the regression part. The regression part is that the headspace is very a childlike environment, and again, a coping mechanism to deal with this trauma in a way that Sunny makes this whole world just to exist in this idealized version of reality to get away from the consequences that which is killing his sister. This state of mind actually, there's a place in psychology for this. The traumatized children are most likely to regress to an age that they didn't encounter this experience, and this is the representation of that in the game. As you can see, I have put some Polaroid photos from the game. The one on the left is from the Hacettepe, and the one on the right is from the real world in the game. You can see correlations between these pictures, but they are not quite the same, which gives us the implication that this world is not real, but an idealized version of the reality and the past. Also, there is this intrusiveness in this place, opposition to its childlike environment. We can see very dark elements throughout this game, such as the something in the game, which is a direct implication of the corpse of his sister. And we can see that the long legs in here telling that the dreamer was actually amongst them, which is before Sunny split into Omori to just cope with this grief. And I have a theory about this. As some of you may know, Jung's theory is that the person has a ego self and a shadow, which shadow is the darkest space of your being. And with the game's layout and this Headspace's layout, we can actually correlate it between these two, the shadow being the next space that I'm going to talk about, and the self being this dream world place, which is an idealized version of oneself and a consciousness. So there is the black space. Black space is a sub-consciousness of this character. This space has, I think, more than 10 rooms that exceeds it as you enter the rooms, and at one point you cannot leave the room again without stabbing yourself. And all of these rooms are a representation of Sunny's guilt, repression, this grief, and he escapes from this trauma with leaving any other triggers away from him. And the headspace that I was talking about is actually built up on this black space, and the intrusive thoughts that I mentioned is actually this black space slipping through the consciousness of Sunny. And there are some quotes that I believe is very relevant, especially Carl Jung's quotes about meeting oneself and the shadow. I'm sorry. The shadow, you cannot become one before facing your shadow and accepting it, that it exists within you, and you have to face it and give it sympathy to become a whole person, in a sense. And at the end of the game, you do this by the mechanic of actually fighting with yourself. These are some of the rooms in black space that represent Omori's feelings and guilt, which you can see there are some horror elements in there. And this is the something that I was talking about. This is the direct manifestation of the sister's corpse. And instead of looking at it as, oh, I killed my sister, this is so bad, what should I do? He repressed all of these into these weird monsters that he has to deal with in the head world to continue finding this friend, which is actually the key to all of this trauma and the guilt. There's like a shared bond between them through this trauma. This is the scene where I talked about meeting with your shadow. and actually fighting with it. In this game, the character Omori almost never that dies mechanically. It always never succumbs, and you have to fight this person more than 5 times until the game asks you, do you want to continue? Not retrying or reloading your save, but continue to fight with these emotions and with the skill and with the representation and embodiment of your trauma. And when you say yes, the game plays an amazing sound duet between his sister and Sunny, which is the cause of her death. And this is the ending scene where we see the friends and Sunny together, where he kind of admits to the things that he has done, which implies that he has won this battle with himself and become one with his shadow. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Zehra. We will now go on with our next speaker, Duygu. Deniz Saka. Deniz Saka is interested in expressing herself through text since her childhood. Therefore, she picked and studied English language and literature as her major at the Social Sciences University of Ankara. And right after her graduation in 2021, she continued to study within the same field for her Master of Arts degree at Ankara Hacı Bayram Veli University. Throughout her education and writing process in school, she always aimed to combine her interests with literature, mostly resulting in challenging both herself and the literature field to study things that are not white. Books that she usually studies include visual forms of text, Japanese mangas, and video games, alongside psychological or mythological subjects. As she is about to conclude her master's study, she is currently working on her thesis on showing graphic novels literary quality. And today the title of her talk is How Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice Presents Literary Qualities in Many Aspects. So yes, the screen is yours, Deniz.
Thank you so much. Let me first try. First of all, thank you for giving this opportunity to me to present here. As you can notice, I altered the title of my presentation a little bit. Even though Hellblade is very rich in many literary aspects due to the length of the presentations, I tried to focus on the environmental storytelling more. And it is also quite interesting how such different games have so much in common when we look at the previous presentation in terms of the depiction of psychology. I will start by talking about environmental storytelling a little. I think the name itself already suggests what is it about. It can be simplified as using the environmental surroundings, especially visually in video games, to narrate a story. Contrary to movies, when we just watch the thing, in video games, we are also able to interact with certain objects. Therefore, there are more tools that we can use for storytelling, and these can vary from puzzles and audiobooks. We already saw that in the presentations so far from day one and today. And it's also quite inevitable to separate symbolism and environmental storytelling from each other, because most of the time these tiny narration clues are given by certain symbolisms. So we can always think about them as one. Let's start by introducing the game a little bit. Hellblade is developed by the company Ninja Theory Limited, which is an indie company, and it was released in 2017. The game was nominated and eventually won many awards in many different categories. And on the screen, you can see our protagonist Senua on the left and the actress for Senua on the right. And here you can see how realistic the graphics of the game is. And the game takes place in Orkney Islands, which is zoomed in on the right. And Senua, our protagonist, and her nation are a Pict nation who lived in those islands around the 4th century. And the game is specifically focused on the 8th century, where the Viking invasion happened. And as for the characters of the game, we have Senua as our protagonist, who is the only physically present character in the game, in addition to the Northmen who represent the Vikings. All of the other characters are just visions and flashbacks in Senua's mind because she has psychosis, and that's the biggest point of the game. And that's the element used mainly for the environmental storytelling, which we'll be looking at soon. As the second character, we have Zinbel, Senua's father. He is a religious figure. We can call him a druid or a priest. And as a result, he's a trusted man by his community, but he usually abuses this power to influence others, and he's quite successful at that. Senua's mother, Galena, also suffers from psychosis, and due to this connection, Zinbel claims that both of them have a curse that he calls the darkness, and both of them can only be cleaned from this curse by those certain religious practices. Therefore, as well as causing the death of Galena, his wife, he also abuses Senua by keeping her away from the world and keeping her enclosed in a dark environment covered in runes, in claiming that she shouldn't be making contact with people at all. And as another character, we have Drut, who is Senua's only friend, who is also hinted to have a mental illness, even though it's not clear what it is. And he serves the narration element in the game as well, because he is the person who taught Senua about all of the mythological teachings about the Vikings. And during the game, Senua has Drut's voices and visions in her head, educating about those things. And lastly, we have Dillian, Senua's lover. He is the son of the chief of another village. And when they meet, he's the first person to see Senua outside of her mental illness. And that's the reason why Senua falls in love with him. And at this point, I should give 2 warnings. One being the fact that anything that I say after this point is going to be spoilers, so sorry about that. And the second, due to the psychosis and the war element of this game, the things that I show, even the character pictures, as you can see, are going to have elements of violence. And this is my small warning, just in case if you are sensitive about those subjects. And in addition to those characters, we have the narrator and the Furies. Those are our main elements of environmental storytelling, which we will talk in detail. I should give you a little bit summary of a plot to be able to make you understand the elements that I am mentioning. So as I said, it starts with the abuse that Senua goes through and how her psychosis is worsened by her father. Her father's ideas make Senua see the psychosis as a darkness. And after meeting Dillian, she thinks that her darkness is dangerous, so she should get rid of the darkness to be able to peacefully live with her lover. So she escapes to the wild. But when she returns back, the Viking invasion already happened. And she realizes that her own father, betrayed his people and led the Vikings to Dillian's village just because he was a piece of hope for Senua. And therefore they sacrificed Dillian to gods, to Hela in particular. And after this traumatic event, Senua believes that if she takes the skull of Dillian, which holds the soul of humans in their beliefs, to Hela, she can bargain with the goddess Hela and take Dillian back. So that's the whole goal of Senua throughout the game, even though there are little minor goals going out. And coming back to the narrator and the Furies, we have a main predominant voice in Senua's head from her psychosis, which is the narrator. It's a soft female voice, and it is such an interesting narrating device because usually in environmental storytelling, we don't have an audiobook like a format speaking to the story all the time. We usually have clues, as we saw previously. But in this game, they had such a clever use of psychosis and narration and combined them together. The narrator narrates the story of Senua throughout the whole game. She speaks both to Senua and also breaks the fourth wall and speaks to us. And it's the only voice and only character in that sense that can sense our presence in the game. And the Furies are the chaotic, confusing sounds in Senua's head. They are the negative side of her psychosis. But even though they are quite annoying, both for the Senua and for the player who experiences it, they are also sometimes quite helpful. We are going to see a little video in the next slide. Another aspect of environmental storytelling can be the dark road presented in the game. So as a part of her psychosis, Senua believes that every time she fails at something physically or gets damaged physically, a dark rod will grow on her hand through her head. And as when the dark rod reaches her head, she will die permanently. And at this part, you are going to see the narration and video, and you are going to hear the narrators and the Furies sound. Even the player is made to believe that this is the case, and they combine this element with the mechanics of the game and make the player believe that if you die because of the dark road, your whole game process will reset. And this is not actually true. This is like a placebo effect that they give. But if you don't make any outer research about the game, you actually believe it. And this is such a clever tool of making the reader respond to the psychosis as if it's their own. That's such a interesting tool to make you immersed in the experience. Let's see a tiny video just so that you will hear the narrator and how the psychosis is presented in the game.
A vision of what's to come. Poor Senua. The darkness does not bargain. It does not reason. It is wrought. And now it has taken hold. It will spread towards her head, the seat of the soul, until there is nothing left of her.
As you could see at this point, many tools of narration and environmental storytelling is used, from sound to visuals and how the rod is growing. And as the next point, I can state the lore stones, which is a quite common device of environmental storytelling in game, like the audiobooks, for example. Throughout the game, we have some lore stones, which actually fit the historical concept as well, because of the fact that many nations had like shrines and offerings for their gods. When you approach lore stones in this game, you start hearing the voice of truth as a part of Senua's psychosis, who usually educates us about the subjects. For example, here you see that he's talking about the god Surt, and she should seek that god to approach her goal. And similar to the lore stones, we have slide puzzles in the game. This is both a part of environmental storytelling and a part of portrayal of psychosis. You can see that Senua's head is full of the runes that her father was forcing on her. And you can see on the wooden log in the middle how much it represents the rune that she is seeing around. So throughout the whole game, this element is used to represent the fact that how much Senua is connecting her surroundings to what's going on in her mind. And as another point, we have symbolistic representations like the deities in the game. We have 4 major deities: Valravan, Surt, Fenrir, and Hela, but I will be focusing on Hela only. And as I mentioned before, Hela is the last goal in the game. Senua believes that once she defeats Hela, she can take Dillion back. But if you focus on the visual aspect of the character, you can actually see a symbolism about Senua as well, which we will discuss even more. And as Drut introduces Hela to Senua, we see another connection of how Hela is feared because of a bad reputation from both sides of the family, both being bad on mother's side and bad on father's side, and which can be the case for Senua as well. And on the right, we see Senua's quest summarized by Drut. And let's focus on the visuals as for now. If you look at the left part of Hela, the flesh part, you will see that runes are engraved on her skin, whereas the right part is burning, like half of it is charcoal and half of it is still barely burning, as you can see more clearly on this next slide. This can be interpreted in many ways, but in my opinion, the flesh part is the environment, the surroundings of Senua in her real physical life, like the father's teachings, all of the pressure that she has been through due to being discriminated by her people. Whereas the right side, the burning side, both represent the darkness, the charcoal kind of looking body part, the darkness or psychosis, and the fire can represent the Northmen, because they are usually in the game as seen by using fire a lot. Even their designs have lots of fire. And fire is also a tool that took almost everything that Senua loved, because when her father sacrifices her mother, Galena, he uses the method that is used on the witches, the burning of the witches. So this visual alone is such a great tool of giving so much detail in just one image, which can be seen as a great example of storytelling. And lastly, I want to show you again a visual from a video. At the ending of the game, when Senua faces Hela, we see a moment that Hela dominates Senua in terms of power, and Senua gets killed for a moment. She hits the ground, and Hela gets up and picks Dillion's skull, which is the element of her goal, as you can see in the picture. And up until this point, we believe that Senua just died. She failed. All of it was for nothing. But let's look at the very ending from a video.
Never forget what it is like to see the world as a child, Senua. Every autumn leaf is like a work of art. Every rolling cloud a moving picture. Every day a new story. We too emerge from this magic, like a wave from the ocean, only to return to the sea.
Okay, the narrating voice actually continues a little bit more after this, but this is actually the ending. And you can see here that nothing is specifically said about what happened, but you can get it from the visuals very clearly that Senua through this whole adventure, actually learn the fact that such thing like saving someone, bringing them back isn't possible. And it's just a false hope implied on her due to it being a trauma response. And she actually learns to accept this part of herself and the fact that she can live with it. Even though this is very tragic, this is her reality. And the fact that she can learn to live with this shows how strong she is. And also, let's look at Senua. You see how much blood is on her. Even this can be shown as an environmental storytelling, because at the beginning of the game, Senua is super clean, like no scars, no sweat. But at the end of the game, after like hours and days of trying on this goal, she is completely destroyed. She endured so much. And without implying any of these true words of narration, we can see all of the suffering that she has been through on her body as well. And with the switch from Hela to Senua, we saw how throughout the whole time, Hela actually represented Senua, and the fact that psychosis is a battle that she needs to deal with within herself. It's not something that she should get rid of in the first place and shouldn't be considered as a curse at all. So as a last remark, I want to highlight the whole aim of this conference, maybe, in a sense that why do we seek different mediums to tell a story? Why do we try to do this? And I think since everyone here is familiar with video games and know how good they are in terms of storytelling, we can say that new mediums, trying out new things to imply a story is not necessarily a bad thing. And actually, it's a quite innovative way of seeing things for the better. And this is kind of the aim of this game as well. By using mental health as a subject, it also suggests seeing those people normally, as well as seeing video games as a great tool of storytelling too. And these are my sources, in case you're interested. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Deniz. Now we will move on with our next and last speaker, Reka Tursök. Reka Tursök is a first-year MA student in British Studies at the University of Debrecen, Hungary. Her interests include the literary representations of violence, dystopias, queer studies, and narrativity in video games. Her BA thesis, entitled Strange Intimacy, Intersubjective Relations in Orwell's 1984, was runner-up at the 36th National Extracurricular Students Essay Competition in 2023. Currently, she is continuing her research under the auspices of the Hungarian New National Excellence Program and the Hungarian National Higher Education Scholarship. Today, the title of her talk is Beyond the Front Lines, Exploring Survival, Morality, and Narrative in This War of Mine. Yes, the screen is yours, Reka.
Thank you so much for the introduction. So I jumped right into it. This War of Mine is a 2014 survival strategy game that was developed and published by 11-bit Studios, a Polish indie game company. It offers a unique take and a new perspective on war simulation games. As the game's theme description states, in This War of Mine, you do not play as an elite soldier, rather a group of civilians trying to survive in a besieged city, struggling with lack of food, medicine, and the constant danger from snipers and hostile scavengers. The game provides an experience of war seen from an entirely new angle. My presentation shall be concerned with how, by fusing traditional survival gameplay mechanics, moral decision-making, and narrative flexibility, This War of Mine achieves the player's emotional investment, the key to educating the player. In what follows, I would like to discuss these aforementioned aspects, survival, moral decision-making, and narrative flexibility one by one. Reviewers have described the survival elements of This War of Mine variously as extremely unforgiving and grueling. This has to do with how, as Machine Maya writes about This War of Mine, Genre-wise, this game falls within the genre of humanitarian crisis video games, or the HCGs for short. Meyer points out how these games have gained traction due to how survival in the face of real-life disasters became increasingly foregrounded in discourse during the 2000s. As Meyer also notes, HCGs are characterized by what Mary Flanagan terms critical play, meaning that critical play is the central feature of games and gaming experiences that urge game developers and players to create or occupy play environments and activities that represent one or more questions about aspects of human life. Furthermore, the development team at the 11-bit studios started the production with strong traits of referentiality to the Siege of Sarajevo, while the released product stands as a supra-referential HCG, a strategy video game that takes place in a city, potentially any city, across the globe. This War of Mine was inspired by real-world events. However, as Meyer writes, the experience provided by the game is universal, in the sense that it aims to represent how any city might function at times of war. I would like to briefly discuss the main features of this War of Mine survival gameplay. In this game, the player is tasked with ensuring the survival of a small group of survivors in the besieged fictional city of Bogorem through the management of supplies, making trade a fundamental game mechanic. You can see a screenshot of what the character's house looks like on the right side of the screen. It should be noted that depending on which characters the player chooses, they might have an easier or a harder time with several gameplay elements, as each of the characters comes with a perk. For example, the character called Katia can make trade significantly more profitable, therefore it is worth having her in the group. Supplies can include food, materials needed to build items at the workshop, such as a rainwater collector, and also weapons. This last category is important because before the nighttime part of gameplay begins, the player has the option of choosing which of the characters they want to act as a sentry. Additionally, the player can also choose to send one character scavenging for the night, leading to more supplies for survival and trade. From a gameplay point of view, this is part of the nighttime gameplay where this is that part of the nighttime gameplay which the player has control over. So strategy-wise, it is a good idea to give the job of watching over the house to a character who is skilled at fighting. For example, Roman, whose perk is trade in combat. Raids do exist in the game and can result in a loss of supplies or end up with injuries. Finally, I would like to mention how the challenge of surviving winter adds an additional layer of difficulty. The player has to focus on adequately heating the house, and areas might not be available for scavenging due to the snow. The harshness of winter might differ in each playthrough, so in general, it is a worthwhile strategy to focus on saving up supplies. While the survival elements and the strategy involved in managing them form the framework of the game, moral decision-making is also a key feature. Weighing moral convictions with survival is what's at the heart of this War of Mine. Importantly, this War of Mine foregrounds the individual struggles during times of military conflict, also in terms of the psychological effects of decision-making in situations where one is faced with moral dilemmas. By morality, I mean what is used normatively to refer to a code of conduct that, given specified conditions, would be put forward by all rational persons. In the case of video games, morality has been present practically ever since video games have existed. As the game maker Liam Gibbons points out, all video games are about choice. Some are small, like selecting a weapon or sprinting rather than walking. Others, like moral choices, can alter the entire path a player takes through a game. I would like to argue that this is exactly how morality functions in this War of Mine. Additionally, in this War of Mine, morality too is related to the characters. Some characters, for example Katia, follow a strict moral code and will become depressed when forced to steal or kill. Others, such as Roman or Bruno, are much more lenient and are willing to use whatever means necessary to ensure their own and their group survival. In the gameplay of this war of mine, moral decision-making emerges when, due to the war situation, the player is at times forced to make difficult decisions. I would like to separate these into two major categories based on location. In the house, the player might have to decide which character to feed more. If a character's condition is so critical that it is obvious that they might not make the night, the player can choose to distribute their share of food to the other characters. The second category based on location is that of the sites that can be visited in the city. Each playthrough will have a random selection of locations available for scavenging. And on the slide, you can see the screen where you can choose which character to send scavenging during the nighttime. Examples of moral decision-making here include the option of scavenging the house of an old couple. People who, due to their age, are in a quite vulnerable position at times of war. Looting their house will most likely result in them slowly starving to death, with the player to blame for it. In contrast, looting the military outpost of the invading army does not pose such difficult moral questions. The army has, of course, access to a large amount of supplies, and the player might even feel it fair to strike back at the invaders by sneaking into their base. So a favorite strategy of many players is having Roman, who is trained in combat, or Erika, who is the best at sneaking, kill all the soldiers, and then return each night to the military outpost to bring the supplies back to the house. Kirsten Michelle Brown describes the trend of looking at video games as possible educational tools, also in a moral sense. Few studies have been done to research how pro-social video games affect social outcomes and behaviors of players, but those that have been conducted have contributed to identifying video games as possible education tools to improve one's morals and attitude. I would like to suggest that by placing the player in such situations, as I have previously mentioned, this war of mine has an awareness raising and a didactic function, which is inseparable from the player's emotional investment in the game. As one of the writers of Hyper magazine put it, not many games can claim to be edifying. I think this one can. It is important to mention that this war of mine has actually been used for educational purposes. In 2022, the Polish government added this war of mine to the school curriculum. The game, including a lesson plan, is available for free on the Polish government's website, and it's aimed to be used during ethics and social studies lessons. The last aspect that I would like to discuss is how the narrative is affected by the combination of the strategy involved in the survival side of gameplay and the at times difficult decisions that the player is forced to make. During the course of this war of mine, the player's task is to manage either one or both of these aspects. Writing for GameRant, Trevor Mackenzie characterizes the narrative as follows. There is no central story in this war of mine, except for there is a war in Pagoran. What makes this war of mine storytelling excel is its hands-off approach. Everything players learn about a character and the events of the war is entirely driven by their own decisions. Every person players encounter in the game is grappling with the war in their own way, and how players experience that reality is up to them. What might explain the game's hands-off approach is how, as previously mentioned, there is some degree of randomization involved in how the narrative plays out. The characters need to be unlocked while playing the game more than once, so multiple playthroughs are required to see all that this war of mine has to offer, even without purchasing the DLCs. When someone plays the game for the first time, only Bruno, Pavle, and Marco, or Bruno, Katya, and Pavle are available. Later, the player can choose from 12 scenarios, each consisting of a different three-membered group, and the randomly charactered fourth character will visit the house and offer to join the group, which the player can either accept or decline. This randomization is also true for the locations. The player might decide that they would like to use the military outpost strategy that I mentioned earlier, However, it is possible that this location might not be available during that particular playthrough. While the randomization of the characters and the locations forms the framework of the narrative, it is the player themselves who controls the interplay of these elements. In his examination of moral choice in video games, Daniel M. Schaefer writes the following. There is evidence that gamers have real emotional responses to video game characters, treating them as social beings. In this war of mine, depending on how the player manages the characters, they may end up surviving, running away, dying from their wounds, or committing suicide due to depression. The power of this war of mine's narrative lies in how the player can feel emotionally attached to the characters. Despite its two-dimensional, side-scrolling mechanics, there is a lot of depth to the game's depiction of the suffering of the characters. Moreover, within a certain playthrough, the player might decide to visit the same few locations every time or explore the entire map. The sequence of these visits results in a different narrative, a different story being told every time the game is played. Combined with the moral decision-making involved, this War of Mine is a game that offers a flexible, non-linear narrative with high replayability. In conclusion, I would like to say the following. By focusing on the civilian experience during war, rather than the traditional soldier-centric perspective that is prevalent in war simulation games, this War of Mine offers a new perspective. The experience of stress and trauma becomes apparent through changes in the character's behavior, elements which not only contribute to a more immersive and emotionally resonant gameplay experience, but also have a didactic function, as they encourage players to consider the moral implications of their real-life actions. Thus, the player's agency is utilized to create dynamic narratives, which unfold through nonlinear storytelling, at the same time contributing to the game's replayability, as player decisions directly impact the game's outcome. And I would like to thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much, Reka. So this has been a quite fruitful session, I guess. Yes, Ahmet Tuğrul Çüngür.
I had a question for Zehra.
Yes.
Firstly, what do you think about hikikomori culture and its representation in the game? Secondly, as far as I know, Omori is a different kind of game, has different kind of gameplay power system. Do you have any thoughts on this?
So the game's mechanic is that you actually work through emotions, and you can manipulate the emotions of the enemies and your team. If I remember, happy beats angry, angry beats sad, and sad beats happy. I'm not so sure. I don't remember it very, very well. But actually, I think this also points out that this idealized version can be manipulated through Omori's mind, and he has the full control over everything. I think that actually points out to that. And about the hikikomori culture, actually, I think the name comes from that, the name of Omori, and there is two routes in the game. I didn't mention the one being the true route and the one being the hikikomori route, where you never leave your house and you just do chores and you never get to accept the truth of your sister, and then you just become omori and a hikikomori for the rest of your life. The culture really impacted the game, if I'm correct, and if I know correctly as well, Omocat, the producer of the game, actually become a hikikomori for like 3 years to just finish the game.
Thank you.
Any more questions for our speakers?
Well, I got a question for Reka for this War of Mine, and I played that game for like 100 hours, and I'm really into it. I really like it, and but I've got a question for that. You know, there are some correct characters that has some, strong psychological, mentality, whereas there are some others with low, potentially getting sad all the time, whatever you do. For example, I think personally, I'm mentally strong person, but whenever I have to make a decision, like sometimes I just had to, get supplies from other people, meaning that I have to steal from them, and this is for essential for my survival. But in my daily life, I wouldn't do that for whatever reason. Like if I have to die, I will just say, okay, I'm gonna die, and I don't want to steal anything from them. But when it comes to the game, I can make such decision like stealing from the others, because I basically know that it will have no consequences, because they are really just a character, nothing more than a character. So it affects my decision making in a way that I wouldn't do it in real life. Like you probably heard of the term of take quick saving just before you do something in games. Like most prominent example for this, I could say probably Elder Scrolls. Whenever there's a character you don't like, you just press F5 and get a quick save. Then you just do whatever you want to do that guy and see the consequences. Then you go back to your old save and proceed with caution. So can we really rely on the decision? Can we really rely on the consequences of such choices and make deductions about it?
Thank you so much. Well, I absolutely agree with you that this war of mine places us in situations where we have freedom of choice to, for example, as you mentioned, steal, but we would never do this in real life. And I think this can be attributed to how we are in general, like at a distance from what we do in games. As for the decisions having consequences, what I had in mind was, for example, when Katya, one of the less like, well, I wouldn't say like less resilient because she's quite strong, but I think that she's one of the characters who is like best affected by, for example, stealing. And then she comes home saying that how will this old couple survive, or something like this. This can happen in game. And well, we don't really see the consequences like in a direct way, but I think that there still remains some kind of like residue of what's been done. And when Katya is wondering about whether what she did was like ethical, moral, the player themselves has like a tiny feeling of guilt, hopefully. So I think that I agree with you that the consequences don't really play out like within the game world, but it can definitely affect us as players and will make us think about our own lives. Yes, thank you, and I'm glad to hear that you also really enjoy this war of mine.
Yes, thank you very much. Any more questions to our speakers? Yes, Ahmet, Tuğrul.
I had question for Deniz on Hellblade.
Yes, Deniz.
As far as I remember or observed, it has really slow gameplay system or war mechanics. How this contribute to atmosphere of the game? Can you comment on this a little?
Of course, thank you for your question. I think that's a good aspect that you just pointed out, both as a contribution to the game as mechanics and as my subject, environmental storytelling. In the game, especially the fighting mechanics, you see a repetitive pattern. And I saw on the internet that some people even complained about the game fighting mechanics being a little boring because of it. But I think the point that people are missing when saying that negative aspect is that it is designed with the storytelling in mind, because in those fighting scenes, you see that Senua is kind of dominating the fight because she's also represented as a very good warrior in the game. But still you don't get the feeling that you will succeed no matter what. Because in most games, we see our hero as the most powerful character and they never die, they never take a hit. And even if they do that, they can always heal back. But in Hellblade, when you take a hit in the game, you physically feel it even behind the screen. It feels so real on the character. And even during a single fight, when Senua is hit, her performance gets worse throughout the whole fight. And I think that's a very important point for the contribution of the storytelling. I think that's it about this point.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Onur, maybe last question. Onur Karakaya.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much for these wonderful presentations. I had also a question for Deniz. Do you also find that Hellblade is a very interesting game in the sense that there are like a lot of collaborations involved, like people who actually had experienced psychosis, they sort of chime in and they're part of that creative process. So can you talk a little bit about like this collaboration specifically on psychosis and mental illness? I think the second game is coming up, so it's relevant that you maybe speak a little bit about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Yes, they definitely collaborated with people who have psychosis. They didn't just create it by using stereotypes or just using books. There was a document about it. I can only give examples from that. As far as I remember, they created certain prototypes, demos, to present to people with psychosis first. They showed them, they even made them play this portion. And the feedback that they got at first was the fact that it's too soft. And many people with psychosis suggested that they should make it even harsher in terms of how real it feels for them. And they realized that even though many people today might not be in such a violent setting that Senua was in, they still have lots of negative visuals or sounds dominating their thoughts. Therefore, they wanted to see that in the game. And the feedback overall was quite positive from them. I think that's an important point because when you present such sensitive topics, sometimes people might think that this might be worse for those people. But the feedback that they give was mostly appreciation for the fact that such medium that is super popular, like video games, was being used to raise awareness about the subject. And for the fact that Hellblade's whole aim is to make the reader respond to psychosis as if it's their own. So I can say that it's a probably good representation of it from their perspective as well.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the Gender Bias and Incels section of video games conference. And I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very excited to introduce the first speaker, our first speaker, İlayda Acar, who began her work at Haliç University. But now she has been a student in Hacettepe University after a break that she has taken, and during which time she worked as a translator and as an account payable in a global company for 4 years. And she returned to her studies in 2022. And she is currently a sophomore at Hacettepe University. The title of her presentation is White Anglo-Saxon Paroxysm in Online Gaming, Increasing Numbers of Incels in Online Games. The floor is yours.
I want to thank you all for giving this chance for me to participate in this conference as a both speaker and a listener. Okay, firstly, I would like to give a brief historical information and a brief description about incels before starting my discussion. Internet introduced many different online communities to our lives since 1960s, and gaming community is one of them. Later, these communities, including online gaming, paved the way to the emergence of their own subcultures that are embraced by many different groups of people. And involuntary celibates, also known as incels, are one of the most rapidly growing subgroups since the 19th. And it will not be a mistake to say that they are dominating the online communities and online games since then. And I would like to discuss two topics in my presentation. First one is I will try to evaluate online games as a channel for incels to bring out their suppressed anger. And the second topic that I would like to discuss is the role of the online games as a triggering factor for incels to bring out their extremist acts of violence. So, who are incels? The term incel was first used by a Canadian blog writer named Alana in 1997 when she created a personal website to write down her own experiences. But then this website turned into a meeting point for some lonely men who are incapable of establishing some romantic or sexual interactions with women. Incels abstain from person-to-person interactions and they prefer to be active online because they feel, in quotation marks, undesirable and excluded from engagement in romantic or sexual relations. Although this movement first started as a strong protest against feminism, it then later escalated into more comprehensive hatred towards other groups, like other genders, other people from different religions or regions, and even also other heterosexual men whom the incels named as chads. Incels are mainly consist of white heterosexual men, as Speckert and her friends studied that they found out that almost all incels are male and they mostly identify themselves as heterosexuals. And many incels live in North America and Western Europe. Therefore, I wanted to coin this movement as the new white Anglo-Saxon paroxysm because they are mostly males from North America or Western Europe, heterosexual men actually. And it can be concluded that their low self-esteem about their masculinity, lack of romantic and or sexual interactions, and inability to express themselves in a healthy way is intensified as a kind of hatred towards the whole society. And as I said before, it includes other heterosexual men too. I would like to talk about several reasons why incels prefers to be active specifically in online games. First one is many online games, and especially multiplayer online games, MMOs, in other words, are free to download or they can be easily accessed with an affordable price. Secondly, online games make it possible for incels to stay anonymous and give chance for incels to connect with other people from all around the world without have to be involved in person-to-person interactions. In the same study that Speckert and her friends conducted in 2021, they found that incels, in quotation marks, are largely from middle class and from working class. Therefore, affordable or free online games and or MMOs again, which does not necessitate players to pay to win, is like an attraction point for incels. Besides the economical reasons, we have the other side of the coin, which is the psychological reasons that pulls incels to online game. Lore of the games and actions in them are like a refugee from the stress of the outside world. And when you consider that many of the incels mostly feel abandoned or forsaken by their families, friends, women, and whole society in general, we can say that online games play a crucial role as a safe zone for these people with their virtual world that enables incels to be another person that they admire. But unfortunately, the more incels get involved in this gaming experience, more they lose connection and interaction with the outside world. And constantly staying indoors leads to mental and physical deterioration, and eventually incels end up with severe low esteem, high anxiety, and alienation from the outside world. And these easily accessible games and chat boxes in those games, or chat groups that are related to those games in other platforms like Reddit or Discord channels, also enables incels to get in contact with other incels or other people who share their ideas. And also they can easily access the people they despise, we can say, like chats or women, only with a proper internet connection. And lastly, anonymity provided by the online games give incels a freedom that they unfortunately could not achieve in their daily lives. As they see themselves, in quotation marks again, ugly and genetic trash who are dominated or mugged by other men and rejected by women, they prefer to stay anonymous in the online communities. Therefore, this anonymity enables them to create and embrace an ideal persona in the online games. By this means, they can easily mask their own identity and surface their hatred towards society without being punished. And this inevitably results in the extreme toxicity in the online games through the chat boxes of those games. And I would like to share my own experiences with those toxic players from two different games, which I used to play a lot. First one is League of Legends. I wanted to choose League of Legends because it is still one of the most played game throughout the world. I believe that it is the third most played online game throughout the world in 2024. And each League of Legends is basically a multiplayer online battle arena game, MOBA in short, which consists of 10 players that are divided into two rival parties. The problem here is that if your username or the character you choose to play suggests that you are a woman or you are playing from a region different than North America or Western Europe, the other players, including your own teammates, starts to harass you through the chat box, or they deliberately cause you to lose the game. And before moving to the next slide, I want to warn you in advance and apologize in advance because it contains some offensive language. I try to cut off and black out the most offensive parts, but I still have to show you the level of the toxicity in the chat boxes in the game. Here you can see a brief example from the League of Legends. Players harass you actually for no reason, no solid reason, and as I said before, they cause you to lose the game. Then the other game that I would like to talk about is Hearthstone, which is completely different game from completely different genre. Hearthstone is basically a card game, which their characters are based on the lore of Warcraft series, in which the players create their decks consisting of 30 cards, and players develop some strategies and make some combinations to win the game. And unlike the first game that I gave as an example, the game prevents players to use the chat box unless they are friends. The game only enables players to interact through the predefined and limited emotes of the characters, as you can see here. And these emotes like only well played, welcome, or goodbye. But again, if your name suggests that you're a woman, and especially if your opponent loses the game or is about to lose the game, they start to spam these emotes one after another, and this eventually causes your game to get bugged, and you have to close your game before finishing it, and it results in you to lose points or even lose your rank. What I try to say here is that in both games, they just don't care if they lose the game. They just want to prevent you from enjoying your game. And also, for many toxic players, that preventing you to finish your game is not enough, because they add you as a friend right after the game just to verbally harass you. And I would like to warn you and apologize again for the offensive language in the next slides. I will show you briefly. They add you as friends, instantly harass you, then instantly block you without waiting for your reply, actually. These are some examples. And I would like to also talk about the other toxicity and violence that are escalated into the outside world, outside of the games. And I would like to talk about two most well-known attacks that were carried out by incels. First one is Elliot Rogers' case. I'm sorry, who on the evening of 23rd of May in 2014 conducted a killing spree aiming to punish women for his involuntary celibacy, ending up with the death of 6 people, the injury of 14, and his own suicide. And before he conducted his attack, he posted a video on YouTube titled Elliot Rogers Retribution, and he also posted an autobiography titled My Twisted World, The Story of Elliot Rogers. And I picked some quotations from his autobiography to demonstrate you his suppressed anger towards people and other men, and his also his relationship with the online games. First one is about his father, is his own father. He says that father finding a new girlfriend in such a short amount of time baffled me. I was completely taken aback. Then he talks about his gaming experience. He wrote that all I wanted was to go back home and play World of Warcraft. Because I didn't care about having a social life at the point, all I wanted to do was hide away from the cruel world by playing my online games. And then he also adds that after school, every day, I fully indulge myself in my addiction to World of Warcraft. My only social interaction was with my online friends and with James, who would occasionally come over to my house to play World of Warcraft with me. And the other well-known attack is Columbine High School massacre, as we all know. This attack was carried out again by two teenagers named Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold on, I'm sorry, 20th April in 1999. They were fanatic I'm sorry, they were fanatic Doom players, and one of their fellow friends from Columbine High School stated that they actually used the game as a training field for the attack, before the attack, and they also ended up killing 13 people, wounding more than 20 people, and then eventually committing suicide like Elliot did. Lastly, I want to say that games can really be a refuge that can ease the burdens of the real world. However, being exposed to violence in games can be a triggering factor for incels to fuel up their anger. As a clinical psychologist, Giancarlo suggests, for people who were a little angry, watching those things provided a needed release, like a catharsis, which we all need at some point of our lives. But for people who were very angry, watching violence increased their anger and helped them vent their energy negatively. Therefore, we can easily observe that video games have some violence-provoking effects on incels, as she adds that the effect was more pronounced when the observed aggression was rewarded, as happens in a video game. So to conclude my presentation, I wanted to say I absolutely did not intend to address all hardcore gamers as incels, or just blame incels for who they become or who they are, because I believe that after all, they are also the victims of the false and high expectancies of the society. But this still does not change the fact that they cause extreme toxicity in the online games, and also their online masculine solidarity provokes them to take revenge on the society that was once turned their back on them. Thank you for listening me. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Ilayda. That was very illuminating and scary at the same time. Thank you very much. We'll take the questions at the end. Our next speaker is Nadine Angel Mazmanlıoğlu, and she's a third-year student in the American Culture and Literature Department at Haliç University. And she participated in many Model United Nations conferences in her high school years and was the president of the MUN Club. In her second year at university, she volunteered as the secretary and the board member of the Erasmus Club for a year, played an important role in the management of the incoming exchange students and their orientation activities. She's passionate about feminist literature, postmodern literature, American theater, and has been a research and technology enthusiast since childhood. And today she's going to talk about gender stereotypes, sexism, and the portrayal of women in video games. The floor is yours, Nadine.
Thank you. I'll be sharing my presentation now. Firstly, I would like to thank Hacettepe University for granting me this opportunity. I will be talking about the gender stereotypes, sexism, and the portrayal of women in video gaming. I would like to express why I chose this topic, because there are so many different opinions about both female, male characters relating to the gaming industry, and the study of the gender studies itself is something that I've been interested in since my first year of studies. And it's a very sensitive topic of study and something to talk about. I will be examining 3 types of stereotypical approaches to female characters in the gaming industry. Of course, they're not restricted to those 3. There can be many interpreted. The first one is the woman as the damsel in distress. The second one will be the minor characters' companions. And the third one will be the even temptress and femme fatale. I will be also explaining why I found those 3 as important as they are. So in those 3 and in many, they're either usually being over-sexualized, scantily dressed, and are being the center of attention, a prize to win over. I will give an example from this picture on the right top from GTA 5 as an example of scantily, badly, openly dressed and being the center of attention, even though that character has never featured in the GTA 5 series before. she's been portrayed in many of the gaming posters, and the picture of her have been very controversial in the gaming community. If she's not portrayed in the game, why she was the head of the GTA 5 posters and why she was wearing like that. Her top is like that, and her bottom was also with her bikini. Or they're rarely noticeable and secondary, victimized and fragile. I will give examples from the games that I played. So I'm not generalizing that all characters or female characters are stereotypical approach, sexually dressed and over-sexualized, etc. The damsel in distress trope. Damsel means young lady in distress in a bad situation that is in need of a rescue. An archetype and a plot structure in which a helpless young lady is placed in an anxious situation and peril in need of a masculine rescue. It is believed the traces going back to ancient Greek. Perseus is saving Andromeda. In our example, becomes the damsel, unfortunately, chained on a rock as a human sacrifice by a sea monster. Perseus heroically fights against the beast, rescues Andromeda, and claims her as his wife. The reason I found those tropes as interesting as it is, because it's an old trope, an old example of female stereotypical approaches. The first time that the gaming industry sees the damsel in distress is 1981 with the name game Honky Kong, this one on the below the picture. So I gave this as an example because it's old and it could be important with the development of female characters and how we're going to study the roles and how it got shaped throughout history. This trope in this trope, captured women are incapacitated, weak, dependent, and need to be saved by a hyper-masculine hero. It doesn't have to be hyper-masculine in some cases, but this depicts women as weak, incapacitated, and dependent, and gives the men the role that they are responsible for the female, which is also a bad thing in my opinion, and they need to save her. If we approach this trope in a binary sense, it creates the subject and the object binary. Subject, the person does the saving. Object, that the person needs to be saved. A prize to win, a goal to be achieved, or a treasure to be found, so they become objectified. The center, the subject of the narrative, and the other. So disempowerment for the empowerment of the male character. In those binary situations, if we empower the one side, we automatically have to disempower the other side. So in this case, we need the disempowerment of the female characters in order to empower the male characters. So those stereotypical characters can be seen in Super Mario series, in Peach. The character choice of Peach is also extremely controversial. One side saying that, yes, she's a damsel in distress. One side saying that she's a really amazing, good representation of female character. The second Legend of Zelda franchise, Zelda herself. 3, BioShock Infinite. 4, Resident Evil, Assassin's Creed, Donkey Kong, and Watch Dogs. Of course, nowadays it just doesn't, the gaming plots doesn't revolve around the topic that the male character has to save the female. But it's also, we can see the hints, we can see the traces in games. This shows that captured women are incapacitated, weak, dependent, objectified, the other disempowered, and a threat. By giving women these attributes, we also gave men the opposites. We connect brutality, power, murder, lack of emotion, and control with manliness, and those one intentionally or unintentionally with women. So we create those social constructs. Attracting more than 3 billion people, multidisciplinary gaming industry and its narration serves as a successful tool to spread biased opinions about traditional gender roles, those constructs, and the perception of gender stereotypes. The third way of feminism also tries to deconstruct those constructs. That's why I found those tropes as an important one. The second one is the minor characters, sidekicks. Being a sidekick in gaming is a situation in which a character helps the other one that has the more authority. It's not, of course, necessarily a bad thing. They have more power, the minor female characters, They have more power than the damsel in distress, but still they are the less important in the examples that I'm going to give. And they're still in a vulnerable situation, even though they are the helping hand. So the last sentence is the imbalance between male sidekicks and female protagonists versus the opposite is obvious. We always see male protagonists, male main characters, and the helping ones being female. We don't see much of a female character being the center of attention and the male helping hand. So some of the female sidekicks are unfortunately illogically overly sexualized. On the picture on the right, we can talk about it in like a marketing strategy. Gaining attraction to the game can be done by adding a sportive character and making it more appealing to gain sexual attention. Like on the right, Quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5. The clothing choice of Quiet has been controversial, although obviously it's not even practical and reasonable. The actor of Quiet got into an argument with the game developers saying that yes, she's wearing like that because she's a fighter, it's practical, it's easy to wear like that, but the opposite side saying that no, she's wearing like this because she has to be over-sexualized, etc. This situation also arises with the Lara Croft with Tomb Raider. Some parts saying that Lara Croft is objectified, sex symbol meant for the male gaze. The other side saying that no, she's the ideal representation. She's going to be the figure that's going to demolish those stereotypical approaches. In the game Spider-Man 2 that I played, the side stealth missions of MJ is also controversial. Some believe that MJ missions are undeveloped. They are boring and annoying. The others say that it's a waste of valuable game time and insulting women by saying they're insecure, have inflated egos, and do not accept men's help. MJ kind of demolishes this construct because our main character, the Spider-Man, is in need of a rescue and MJ helps him. But I know Reddit is not the reliable source to comment on, but there are so many insults about why MJ is helping, why Spider-Man, a male figure, needs a female rescue, etc. But they're insulting MJ, saying that Spider-Man doesn't need help, saying that women overall are insecure, have inflated egos, why she's helping, she doesn't have to, why she's not accepting Spider-Man's help and all. So this situation also creates a controversy within the gaming society. And some parts believing that they're just added MJ missions just the sake of adding a female character to the game. As of 2024, the United States holds its status as the leading producer in the gaming industry, and there's only about 4% difference between male and female characters, although it differs from game to game and area from area. But the point is the difference is even smaller than we expect. But that does not change the fact that female characters, and they do not have enough dialogues or roles to perform. A research shows that the male characters spoke twice more than the average woman and have a more limited range of things to say. The researcher links this with two different things. One saying that yes, they are less female characters, that's because they don't speak enough. And the other one saying that yes, there are female characters, but they do not speak enough. Or, I mean, the opposite, they're not there. Just because they're not there, they don't exist and they don't speak. So it's still evident that seeing a woman leading a game is still rare. The male protagonists are still the major protagonists when we look at the gaming industry, but it's changing. We now are having two options, both male and female. And for example, in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, we see Cassandra, an amazing woman character. So the society is changing, the roles are also changing. The game industry itself is also changing. We're seeing more female characters that are leading. The third trope is even tempest femme fatale. This depicts fatal woman as irresistible and attractive, but this also villainizes woman. This villainized stereotypical female character who tries to achieve her purpose by using her charm and sexuality, lures men to their destruction. So they use their femaleness in order to trap men. I mean, this is the stereotypical approach when we criticize the characters, why they're made like that. The history of blaming, outcasting, and villainizing women goes all back to 1690s Salem witch trials in Salem, Massachusetts. They link it with this, so they also link it with Adam and Eve being blamed for all the sins of humanity. So in Salem witch trials, everyone, mostly women, believed to be affiliated with witchcraft, were executed without tangible evidence. So this approach depicts women as dangerous, seductive monsters, as grotesque attributes, as if they're tied to their gender, which is the tricky part. This situation creates misogynistic ideas about women, and those characters are also extremely sexualized. I'm extremely sorry for the pictures that I use in my presentation. They can be disturbing. Monster and the seductress, it creates the idea of the monster and the seductress. It blends sexuality and gender with grotesque, tries to imply that female sexuality is inherently itself deceptive and threatening. So evil tied to gender, I will continue with that again. We also see male monsters in video games, but most of the time their attributes are not associated with their gender and sexuality. In this evil tempest femme fatale, they're doing that act because they're portrayed that they're doing that act because they're women. The storytelling wants us to believe that they're doing that because they're female. The female monster, I will give an example for my second thing. The female monster, a powerful and a dominant figure, is defeated by the male. The male protagonist, in this situation, the female monster becomes the powerful in some cases and the dominant figure, but the male protagonist defeats the monster and reinserts his lost dominance and control. I'm so sorry again for the pictures that I used. When I was doing my research, I saw Castlevania Lords of Shadow. It has sequels. In first sequel, the antagonist female, cruel and ruthless vampire Carmilla, tries to seduce Dracula, who has come to comfort her. So women in gaming, for example, in Castlevania Lords of Shadow, they seduce men they're portrayed that they need to seduce men for some reason to the other one to do what they want to do. When she gets rejected, she reveals her true form and intentions. It's portrayed that female itself is evidently evil and hides something within itself, but when they get rejected, they reveal her true form and intention. In Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2, they also get in a fight with the protagonist. But the problem with that is the protagonist stabs her through the chest, the picture on the top, and then the camera zooms to her breasts one time and again for the second time, and the protagonist grabs her, throws her away, and then grabs his knife, throws it at her mouth like this. So he kills her and then for some reason impales her through the mouth, which is a very, very extremely disturbing image. Oh, my second example would be Red Dead Redemption, that's set in, I think it was the American West, and our protagonist was Arthur. Arthur was a cowboy. When Arthur is hanging through the town, a woman approaches her, and we also, when we see her appearance, her clothing, lack of clothing actually, and her chest. And we then learn that her name is the killer prostitute that seduces several men into sleeping with her and then murders her, begs the protagonist to dispose the man's body. And then if we choose that there are many different choices and different endings. If we choose to dispose the body, Arthur encounters her for the second time. And when this time Arthur refuses to help her, she automatically attacks Arthur and tries to kill Arthur. So we have the choice to grab her and report her to the sheriffs. And then we learn that she's a prostitute, working as a prostitute, and why she's being made to work as a prostitute is another discussion. But yes, she's a serial killer, but by making her seducing men and by making her the killer prostitute, for example, why she's not the killer bartender, why she's not the killer teacher, why she's not the killer blacksmith, she's the killer prostitute. This act makes the killing linked to her sexuality and gender and gives us the message that female sexuality itself is inherently making her to do those. Those are my references. I'm not implying that all female characters are sexualizing and portrayed as inherently evil and are bad psychics. There are also many amazing examples. But those were the games that I played, and those were the characters that I found interesting. So I thank everyone for listening.
Thank you very much, Nadine. That was very interesting, and I mean, both of your papers, Elida's and your papers, told us so much about misogyny and the hatred of women reflected to video games. I'm sure quite a few of us would love to have ask you some questions.
I got a question for Elida. I work as an administrator in a esports company, and I'm administrator, and we got a female Valorant team, and we always get to in contact with female players in esports scene, and what you presented has very interesting sides, and I, as an administrator, want to ask you that how we can help the female counterparts to feel more safe or better in such community, because esports community is one of the most toxic and communities that in gaming industry has ever seen, I think, and that would help me to be a better company, be a better esports club for such players.
Thank you for your question. And I think that the only solution is to solve those people, I mean, incels or toxic players, is to help them actually, because it is known that which games are most preferred by those players. Actually, there are most of online surveys in some gaming forums. And maybe I think that some gaming companies can conduct some professional research about, and you're right, esports is more dominated by those people. I think that preventing those players, those toxic players, from playing these games is not a solution, but helping them in a way may be the solution for the female players also, I think, because if we cannot help those people, we have two solutions left. First one is female gamers to hide their identity, hide their gender, and the other solution is to ban those toxic players. But as you know, that it's not a real solution. Maybe we can work on the solutions on helping those people. Maybe gaming companies can insert some subtle messages to direct those people to get professional help. Actually, I don't know what can be done, But I believe that the only solution is to help those people and make them feel that they are not lonely, I believe.
Well, that's a one way to answer, but I think that when you want to help those such people, you cannot do yourself because you have to, work together to help someone. Like we have to be in the same page to interact with each other, but it's usually hard way to do it because they just don't want to comply with. So and I mainly talk about how we can help female counterparts, like because we have to, share match day posters on Twitter, Instagram, and such media platforms, and we don't really have to use them, but we use their photographs that taken with their, uniforms, and we declare that our female team, this Valorant team or whatever you call, is going to have a match today, and we just declare it. And next thing you see is that you get, such responses like, why do we watch such, match? Why do you have a such team? And so on. This affects my players' psychology. Like I have to, support them in a way that they compete at their full potential. So I cannot, well, I can, block such people from media platforms, but they're probably going to encounter in their daily life because, they usually play games and they usually see such attitude towards themselves. But I think if I cannot prevent it from happening, because I mean, helping those such incels to, be a human being, I have to help my female players so that they feel more better than, feeling in a such way. That was my main concern about it.
Yeah, I understand your concern, but the only solution that comes to my mind is the only only possible solution that comes to my mind is to block these players to instantly protect the female players. But in the long term, I believe that it does not provide a real solution because, as you said, that you can block their profile, but they can create another one instantly and try to continue to harass the female players. But the only solution that comes to my mind, as I said, just to maybe you can create a team that are searching for those toxic players or incels that are constantly harassing female players and just constantly block them. The only solution that comes to my mind is this. Actually, I'm not sure how this problem can be solved completely because, as you said, it's quite complex, and yes, they probably will not accept some professional help, which will prevent us to help them. You're right at that point. So I'm sorry I couldn't give you an
Well, I think you helped me in a way. I think that what they just, do in a bigger picture is just toxicity because, even I sometimes get angry and, sometimes I feel more aggressive than ever, or I just, sometimes be toxic, whether directly or indirectly. It's just the nature of a competitive soul. But what makes them incel is that, there's no reason for them to be, toxic, but they just, do it because their teammates or the opponent is just female.
Yeah,
So
you're right.
To completely solve this, we first need to, understand that what we do is just toxic. Like we have to prevent us being toxic, but it's just so hard for companies to do because you cannot just check everyone with you know, we cannot just check everyone what they just say, write, do, because it's just so much. It's just hard, like for
Yeah,
companies
you're
to do.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And when you consider the player numbers, huge, especially the esports has huge numbers of players. But I know that some other social platforms created some teams just for filtering the comments or the profiles, and just constantly block them. Maybe I don't have so much information about the internet side or IT side, but maybe you can block their IPs to prevent to participate in the gaming experience. It's too much technical for me. I'm sorry.
Thank you for your response.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Any one more question maybe we can take? Short question and short answer. Okay, is that the same game series includes a male rapist? Is that right? Okay, this is for Nadine, I suppose, right?
I think the same game series includes a male rapist character, which is evil due to his sexuality, which is something that I also criticize about. I don't just criticize female characters being linked with their sexuality. I also criticize the things that are imposed with genders. So I'm not just ignoring the fact that I was doing my research on female characters. If I were doing it on male characters, I would have included it. So I'm criticizing the both sides, not just about the female characters and ignoring the males. I think that will be my answer.
Thank you. Okay, I think there's a problem with Müberra and her microphone maybe, but I would like to ask you one more question, Nadine. If it was very interesting in your talk also that there was a division of the female characters. You know, you gave us 3 different classifications. That itself is very disturbing. You know, that division, either, you know, women either as the saintly mothers on the one hand, or prostitutes on the other. So that division in itself is, I think, very harmful. Would you like to say a couple of things about this?
Yes, I'm aware that it's extremely harmful, but there are so many references on there are so many researches on that topics and on those divisions. I didn't unfortunately create them on myself. They were the discussions.
Of course, no, I'm not. Certainly, I'm not. I'm not criticizing you. It shows something. If it shows how the subconscious mind of patriarchy works, and you see it also in the video games.
Yes, I mean, that's why I had to include it to my presentation, and that's something I also criticize about. Nothing about it is okay.
Thank you. I have a message in the chat box from Müberra. I was going to ask that instead of MJ in Spider-Man 2, they replaced her with someone else with spider powers like Gwen. Do you think the same criticism would be made by the player?
Gwen is more like than MJ in Spider-Man series. I mean, the second MJ and the first MJ that are played with 2 different characters in the movies also. Gwen is more liked, so maybe it wouldn't have been the case. Maybe they wouldn't be reacting as same as they did with MJ, but the comments are insulting her sexuality, and in itself, I really don't know if they would do the same comments on Gwen, but they're just doing the sake of insulting femaleness. And why would a male character in need of a female rescue? Why would Spider-Man need the help? Why she's not just, I'm so sorry, minding her own business? She was boring, etc. maybe yes and maybe not. And some part of the gamers, I think, would have still, because they have some things, they have some issues with femaleness itself that I cannot describe. But also in a different interpretation, maybe not, because they love Gwen more. That would be my answer.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank both of our speakers. They were both, I mean, I'm not a video games person, and that is giving me a lot of insight into something that I have no idea, I had no idea about. Thank you so much.
Welcome, everybody. I just want to welcome everybody for this prestigious conference. And good afternoon. This session 8 is on exploring narrative choices in games and consists of 4 presentations. But first, I want to thank Hacettepe University, American Culture and Literature Department that always its initiation and support of American studies offers this program in Turkey. The Professor Ufuk Özdağ to organize such a prestigious conference, and also Meldan Hocam, Tanfer, this legendary the scholars in this our field, Mutlay Hocam, Ayça Hocam, Cem Hocam, Merve Hocam, and other prestigious the great scholars, and everyone who tried to keep this program going. And the second presentation, and just so we can continue with the second one, that it's on by Ahmet Tuğrul Çıngör, My House What, Where is the Start Button? And very interesting title that Ahmet Tuğrul Çıngör graduated from the Department of American Culture and Literature at Hacettepe University in 2023. He is currently a student of web design and coding. His interests are video games, science fiction, and metafiction. Ahmet, if you're ready, the platform is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for giving me this chance to present here. So, hello, everyone. I'll be talking about actually not a game, but a mode created for a game. My House What is a mode created by Wedge in 2023 for Doom. Because it's a game first looking into Doom history, and Doomworld.com history is important, I believe. Doom is a first-person shooter game launched in 1993 by id Software. The player controls an unnamed space marine called Doom Guy or Doomslayer and fights against the forces of Hell on Mars. Doom 2 was released 1 year later and placed Doom Guy in the Earth. Doom 2 had similar gameplay with different surroundings, new enemies, and gun. Doomworld.com is one of the earliest sites where Doom players share their experiences in forums. The most posted forum on this site is What Released and Development. After years, people are still developing mods and maps for the classical Doom games under this forum and many other places on the internet. But why? The answer is quite technical indeed. id Software released Doom in 1993, and it was the first example of open game with game engine technology. In his book Game Architecture, Jason Gregor said that Doom was architected with a reasonably well-defined separation between its core software components and the art assets, game worlds, rules of plays, and compressed the player's gaming experience. Thanks to id Software game engine and their decision to publish the game source code, a massive modding community emerged. Modification or modding in the game community gives players a chance to push their narrative to their favorite games. With Doom's technology, people were able to mod or modify Doom in a month of study from zero coding knowledge. The modification community took off, giving the game seemingly eternal life on the internet, and id Software worker says that. And myhouse.what is a product of this Doom legacy. Wedge is a junior member of the doomworld.com community. The account was registered in 2004 and majorly active in 2006. However, he did not post for over a decade till 2022, when he started to tell the story of myhouse.what. He told loss of a close friend and his attempt to complete his friend's unfinished work. myhouse.what is a map that player has no clue about in the game. It has basic Doom 2 gameplay where the Doom guy hunts monsters and hell soldiers in a house. It has standard Doom elements and Doom guy slays enemies, collect key cards or skull keys to access new levels or areas. And just like the original Doom, there is no quest logs or journals which we are informed about the story of the game. There are only single-line textual modifiers about the user interactions in its surrounding. You can easily find the required blue key card and leave the house in 6 to 10 minutes in this mode. And for an inexperienced Doom player, this can be frustrated because map description promises 2 hours of gameplay. But finding secrets is always an important part of Doom legacy. And members of doomworld.com started an investigation. Thus, one of the most discussed mods has occurred in the internet. Forum users tried to interact with everything in the house and shared their discoveries. Over hundreds of entries and 60 forum pages are below the first entry, adding to numerous YouTube videos and documentaries. Except the narration created by the player participation, myhouse.what has another layer of narration written by Wedge. Without this layer, myhouse.what is nothing more than a cliché collection of horror concepts and stories around the internet, for like giant Shrek boss fights in the game. But this layer and its multiple elements, myhouse.what can be seen as a palimpsestic text even from the most narratological point of view. The longest element is a Google document file named journal, as you can see the bottom one. You can download mods from this file, and there is several elements, as I can say. And in this file, Wedge journalized the mod's creation process with 31 entries. Some choices in this file show the source inspiration for this Doom map, which is House of Leaves by Mark Z. Danielewski. It's an epistolary and metafictional novel and focuses on some notes and fictional movie called Novitzin Records. It has multiple layers of narration and pushes the limits of textual boundaries we think. Jessica Pressman describes House of Leaves as, quote, the 709-page codex embraces and exploits the pleasures of print, typographical play, and innovative page design. Its substantial print body contains an extensive hypertextual navigation system connecting multiple layers and reading paths. In journal, Wedge uses blue color for the word house, just like Danielewski. Another such usage is strike-through paragraphs for dream sequences, which he tried to delete but could not because of the map was out of control or house for Danielewski's House of Leaves. And through the end of the journal, some entries start to merge. The creator experiments with textual space, just like Danielewski did in his book. And non-Euclidean house structure of the myhouse.what is just like Novitzin house in the novel. And in one of the secret endings, you can see the Novitzin reality in myhouse.what too. This is one of the discoveries made by forum users in 2 months, actually, I believe. Adding to journal, the drive folder contains photographs and myhouse.txt. myhouse.txt seems like a normal license readme txt, but the creators add a note. In note, Wedge warns players, quote, I tried to delete this map, but it continues to change and evolve without any input from me. What began as a tribute to a lost friend has consumed my entire life. Photographs and sketches are used in the House of Leaves too. In the book, the positioning of these photos and sketches makes the reader aware of the material entity of the book. The same usage can be said for My House.what. The player who are in a search of narration use Alt-Tab or Command-Tab if you use Mac, and make a shift from the game to a drive folder which contains 13 photos. Just like Danielewski, which reminds us that the game is actually nothing more than a tab on a computer and invites us a journey beyond this tab. Uncounted number of players went on this journey all over the internet in different formats. All discussions are around two connected literary terms, which are meta-narrative and metagame. We discuss meta-narrative again and again, but to remind, meta-adjective basically any X about X. But Waite's journal, Waite's journal is an example of metafiction or meta-narrative. Journal tells the narrative of the narrative in the .wat file. However, can this journal really be considered as a part of the game? As you can see, my house.pk3 file is the only file that you have to install your computer, not the journal file. Here came the other term, metagame. Actually, term metagame is discussed firstly in the game theory in mathematics. Game theory was an important part of decision-making during the Cold War era, and according to Nigel Howard, the entire Cold War can be considered as a giant prisoner's dilemma. And Nigel Howard looked at the solutions of the original prisoner's dilemma, the first scheme you see, table you see, and he devised an idea and created a metagame, possible outcomes of possible outcomes, and later a second layer of metagame, possible outcomes of other possible outcomes. And this changed the way of thinking about decision-making process in the Cold War era, actually, in a way or other. After years through the end of the 90s, Richard Garfield defined the metagame in game studies. And he says, my definition of metagame is broad. It is how a game interfaces with a life. And he divides metagames into 4 categories, which are the first category, what player brings to a game, like decks, tennis rackets, personal abilities, their components. Second one is what player takes away from a game, like tools, social status, or anything you feel after playing the game. Third one, what happens between the game, like strategizing, storytelling, what you think about the later game. And lastly, what happens during a game other than the game itself, like trash talking or crashed computers, we can say. This definition of metagame takes a term away from the first meaning coming to my mind, which is a game about game. According to Bollux and Lemieux, metagames are not just games in, on, around, or through games. Contextual, site-specific, and historical attributes of human and non-human play are inside the metagame, actually. Even though they are a small part of it, mentioned elements in the drive folder and formal form posts are a part of the metagame. According to the last definition of Bollux and Lemieux, a game without a metagame is impossible. Every game has something to interface with life in one way or another. But some indie games and some mods like myhouse.what use these metagames elements as a part of the narration. Another 2 examples are Undertale by Toby Fox and Hacettepe by Troy Ann. In the well-known adventure game Undertale, to reach another secret ending, the player must change the save files after finishing the game. In Hacettepe, the game opens another windows on your PC, acts like a virus, and steps out of its boundary. Such practices makes the boundaries more ambiguous. So, in conclusion, I want to show how player participation creates a narration and how player participation can be used by game developers or mod creators in order to strengthen their developing processes and narration processes. As I said, this ambiguous the start button of my house.wat. In the game menu, journal entries, forum pages, or documentaries and playthroughs around the internet, or when I present this paper. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Ahmed, for your. So we can continue with the next presentation. Osman. And narration that's on the wall. The Osman Kamış is an undergraduate student at Istanbul University, American culture and literature. He has grown a desire for gaming, esports, pixel art, translation, and literature. He likes to write about what he is passionate about and posts his texts on He's also remotely working at an esports organization called PCIFIC, I hope I spelled right, esports, where he's a general coordinator. In his free time, he likes to play video games, do pixel art, and translate. He believes that video games will soon be essential to literature and culture. Therefore, after his graduation, he wants to complete his master and PhD education literature and to pursue his belief in video games in literary context. So, Osman.
Hello.
Yes, welcome, and the platform is yours. Divine intervention narration.
Yeah, thank you. First, it's called Pacific. Just directly say Pacific. I'm going to be talking about Telltale Games, The Walking Dead today, and it's a quite good game. Many gaming enthusiasts know about this game, and it's just what makes unique this game about you have to there are some moments that you have to speak with your other characters, and you have to choose what you want to say. Like we'll get to it, but before that, I just want to, Walking Dead, Telltale Games, The Walking Dead is based on the comic book of the Walking Dead, and because of that, the art style tries to imitate the comic feeling. So the art style feels like you just see, comic book style. It's a graphic adventure type of game, so you have to point and click to advance in the game. The unique feature of the game is branching dialogues, and I'll get to it after we discuss some of the core elements of the game. So this is the art style of the game. As you can see, it's more like a drawn picture that animated with such art style. So it looks like a comic book, essentially. What I'm trying to say when I say point and click style gameplay, you have to move your character with some buttons, but the mechanic way of play is not as hard as the other video games are. So you just have to move your mouse across the screen and see some buttons just like in the picture, and you have to click them and or choose what you want to do with them. You can sometimes have multiple options to do with point dots. So I think that many people can play this game very easily because its mechanics, just like before I told, is easy, and the game art style of the game is quite nice, and only the disturbing things that are, you know, the violence, and as the games are all about zombies, you'll probably see some, you know, dead bodies and so on. But just because it's a drawn picture or like comic style, it really doesn't bother the player. I think this is my own opinion. Maybe some of you may get disturbed, but sorry about that. I'll try to not spoil the game for you, but be advised for such happenings. And my main focus on the game is the non-linearity, which is accomplished by branching system. Branching system is basically you get to choose options, and those options have consequences that alters the scenario or the way you play the game. For example, we got a picture of here from the game. There is a people argue, you know, leader or who is the leader and so on. The two people Kenny is a bad leader. This will make it. Can you remember that? Like, let's say that you say you don't trust Kenny. It will appear that Kenny will remember that, which means that in the future, in some event, it's gonna be hard for you to regain that trust from Kenny, or what he'll do will change in a way that you would either want to, you know, wish that you didn't choose such dialogue. As you can see in this thing, if you could say good things, bad things, and you could be, again, be political, or you just can be quiet. But all these things are remembered, and all these things are matter, because this is just how you have the elements of non-linearity in the game. Many critics criticize the game being a linear game in overall sense, because, you know, in the end, you just shape your character, you just shape your story in your own way, but the start and the end of it is the same. And for this reason, it's criticized the most. But the game's title is Telltale Games. It is, yeah, the tale is unfold in front of you, and you choose to fill the gaps so that you can have your own specialized story. Although it's not a quite variety of stories, just because of the, you know, development issues, or the way of developing such a game is very hard for those times, because the game has been published in almost 15 years ago or 10 years ago. Such idea was hard to accomplish, and they just nailed it so good that it has its own unique feature. Whenever people see such a way of playing, there are also feature these unique feature in those games. For example, Disco Elysium could be one of those games, or Detroit Became Human. There are some new games that try to accomplish what the Telltale Games, The Walking Dead, has accomplished, and therefore it was or they did their best to create a variety of scenarios, although it may not be as variety as the new games can be. But I think that the critics are harsh on the Walking Dead because it's the tale. Like the tale is the same. You just get to choose. You just get to choose how you want to unfold the tale. So moving next, I'll be talking more about branching thing. So the game has quite branching varieties, and before I start to it, I want to explain branching feature more. So you see in the picture that there is the first choice of yours. So you start to choose from three choices, and you may choose A, but that means you cannot choose B or C. Therefore, all these elements may be important for you, or they could not be also important for you. But you have to make a choice that alters your next decisions. So let's say that let's say that a police officer asks you a question. You may choose to lie, you may choose to tell the truth, you may choose to ask about more, and so on. All these answers you're gonna make. For example, if you choose to lie and the police officer understands that you lied, you're gonna be in a trouble. But if you choose to say the truth, you're gonna be probably fine. You also not be in the fight, but it's not matter. It's not important. And so you can also ask why the police officer asks you such questions, which is has no effect on your next decision making, but also is not important choice because you just want to know what's happening. So that's one way of making a choice. Why I'm talking about this is that because the listed choices are categorized things. Like if you want to tell the lie, if you want to tell a lie to the police officer, you're going to be in a branching choice because branching choice has the effect of you cannot go back. You have to face the consequences, and it alters your next moves. Like if you tell a lie, you have to keep it in your mind and you have to stick into it. If you just contradict what you just said, it's going to be hard for you. So you have to think what you are going to do next. On the other hand, if you just tell the truth, it wouldn't be that hard. It wouldn't be as hard as telling a lie. Also, it could be categorized in branching choice. So for example, if you just want to ask the reason for the cops asking you such question, would be categorized in testing the waters choice. Like you just try to get more information about it. And there is also the emotional choice, which also has no effect on overall gameplay. I mean that if someone makes you sad and you just said that you just made me sad, you just let them know that you're just sad. Nothing happens. Best scenario, they can try to make you feel better, or they can make you feel more worse than ever. That's just the outcome of the emotional choice. So there are also choices that seems like irrelevant but has unexpected outcome in the game. I'm talking about the first game. I try to explain the whole game saga, but I'm gonna be sticking to the main title about it. In the first game, there is a moment that you see a car that its baggage is open, and inside there are some food, water, and supplements that help you to survive in a such condition. And your group is in a dilemma. I mean, it's not a dilemma, but they just don't know the if owner alive or not. It seems like it's just staying there. So you're asked if we can take, if we have to take it or not. You have to make a decision here. It seems like that's just a basic, not a hard choice to make. But after all, you see that if you take the food with you with yourself, you'll later learn that that food was belonged to a family which died later. Only the father survived out of it, and it's gonna be a trouble for you in the future because he's tracking you down and you know, facing you what you did. So this such choice could be applied to the choice with unexpected outcome. And there are some thematic choices that, you know, it makes you feel that you control the narrative there, but you really don't. Like when the protagonist group, I mean Lee's group, go to a farm to, you know, group up with survivors there and live, and they just start to live there, but they feel some, you know, strange things when they live in a farm, because they later found out that the farmers were cannibals in such scenario and eat the humans alive. I mean, they just, you know, use their flesh to make them feel you know, they just fed themselves with humans. And when we learn that, when we learn this, we try to escape from this farm and, you know, make our own way and try to get away from them, because they captured one of our people from our group, and he was you know, he was used as a food that is unacceptable. So whenever this thing happened, in the end, the farm is conquered by the zombies. It's surrounded by zombies, and you have to make your own way between these fashions. Like you either need to fight with zombies, or you have to fight with farmers, because they learned that they eat humans. Therefore, you are in such situation that you have to fight with both parties. In the end, you survive somehow, but the game asks you that there is two farmers. One of them is wounded very bad, and the other one is surrounded by many zombies. And the game asks you if you want to kill them or leave them alone. So you cannot either kill them, or you can either let them go. But in the end, you see that they all die. So it's a thematic choice. It doesn't matter you save them or, you know, kill them. It's irrelevant. But what the game tries to do here is that if you're violent or not. So in a anarchist way, the word is in a, you know, anarchist way, because all the humanity fallen because of the disease. So and so that the game puts you in a moral choice if you want to kill them or if you not want to kill them. So this is what the game offers really about in the thematic choices. So this is all about the categories, about branching varieties, a branching system, and I'm going to be talking about the outcome of the branching system. So by the way, the picture is from another game called Project Zomboid, which I'm going to be talking about with the outcome of the branching system. The branching system allows us to shape our character the way we want to be. Like, for example, if I want my character more emotional character, I will make him more emotional, because with my dialogues, I could make him that way. Also, I can make him more a violent person, or I can also make him more a person of a leadership. Like this is all up to me. The game allows me to do such thing. The game allows me to shape my character, which is quite good actually, because customizable things are always appealing for the gamers. Like I can talk about this for hours. Like you could see in Team Fortress 2, Counter-Strike, Rainbow Six Siege, or another games. Like if you can customize your character and make yourself different than any other player, it appeals. It appeals the gamers. Also, you shape the tale the way you want it to be unfold. Like you just see the tale, but you just fill in the blanks. Like you can tell your own story. Like it's like specialized story just for you. You get to fill the blank in the linear narration, which makes it non-linear. And in literary sense, the readers, the audience take more active roles rather than a passive one. This enables to keep them engaged. So there are times that when we play video games, we sometimes doesn't understand what's going on because we just weren't that engaged in game and we didn't keep with it. So it makes gaps in the story arc so that whenever you play the game, you start to feel like, why am I doing this? Like, I don't know. But in this style of the games, you are constantly engaged with the game that you have to keep it up. Like, if you just miss one dialogue option, you're done. You're gonna be missing a gap. The Project Zomboid has an intro that I very like. It's a game, it's a sandbox game where you also a survivor in a zombie apocalypse. The game doesn't care how you live or how you survive. The game starts with this is how you die. It knows that you're gonna eventually die. So this can be applied to the Walking Dead too. Like this is how you die. You can choose how your life, how your time is told. This is what makes this game unique, and this is what makes the other games unique and more appealing. You choose what to do in such linear way. So also just thinking outside the box, there are as there's more scenarios in the game rather than just one, it allows us to track the choices that are made by the audience. So which means that on the picture, on the figure 6, you see that there are some important choices that you have to make. And in the end, you see that how many players did the same thing with you, or how many players didn't do the same. So additionally, this could be used for scientific work, especially in sociology. You can just track the people and collect the data of it and understand why people make some choices and why some people doesn't. And it could be, good for the research context. And in the picture, you see that if I can make it more zoomed, so it in the first one, it says honesty. The Herschel is from the farm. I think I played the game like another consequence. These choices are the most important thing in the episode. And for example, who would you save, Doc or Sean? This one is a thematic choice. It doesn't matter who you save, because in the way that your choices could be used for scientific research too, because it just collects data. And my final remarks is that granting the readers to nudge the narrative godly allows more engaged story. So you know, when you read a book, you sometimes feel like you just don't understand what's going on because you just read it, you didn't understand it. But such games doesn't allow you to do that because you are constantly invited to be engaged to the story. Also, it is known that reading books, consuming such content is heavily advised and is helpful for human beings. With that said, the new way of consuming literary works undeniably will help humans that the old ways accomplish. Yeah, which I previously said, it's the same thing basically. As a result, humanity pushes the new media at its limit to surpass previous achievements to carry the humanity forward. Such way of storytelling will be better with the help of AI services, allowing developers to create more scenarios than ever, which will result in expanding the number of fully nonlinear narratives in the literature. Thanks for listening to my talk. This is it from me.
Thank you, Osman, for your informing presentation. So is it possible to close your presentation? Thank you. So we will listen to another presentation by Berkay Adanalı. Thank you again, Osman. And to Berkay Adanalı, Berkay Adanalı, senior student at Pomona College in Claremont, California, majoring in computer science and linguistics. Born in Istanbul, he's currently working as a software developer. He is playing games and critics in the industry for most of his life. He is a firm believer of the culturally evocative and transformative power of games. Distribute this power to all voices that are otherwise silenced under corporate interests and profit incentives. His favorite game is Disco Elysium, and with this title, Gratuitous Violence and You, a textual re-evaluation of Postal 2 within the context of intended play. And now the platform is yours, Berkay.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to apologize because I'm a bit sick, so my voice may be a bit garbled. Hello, everyone. Today I'll be talking about Postal 2 and how it plays into this notion of intended play, which I think is a very elegant notion that encompasses the unique richness of digital games as texts. So first off, I'm going to talk about the game, its setting, and also the context of its release, because I think that's also relevant. And then I'll talk about how player choices factor into the ludonarrative content of Postal 2. And then this was initially titled Possibilities of Interaction, but based on the insights from yesterday's keynote speaker, I changed it to Possibilities of Play that emerge as a result of player choices. And then I'll introduce the core notion here, intended play, and I'll be juxtaposing and contrasting it with instructed play, and then establish my rationale as to why intended play is relevant for digital games as texts, and why I chose Postal 2 as the conduit with which I'll be conveying this notion. So Postal 2 is a first-person open world game released in 2003 by Arizona-based game development studio called Running with Scissors. It's the sequel to their 1997 title Postal, which was a top-down isometric shooter. And the name of the series comes from the phrase going postal, which was coined during the 80s when a multitude of US Postal Service employees carried out mass shooting sprees. So going postal since then came to mean going on a rampage. And since then, since its very naming, the game maintained a legacy of controversy It's been the dark poster child of violent video games, so to speak. It was banned in several countries, and it is still banned in New Zealand. And it was one of the focal points of a very high-profile Supreme Court case in which the California state government tried to ban the sale of so-called violent video games to minors. This law didn't get enacted, and this was a hallmark case for digital games as protected speech under the First Amendment. So with this much controversy, what's the game really about? The game takes place in a very deceptively named and dilapidated town called Paradise, Arizona. And you play as Postal Dude with no other name. He's a man who, with his wife, moved to Paradise, Arizona in a trailer after getting a job offer as a video game developer in the fictional Running with Scissors, the game development studio. And the core game, which my analysis will focus on, takes place in 5 days. And on each of these days, your nagging wife gives you a set of tasks, seemingly mundane tasks. Well, how mundane they can get depends on your choices. So the tasks are simple, short to-do items, such as get milk, cash and paycheck, return borrowed book to the library, and so on. So on paper, the tasks seem to be doable without any violence and crime, as long as you don't instigate violence and you escape from the many instigators of violence that aren't you in the psychotic town of Paradise, Arizona. And because threats and violent people abound in the town, this path is tedious at best and almost impossible at worst, which makes the pacifist run a compelling one, which I'll talk about in the next slide. So violence and crime, as I said, are avoidable. So you can finish the game, theoretically, without killing anyone. But the violent options are just right there because in terms of game mechanics, shooting is a core component of the game. On the top right corner, your chosen weapon shows up at all times. And as well as the narrative, as I said, the other denizens of Paradise, Arizona are also callous at best and downright hostile at worst. And by hostile, I mean chasing after you with shotguns type of hostile. So both in terms of game mechanics and in terms of narrative, the player and the Postal Dude are both pushed to the brink of violence. But as it became the slogan of the game is only as violent as you are. So I'll at this point I'll give an example of the first task on Tuesday, which is confessing your sins at the local church to a priest. So one way you can complete and cross out this task is to kill the priest. Killing the priest eliminates this task, and you can move on to the others. Because the line is so very long, and you have guns. It's on the top right. I'm unarmed in the screenshot, but you do have guns, so why not use them? You use them to either eliminate the other rude people cutting in front of you in the line, or the priest himself. And after that, you get attacked. The church is overrun by very gross and tasteless caricatures of Islamic terrorists. The other path, the peaceful path here, is to wait in line and wait some more and wait just a bit more. And then afterwards, you get to confess, as you can see in the quote on the screen. Bless me, Father, for I've really sinned. Really, I'm not kidding here. Big sinner. Yep. And then the task is crossed out. However, you still get attacked. The church is overrun in the same way. That's a violent option. And if you do not choose violence and decide not to fire back, you have to run for your life while a swarm of terrorists chase after you with machine guns. All of this, as I said, make the pacifist run challenging and compelling because the game has such a strong ethos of gratuitous violence. So the goal of a pacifist run is simple. You do not kill anyone, especially during the second half of the week. There are more than 4 factions that just roam around and start shooting at you on site. And while performing set tasks, for example, when you try to return a library book, book burning activists throw Molotov cocktails at the library. The library burns down and they try to get at you in the burning library. So as you can see, evasion gets harder, gradually harder. But why? Why is this relevant? Is it just some sort of quirk akin to speedrunning in games? Is it just some unintended emergent gameplay? If so, we wouldn't be discussing it in the analysis of Postal 2 as a text, because the authorial intent just isn't there. So it's just unintended emergent gameplay. However, the pacifist run, dubbed the Jesus run by the community, does have ludonarrative significance because of just this one tiny bit. So when you pause or when you finish the game, your stats are listed on the screen. So here we have total people murdered, cops killed, gallons of piss pissed, heads lopped, backstabbed, all of that, just gruesome stuff. When you get 0 kills, you get the summary here, and the summary is ordinarily just a one-liner about how violent you are. But if you're not violent at all, the summary says, "Thank you for playing, Jesus." So this here, by definition, is an explicit acknowledgement by the author of Postal 2 as a text, just verifying that the pacifist run is also not an emergent posture of play, but an intended one. A video game analyst, documentarian, and essayist Dan Olson puts forth and coins this notion called intended play. And to further explain that, I'll contrast it with a more traditional form of text. How do you run a playthrough of a novel or a movie? Your interactions, and using the word interactions here is apt because mostly it's just traversing through the novel or watching the movie. Exceptions exist, but at large that is the case, and your interaction space is very bounded. As opposed to these kinds of texts, digital games can account for several lines, several postures of play, several outcomes, as was stated in previous presentations. So in one right before me, there were trees. So intended play is the entire tree. Some choices, however, can be suggested by narrators, by tutorial levels, visual language, environmental cues, or UI elements, for example, like the weapon always showing on the top right is a UI element that is, so user interface element that is implying that violence in Postal 2 is at least condoned, if not outright encouraged. However, the instructed play tells only part of the story, part of the textual package of what a digital game can hold. So this instructed play, so the superficial and the readily apparent line of play, combined with non-emergent, so disobedient play lines that are predicted and intended and accounted for by the author, the combination of those two, that universal set, comprises intended play. So I'll be quoting Dan Olson here. It's a very elegant summarization of what intended play is. So if there's crafted content on the other side of your misbehavior, then it's not actually misbehavior. What a game intends for you to do includes not only the things the fiction of the game tells you to do, but also the broader things the game permits you to do. And I'm so glad that yesterday someone made a presentation about the Stanley Parable, because I can do this now. So if you remember from yesterday, the narrator of the Stanley Parable takes on an almost adversarial role at times, or if you don't conform to what the narrator asserts, then some alternative dialogue happens. So here in the case of the two doors, the narrator says, when Stanley came to a set of two open doors, Stanley took the door on his left. So this is our instructed play. However, you can take the door on the right. And then the narrator says, this was not the correct way to the meeting room. And Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps you want to stop by the employee lounge first just to admire it. So you can see that this is not an unintended emergent posture of play. This is accounted for by the creators of the game. So when we talk about the textual content of this scene in the Stanley parable, then we have to consider both of these outcomes. So when there is obedience and when there is intentional disobedience predicted and accounted for by the authors of the text. So if we just translate or transpose this example to our confession of sins, you can either confess or you can kill the priest. Here in the first stage, both of them are somewhat enforced, or at least implied, suggested by game elements. So the confession branch is suggested by the wording of this to-do item. However, the game's overall proclivity toward violence, and as I said, the UI elements, the visual language, and the sheer ennui of the excruciatingly long line kind of nudges you to also kill the priest. So if you do either of them, terrorists storm the church. So here you still have two doors, and here the instructed or narrated one, because they're firing at you with assault rifles, is to fire back, pull out your own weapon. So that that door on the left signifies instructed play. However, you can the game permits you to just run past them and survive somewhat in medium level difficulties anyway. And when you do, the game acknowledges that. When you do enough of these, when you do all of these, the game acknowledges that by dubbing you the completionist of the Jesus run. If the creator didn't intend the pacifist run to be part of the text, part of the interpretive package of Postal 2, then nothing would happen. Nothing would be acknowledged, and the summary would just say anything else, really, or maybe the summary wouldn't even exist. So the intended play here encompasses both the significantly violent posture of play for Postal Dude and the pacifist one. But why is it relevant? And why Postal 2? Because branching narratives, but you can analyze games that have the branching paths be much more meaningful and much more extensively acknowledged. For example, the Telltale games in the previous presentation, or the Undertale analysis in, I think, the last session. So why Postal 2? Because I think Postal 2 is, for the purpose of intended play, the atomic example. By that, I mean the one line of acknowledgement is the difference between the pacifist run, so the Postal Dude that doesn't shoot at anyone, to be part of the text. So that one sentence changes it from just not even an afterthought, just emergent gameplay that doesn't really mean anything, to actually an integral part of how we approach Postal 2, how we can approach, or maybe ought to approach Postal 2 as a text. Because digital games do not only comprise one line of play as its textual offering, it comprises the universal set, which makes them uniquely rich and dense as a vessel for messages, for stories. Because if only the violent run was intended, then Postal Dude would just be a rampaging maniac, and it would just be a game full of just slapstick humor, very tasteless, vulgar content, and just lots of pixelated gore. But including the pacifist run within Postal 2's intended play, its textual package, we can see Postal Dude as a man down on his luck, because I didn't talk about all of the tasks, but on the first day he gets fired from his job, and then the new town has downright psychotic denizens, and he just doesn't react to them, just escapes and tries to get by, get groceries, cash in paychecks, return books, just trying to go on with a relatively normal life in a psychotic town. So there we see a man in horrible circumstances just unraveling, because on the last day, the literal apocalypse occurs, and everyone starts shooting at each other, and societal collapse occurs. And at the end, regardless of whether you're violent or a pacifist, the Postal Dude shoots itself. And if only the violent run was intended, it would just be like a rampage, a murder-suicide, whatever. But the pacifist run actually gives just that one sentence of acknowledgement, I believe, gives Postal 2 another textual dimension of a man in backwater America, just a victim of his circumstances.
Sorry to interrupt back.
Yes.
Please sum up your presentation.
Of course, yeah, this is the last slide, actually. So yeah, thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you for your descriptive presentation. And so, yes, we can ask that if there are any questions on the volunteer.
Thank you so much for all of those lovely presentations. I could ask a couple of questions as usual, but I want to limit it to one because we're kind of out of time. I want to ask Ahmet Tuğrul. This is kind of like a general meta-narrative question. It could be because yesterday we also talked about Alan Wake, and I was going to ask it there, but I withheld. Because a couple of months ago, or maybe 6 months ago, I also did a presentation on metafictional video games in a different conference. That was more of a survey thing. It started from Eternal Darkness and all the way to Inscription and Stanley Parable, all of that good stuff. And there in my research, I saw that this goes for all kinds of media. This theory that metafiction or parody or satire is always the very end of a media's, let's say, self-actualization. It actually shows you how settled a media is, the fact that it is now recognized as having its own canon, so that it can now comment on itself. So when meta-narrative is kind of old now, but it also shows that video games are these fully fleshed out a part of our new media narrative. That was the theory. I wanted to ask you about that. Mods, meta narratives, other types of stuff, all of that is kind of like a symptom of video games being really established in the canon of media. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I suppose we can say that the video games they are video games, as we said, but it's still not common, I believe. There's lots of video games, but there's lesser meta-narrative examples. Like Alan Wake is the most obvious and well-known one, but in terms of economical success, it's just too little when you compare to Call of Duty and esports video game narratives. So yes, it's emerging, but not still the source or the most obvious thing about the video games, I can say. I don't know if this answered your question.
Thank you so much. I guess because I'm interested in it, I kind of see it everywhere. But yes, in the grand scope of video games, we still have a long way to go, I guess. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. If there are any other questions.
It comes from Laman Giresunlu hocam. She asks, can such games based on violence and such, like Postal 2, may be considered as part of the idea of creative destruction? And I think this is for Berkay.
I think I can answer that. So yeah, certainly. For example, especially gratuitous violence, just extreme over-the-top violence can certainly serve this idea or this notion of creative destruction, in that the more over-the-top, for example, violence or exploitation is depicted, the more almost cartoonish or grotesque it is depicted. It can help maybe decay the long-standing notions of, for example, like, let me just maybe give an example over what is American or what is celebrated as American. So in 2010, Modern Warfare 2 was released, and as is the case in all Call of Duty installments, there's this pride in the military-industrial complex, and we see that military violence as being almost glorious. And when the year that was released in the Supreme Court case I mentioned, Postal 2 was mentioned more than Modern Warfare 2. And the violence there and the chest-beating, Bible-thumping Americanism there being so prominent and so caricaturized can help maybe turn a more critical lens toward what we have come to celebrate and maybe what we shouldn't. So certainly assuming the decay and taking it to its extreme can help highlight and help maybe usher in new forms of creativity that would just wash over and destroy these preconceived notions that are outdated at best, evil at worst. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. And so if you don't have, I don't know that if there are any other questions.
I think one comes from Ahmet Turul himself.
Yeah, I have a question for Osman. So during the playing of the game, there's some choices when you had to make in a limited time.
Well, yes.
But there's some you have unlimited time. This time usage have affect narrative. Can you comment on?
Well, I think it has a value as a more realistic game. Like when somebody asks you a question, you have a limited time to answer, or otherwise it will be it will be get more weird. Like if someone asks you a question, you have like 5 or 10 seconds to answer, and there are some quick time events in this game where you have to press such button to interact or save yourself from such things, or there are some heated moments in dialogues that you are in constant speech with other characters, and it could be crucial to answer them in a short period of time, because like when you see someone near the counter and you see that they are about to push a piece of glass and broke it, and you're probably gonna say stop in a quite short time. You wouldn't take that if I should say stop or if I should say something else. You just directly talk to him or her. So it adds more realistic game experience for us to answer it in a short period of time, I think.
Thank you. Cem Hocam, you are the real chair of this session, and so
thank you very much. But I think we have to conclude. So we both in terms of time and also in terms of question. No, there being no further questions. Thank you very much for chairing our session, Hacettepe Hocam.
Thank you.
So this marks the end of session 8, and we have a coffee break, and we're going to meet at 4 o'clock again. See you then.
Good afternoon. I guess this is the 9th session of the conference, and We'll be hosting Rahmi Dorkan, Furkan Erciyes, and Sena Begüm. Luckily, three of them will be talking about something I'm familiar with, not in the form of computer games, video games, but at least in the form of TV shows. We'll start with Rahmi. Rahmi is a master's student of English literature at Boğaziçi University and a research assistant at Karamanlı Mehmet Bey University, English Language and Literature Department. Rahmi's main research interests are posthumanism, cosmic horror, eco-criticism, science fiction, and post-apocalyptic narratives. And she's also an experienced storyteller of tabletop role-playing games. Rahmi, the screen is yours, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I will be talking about another game, Fallout New Vegas. It has recently been made into a show that I was not aware that it would happen when I actually started working on this project. However, that's lucky for me, I think. Anyways, first, I want to introduce the game and the series. So, Fallout New Vegas is developed by Obsidian Entertainment and published by Bethesda Softworks. And it takes place in 2281 in Mojave Desert, 204 years after a global nuclear war named the Great War ravaged all of the world, and we now live in its fallout. Players of Fallout games can see both in the first, second, third, and fourth games, as well as the other games and the show, know that radiation still continues to ravage the remaining world. There is disease, hunger, mutated creatures, and violence all around the world. So, classical post-apocalyptic scenario. The game itself is the 6th installment in the Fallout series, and all around the game when the player is playing it, there are relics from before the Great War. These relics kind of present a past that is no more, pre-apocalypse world, but the irony is that the remaining societies and factions in Fallout series try to look back at this past, look back at these relics, take out values of these, and try to make a new identity for themselves. Examples include the New California Republic, which is based on the old world values of democracy and freedom, but the thing is a bureaucracy hell. There is the Kaiser's Legion, which is just people dressing up as Roman legionaries and just being tribal people with slavery and stuff. One funny example is the Kings. They found a place where there used to be Elvis Presley posters, and they think that Elvis Presley is a god, so they wear clothes like Elvis Presley and do that sort of thing. Now I introduce this because what I want to do is focus on a detail that most players would actually miss while playing the game. It is a very singular item of a background faction that is no more in the world of Fallout. But if the player decides to follow on the side quests, or if the player is careful enough, they can look around and see like posters and signs of this of these other old factions and companies and states, etc. So one specific case that encapsulates the dichotomy of taking what's already past, what is no more, and trying to revive it is the case of Poseidon Energy, or more like the case of Poseidon Energy and its relics really mirror the overall theme of rebirth in Fallout New Vegas. Anyways, so Poseidon Energy in turn is a pre-war conglomerate that was dealing with the energy sector. They used to deal with fossil fuels as well as renewable energy, but they're also one of the main catalyzers of this Great War, in the backstory at least. What's most important about the case of Poseidon Energy, however, is again the mirroring of using myths, using a past that is no more, and appropriating it into a vision of a new future, or into your own kind of values. In the game, the player can come across two different logos of Poseidon Energy, all of which have the titular trident of Poseidon, as well as three different posters. I will be focusing on the middle one. However, in all of them, there's the usage of Greek mythology for a corporate power to kind of, legitimize their power, as well as show that that power is great. Okay. In the actual game, the poster in question can be seen in a decrepit area, in all sorts of decrepit areas, one of which is an old solar power plant. And what's most striking about it is the state that it's in. It is damaged, quite damaged at it. Although the poster in the assets, if found, is supposed to be like the left one, the player can only see it in this damaged form. Now, I want to focus on a few details of this poster that further prove how this usage of myth and structure convey power and like stability towards a stable future. Now, first and foremost, we see a triangular formation. In visual arts, triangular formations are generally used to convey some sort of hierarchy. What's at the top of the triangle, just like a triangle of hierarchy or the triangle of needs, etc. What's at the top of the triangle is the most important part. In this case, it's the head of Poseidon. And combine that with the fact that Poseidon is triumphantly striking a pose on top of a hill, as if he's over the world looking down upon it. That is important. Now, another part, I realized that the waves, as well as the lines going outwards from Poseidon, also add to this effect. In a sense, it gives some sort of aura to Poseidon, the mascot of the firm, or which stands for the firm. But also it correlates well with both tides or waves, which is the domain of Poseidon, as we all know, the Greek god of the seas, as well as chthonic things. Chthonic meaning underworld or earthquakes, relating to earthquakes and relating to the underworld. Although we later associated that with Hades, which is, of course, yeah, a god of underworld, but still. Now, where was I? Okay. And the lines can be familiar to people who have seen Japan's old flag, the Empire of the Rising Sun flag, the flag that they used in the era of the Second World War. The rays are like the rays of the sun, rays of light coming out of the sun. The sun is the main source of all energy on Earth, and well, since Poseidon Energy is a firm dealing with energy, that adds to the idea as well. We can also say that this radiance or this wavy formation can be interpreted just as well as solar flares, etc. Anyways, what do all of these point to? There is a triangular formation going up. At the top of it, there is this firm. And all of the background information tells us that this thing is growing outwards. I say, although could sound potentially speculative, that this is just like the main quality of capitalism itself, ever growing nature of companies. We need to increase the capita always, always, always. So this growth points well to that. I wanted to talk a bit about color theory as well, but I realized that we are running a bit out of time. So I will kind of go over it real quick. The colors are a contrast of warm and cold colors. However, what dominates the picture is the coldest one of all, the hill, a very dark blue, navy, I think. And that is kind of the contrast also pushes Poseidon Energy and the firm outwards. I will, like I said, go over this real quick because I am almost running out of time. But last but not least, another important thing is the title, the slogan, ruler of the tides of innovation. Ruler by itself is a word connoting hierarchy. And innovation here is a word kind of not completely synonymous, but kind of similar to rebirth itself. We always need something new, something new, something new, just like rebirth. There is an old thing, but we need to innovate. And when we put these new, rather more modern or capitalistic notions of innovation along with tides and Poseidon, we reach an amalgamation of future and past coming together to portray an ever-growing power. However, what's the state of this poster? In shambles, in ruins. What's the state of the world of Fallout New Vegas? In shambles, in ruins. This is a post-apocalyptic setting. And the main irony comes from this hubris. I wanted to focus on this specific instance because with this, the irony is stronger because this is a past pre-apocalypse company using the past and narratives of rebirth that has already gone to ruin. And we, the players, are entering a post-apocalyptic setting. And even though we see all around ourselves death, ruin, decay, destruction, radiation, mutation, we are not the player, but the world that the player sees is full of people trying to cling to the old world values, etc. That is about it for my presentation. Thank you all for listening.
Thanks once again for this nice presentation. Sena Begüm Giray, born in 1999, graduated from Hacettepe University in 2022 from the Department of American Culture and Literature. She's at the moment an MA student at Bilkent University, writing her thesis on the media framing of refugees. She's planning to continue her education with a PhD on the relationship between film studies and literature. Sena, if you are ready, the screen is yours, the floor is yours.
Happy to be here and presenting for you today. I will try to keep my presentation mostly like majorly spoiler free, in case anyone here hasn't played the game or watched the show. So without further ado, the impact of the environment has grown tremendously in video games. Once considered a sporting element, environments can determine the fate of a game's success. Every detail, from the smallest object to the overall layout, creates a specific experience. Beyond dialogue, video games can tell stories in a multitude of ways. The environment becomes a character. Props hold hidden narratives, animations speak volumes. The Last of Us is one of the prime examples of this phenomenon. It embraced a patient approach, a breath of fresh air in the action genre. Players could experience stretches of up to 2 hours without combat, allowing for a deeper exploration of the world and characters. At the time of its release, no major big-budget action game has been as patient. The Last of Us craze began in the early 2013 after Sony's landmark release of the post-apocalyptic game. The creator Neil Druckmann envisioned The Last of Us as more than just a post-apocalyptic story. It is a love letter to the soul of America, a celebration of the unique aspects that define the country. Immensely detailed landscapes were deliberately crafted throughout the game to showcase the inherent beauty the creator sees in America as an immigrant. While the creator acknowledges its flaws, he believes the nation's true strength lies in its diversity. The Last of Us is full of action, some pretty brutal, but the quieter moments between the fights are what really build suspense. The game's director, Bruce Straley, wanted players to feel connected to the characters, even during the non-violent parts. Cutscenes are usually brief and allow players to move characters around or talk to someone. The game starts as a mutated cordyceps fungus throws the world into a chaos. This outbreak ripped through the United States, transforming a vast majority of the population into monstrous creatures called infected. The game's outcomes are predetermined, so the player cannot make any choices that would otherwise change the plotline. But minor decisions like sneaking past most encounters, walking around, or occasionally having small talk between characters. As for the environmental storytelling, the core concept of this paper is a technique coined by former Disneyland designer Don Carson and further explored by Henry Jenkins in his 2004 article, Game Design as a Narrative Architecture. Jenkins defines it as a method that creates the preconditions for an immersive narrative experience, essentially acting as a tool that supports the development of narratives within video games. In video games, environmental storytelling is like building a world that speaks for itself. It's all about creating a story by incorporating a narrative through the environment, using every element like a brushstroke to paint a picture. This technique utilizes the game's environment to communicate narrative details without relying solely on explicit exposition. Environments can function as silent storytellers, allowing players to uncover information about characters, locations, and history through exploration and observation. By strategically placing objects, crafting specific layouts, and implementing evocative details, developers can reveal essential aspects of the game world, including the inhabitants' personalities, lifestyles, and backgrounds. Players become active participants in the narrative, drawing conclusions and forming assumptions based on the environmental clues presented. Environments that encourage curiosity and exploration facilitate a deeper engagement within the world, allowing players to absorb information at their own pace. Throughout The Last of Us's gameplay, the player sees the interactions between gameplay and narrative. While playing, the player gets many clues about the characters and their relationship with one another. Almost every explorable scene is so detailed to the point that sometimes the player can get lost inside the environment itself rather than playing the actual game. The players can walk around for hours in-game, looking for collectible items, ammo, or simply just wanted to explore the environment. The Last of Us Part 1 explains the combination of the use of literary devices, such as letters and pendants, along with environmental storytelling, and makes use of these interactions between gameplay and narrative to unveil how these elements encourage players to become active investigators, piecing together the narrative and uncovering the game's more profound commentary on America's societal collapse, human nature, and resilience. This paper closely reads the apocalyptic set design within The Last of Us Part 1 and interactable literary devices like letters and pendants to achieve this. Player interactions with these elements were also analyzed to understand how they contribute to the narrative and foster a sense of active co-creation of meaning. Since the gameplay starts with Sarah, Joel's teenage daughter, the player gets to experience her environment first. Since Sarah has no idea what is happening around her, the player experiences the fear of this child as the world is falling apart. The amount of detail in Sarah's room is unique in the sense that it gives the player all the clues about what kind of a character she is, how she interacts with her dad Joel, the music she listens to, the sports activities she partakes in, and the stuffed toys she owns. Once the player makes their way out of Sarah's room, they can go into multiple areas of the house to explore. In the bathroom, the player can interact with a newspaper that says a mysterious infection is going around and causing hospital admittance to spike. After exploring the house a little more, the player comes across a news reporter outside of a burning building with commotion going on around her. Soon after, an explosion happens on the TV screen. But once the player looks to the left, they actively see the explosion happening. There are clues all around in the game, and depending on players' choices, one can look around and examine everything. Like the anxiety meds in Joel's room, or the stuff in their house that hints that Joel wanted to start his own company. Players can progress the narrative by discovering it in the game space and giving it meaning to the discovered information. Joel attempts to escape the rapidly deteriorating situation with Sarah and his younger brother Tommy. His initial act of self-preservation, denying aid to a stranded family on the side of the road, is swiftly and brutally punished when a soldier, acting on an unexplained order, executes Sarah. Sarah gives Joel a new watch right at the start of the game, but it breaks to a bullet when she dies from the same gun that kills her. That broken watch symbolically represents a moment frozen in time, which is Sarah's death. 20 years later, Joel lives in the quarantine zone and operates as a smuggler alongside his partner Tess. When Marlene, leader of the Firefly movement, approaches them, everything changes. Their new mission is to smuggle out a 14-year-old girl named Ellie, who is immune to the virus. While reluctant at first, Joel grows attached to Ellie. Ellie hums and whistles at random points, or reads cringy puns from her poem book. These are simple acts, however, they add so much to her character. These details allow the characters to be characters outside of cutscenes. The creators let these open spaces be used to tell another dimension of the story. As for the infected, they tend to be in small clusters with large areas almost entirely abandoned, leaving the player with the feeling of the world abandoned, not overrun. The infected aren't placed randomly, but with a purpose. There's often a story told in the environment around them about why they are there. The player can find up to 140 collectibles, like notes, letters, and pendants. These narrative detours, while lengthy, are often centered around minor characters or clues that further enrich the game's world building and emotional impact. The most unique collectible is the Firefly pendants. These are similar to military dog tags. Each pendant has a name and a number. They represent the fallen members of the Firefly militia, a once unified resistance force against oppressive military control of the quarantine zones. Finding these pendants serves as a narrative purpose. As player collects them, they piece together the story of a fading movement. Each pendant represents a life sacrificed or dedicated to the Firefly cause, a grim reminder that the cost of this fight was their lives. Another area to be explored by the player is Billstown. On their way, Joel tells Ellie that Bill is a good person but super paranoid. Sure enough, the town crawls with traps, walls, and even homemade bombs Bill set up to keep any infected far away from his hidden hideouts. After an extended gameplay, the player can find the corpse of Bill's old partner, Frank, who committed suicide after being bitten so he wouldn't turn, and a note that he wrote for Bill. The extent of their relationship is not fully explored in the game. However, the series did a heartfelt portrayal of them as lovers, which is counted as canon by the developer. One of the chapters is centered on a character. Throughout the novel, the player finds notes to piece together his life. Turns out Ish sought refuge on his boat, and when his supplies ended, he was hidden base within the sewers. He started welcoming survivors, including children. Toys, a drawn soccer goal, a classroom, and murals evidence this. There are little details like rules for how long you can shower, or notes saying they were hopeful because they found someone who wanted to trade them rather than kill them. The player can deduce so much of it just by looking around. This camp is a reminder of hope. Even in the middle of an apocalypse, people can turn to each other for comfort and community. However, when someone leaves an open door, tragedy strikes. The infected infest the camp, causing everyone to either die or flee. As the player is about to leave, another bloodstained note left by a resident Kyle, along with the lifeless bodies of children in a nearby room, can be found. He was trapped in a room with the children while fleeing the infected. Though his note is somewhat hopeful that the remainder of survivors will find them, he implies that when it comes down to it, he will overdose himself and the children. Then the player sees the words, "They didn't suffer" scrawled on the floor. Endure and survive is Ellie's guiding principle. Schooled by a military system called Fedra, the last remnant of the failing government, and confined to the brutal Boston quarantine zone, Ellie has absorbed and even romanticized this mantra from her beloved Savage Starlight comics. They're a source of escapism from her reality. She constantly talks about the comics, and since the comic books are part of the collectibles, the player can look for them in any place throughout the game and give them to Ellie to initiate hidden conversations. However, this motto emphasizes individual spirit instead of a sense of community. The America Ellie is born into is characterized by fractured groups focused solely on self-preservation. It's a distorted reflection of classical American archetypes: cowboys and settlers, preachers and revolutionaries, all clinging to survival, even if it comes at the expense of others. The game challenges these versions of the past by placing the story in recognizable American landscapes and using classic Western imagery. It shows how these old systems will crumble when faced with a brutal new reality. As the player walks into Chapter 10, an American camper van with the body hanging out of the door can be seen. Heading into the truck, the player finds a family photo with 4 people in it and the words "Forgive us" written on the back. Exploring the van further, the player sees 3 bodies, one belonging to an adult and the other two children. The 4th body in the doorway is presumably the father. It's up to the player to guess what caused this family to meet their end. Still, the note and the fact that the bodies were covered up suggest that they were murdered by a desperate group of survivors, who then felt so guilty about what they did that they felt compelled to beg for the dead family's forgiveness. This act is another powerful reminder that captures the savagery and humanity in the Last of Us' world. After Joel is incapacitated, Ellie is forced to take the lead and protect them. One of the best parts of the game in terms of storytelling follows the winter section, Ellie's encounter with David, a sect leader who is a cannibal, and the player can sense that there are sexual undertones when he approaches to kill Ellie, which leaves her traumatized. The player can see the absolute horror in her eyes as Ellie confronts him, which is highlighted as the environment around them burns down. From that point on, the player can observe Ellie displaying signs of PTSD, responding when Joel calls her, and she's overall distracted and much less talkative. The player knows what is going through her mind and wants to reach out to talk to her about this, never given gameplay-wise. Afterwards, Ellie returns the photograph of Sarah and Joel, which Joel rejected initially. And then he says, no matter how hard you try, you can't escape your past. This is the first time Joel openly acknowledges that he hasn't moved on, as he says. Ellie returns the memory to him metaphorically and literally, because now she's in a symbolic place as Joel's daughter. This explains why Joel went to all that trouble in the end to save Ellie from the fireflies. Towards the end of the chapter, they come across a family of giraffes while cutting through an abandoned building. Witnessing this family of giraffes existing seemingly unfazed by an otherwise living nightmare serves as a reminder that life finds a way to go on. In conclusion, The Last of Us wasn't just impactful, it pushed the boundaries of gaming. It's a testament to the power of environmental storytelling and narrative depth within the gaming industry. Through meticulous attention to detail and innovative game design, it immerses players in a post-apocalyptic world where everything holds a story and every object contributes to the narrative. The Last of Us won Part 1 tells a story. It never shies away from making the player face the cold, hard truths about humanity. It invites the players to uncover its more profound layers of meaning and allows the co-creation of meaning. The characters we see at the end are very different from those at the beginning. However, the character art feels natural due to great pacing. It sets a new standard for storytelling in video games, challenging players to confront uncomfortable truths and contemplate the complexities of the world around them. In doing so, it cements its place as an exceptional work in the gaming canon that will be remembered and celebrated for years. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sena. Thank you very much. Now the floor is open for questions. When I may start, Sena, your speech focused on the environmental storytelling. I wonder how that differs from setting in a novel, for example.
It's environmental storytelling is like mostly based on like details around the characters and settings, so it's very similar to a novel, but it is different in a sense that it's more visual. Like the player can see and actively experience the details around the characters and the world building as they're playing the game. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Ahmet Tuğrul.
Thank you for your presentations. I want to ask a question to Sena. So you said player wants to discover his environment because of several reasons, like ammo or just for exploration. Do you think is there a balance between giving a price for exploring the environment, like giving ammos or survival tools, or just giving some collectibles to enhance environmental storytelling?
The game presents like many options and many like levels of you can like set the level of hardship at the beginning. So it can be like harder than normal or like easier than normal. And that makes finding ammo or collectibles or like any other training manuals like easier to find. But I think the game should be played on a harder level, so the player has to look around a little bit more, like in real life, to work on it harder to find those clues and details about the environment and also like ammos and the pendants, I think.
Now that we missed the second presenter, I believe I can ask one more question to almost everyone, all the players here. As I told you earlier, I'm not a player. Luckily, I'm familiar with both Fallout and The Last of Us through their movie adaptations. When we think about the movie adaptations of fiction, we fiction teachers or fiction readers generally believe that they lack something. I mean, the novel loses, of course, something through adaptations. How about computer games? Is there a common sentiment about movie adaptations or TV adaptations of plays, computer games? Do you also kind of think that they ruin the play, they ruin the game, they ruin the video game by adapting it on the screen to the screen? Volkan?
I think in the previous session, Berkay might have talked about the idea of comparing video games to novels, to drama, etc. And I remember reading an article about the subject as well. And although I have not read it, the specific thing that I will say, I think it comes down to experientiality, or the ability to kind of stop at the moment and look at the pieces one by one. In movies, since it's moving, and of course you can stop the video and go back and forward, etc. But the experience is supposed to be one full journey. It's supposed to keep going. You cannot stop and take items one by one and look at it. I think video games, at least the ones that I have been playing so far, are more comparable to experiencing a work of modern arts, an installation, to say. You kind of in video games with an avatar, with the player character, and in real life in installations by your body, you enter that world and you can focus on the singular items. I don't think calling an adaptation it's missing this or that would do it justice, but I think there is this nature that makes it impossible for movie or series adaptations to stop and enjoy the singular elements of the setting.
Thank you, Doğukan. I wasn't able, I didn't watch the presentation you referred to because I had to go to school and work for a while. But yeah, you are right. I mean, it makes total sense to me. Any more comments about this or any more questions for the presenters? Rüveyda.
Hi, I hope I'm audible because I'm in a crowded cafe at the moment. I would like to thank both presenters for their lovely work. I had a question for the previous presentation. I was wondering, do you think that there's any significance to having Poseidon rather than any other old world authority figure as the logo for the energy company, as the face of the energy company? And do you think further that a connection can be made between Poseidon also being a god of earthquakes and the fact that the world has suffered a nuclear apocalypse and universal fallout?
I think that's a great observation, and frankly, I did not have enough time to talk about this connection in my presentation, but I think I said that Poseidon is a chthonic god. He is a god of the underworld, of whatever lies beneath the earth, and both fossil fuels as well as uranium, the kind of larger parts of the industry of energy production is found underground. So it is, I think it's very sensible to choose Poseidon in that. And it suits with the slogan as well, like the tides of innovation. It always comes, goes back and comes again. This always coming back and coming back and coming back, always growing sort of idea also connects to that. But I am actually not sure about the connection between uranium fallout and Poseidon energy. I know that story-wise, although it's not part of my presentation, Poseidon energy was in the lore one of the main companies that have caused this apocalypse to happen, kind of working alongside the American government of 2077 in the setting. They were also the people who helped form that time's energy industry. So I think that is also a great observation, but I need to do more kind of looking up to make sure. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Ahmet Tuğrul, another question.
I want another question for Doğukan. You show us two logos for company, Poseidon company, and the second one is actually quite Fallout-like, retro punk. But the first one is not seems like different. Do you have any comment on this? It's more like cyberpunk logo.
I think you're right. Okay.
Not retro punk. I'm sure, but maybe not cyberpunk even.
Yeah. I think it's great that you mentioned that because Fallout overall has this 50s, 60s kind of aesthetic to it, and that's because it's in an alternative historical setting where the Cold War never ended. It always kept going. So at least the aesthetic of almost everything stayed 50s, 60s. I frankly did not realize it as aptly as you pointed it out, but I think this was the reason that I did not like the logo where it's just Poseidon energy written with that blue italicized. I mean, I can argue that the italicization kind of gives it a sort of movement, and since the Latin alphabet, as well as at least for 2000 years, most of the alphabets that the European countries have used has been from left to right, that italicization adds to the movement. But like you said, it does not really fit well with the Art Deco or the Art Nouveau kind of aesthetic, or the Ray punk, the retro punk aesthetic. And I'm not sure, but thank you for pointing that out.
I guess there are no more questions. Doğukan and Senat, thanks once again. Cem Hocam, back to you.
Şenol Hocam, thank you very much for the session, for chairing the session. And I think we have some time because of no shows. And I think we can give a short break and continue at 5 o'clock.
Thank you very much for being this patient. This is the last panel for the conference, panel number 10, session number 10. And today we'll be talking about ethical considerations in the gaming landscape, and we have 3 speakers. So in order to make sure that we finish on time, I'd like to begin with our first speaker, Zübeyde Azra İçen. And Azra is an MA student at 9 Eylül University in the Department of American Culture and Literature, and her research interests include visual and performing arts, popular culture, and fantasy literature. And today she's going to be talking about choice and consequence, ethical reflections in Undertale. So Azra, you can begin whenever you wish.
Thank you. So this presentation's aim is to talk about Undertale's moral, ethical, and cultural elements. These elements are in various parts of the game, including its narrative and mechanics. Undertale is an indie single-player RPG with simple 2D aesthetics. Despite its simplistic pixel art style, the game's abundance of character interactions and humorous content draws the necessary attention to spark the player's interest. In the official website, the game's unique aspects to its genre is highlighted with this quote: "In this RPG, you don't have to kill anyone." In Undertale, the player controls a human child who fell into the underground, and the premise is to navigate that human child through the underground to the surface world. The underground is the kingdom of monsters. In the intro of the game, we are given a short history about the monsters and their kingdom. Quote, "Long ago, 2 races ruled over Earth, humans and monsters. One day, war broke out between the 2 races. After a long battle, the humans were victorious. They sealed the monsters underground with a magic spell." Unquote. At this point, the gameplay mechanics come in, and at first, its mechanic seems like a conventional turn-based RPG until the player realizes the choices they are making in combat have unexpected amount of effect to the story compared to its genre. Sure, conventional RPGs give their players choices to some extent, but it isn't a pillar of the genre. Undertale gives its players a not so subtle alternative to choose. Alexander Muller states this as, quote, "As stated by the developer himself, the game is a criticism of the frequent and often thoughtless use of violence as a game mechanic in RPGs. Undertale's perspective on senseless killing is by no means deeply hidden in the game," unquote. RPGs are mostly expected to be violent or action-based. Taking a quest, going to an adventure where the character encounters enemies, kills them in whatever type of combat mechanics the game has, and carries on. There are RPGs where the players are given some other conflict resolution choices, diplomacy, charm, etc. But these choices can help you to have a somewhat pacifist run in some games, but they are also not the intended way for you to play the game. In those games, the choice of the player doesn't change the narrative completely or the player's opinion of themselves. In those games, non-combat conflict resolutions are almost punished by the gameplay mechanics. Punished as in not given experience points, excluding them from quests, excluding them from the fun part of the game. In Undertale, the opposite happens. The true pacifist and neutral routes give the player the most immersive, fun, and rich story in the game. The genocide run, on the other hand, turns the game into a desolate, eerie place, but not in a fun horror game way. The more monsters and bosses the player kills, the less they get of the story. In his paper, Ethics at Play in Undertale, Frederick Serafin states, quote, "The genocide route punishes the player by making the game repetitive and boring. Most of the dialogues disappear, the player spends their time only killing every character they meet, and many non-playable characters, NPCs, have fled by fear of what the player might do to them." Unquote. The mercy option in Undertale's combat mechanic is unique to the game. It gives the player a legitimate choice of fleeing or sparing the enemy. Sometimes these choices are available in the beginning of the encounter, and sometimes through the act mechanic, the player flirts, charms, or helps the enemy and gets to spare them by befriending and getting to know them. The game has almost the same turn-based mechanic as fighting for sparing and giving mercy to your enemies. Only difference is the player just tries to reach the number of rounds for the spare option to become available. When the player bonds with their enemies or opponents, trying to decide to harm them becomes extra hard. All monsters the player encounters are only trying to defend themselves, and bosses give a very compelling reason for their need to capture the human and can have a change of heart with non-combat conflict resolution. In the gameplay, the way of harm is mechanically easier than the way of befriending. So unlike the RPGs I mentioned earlier, Undertale gives the pacifist player more of a challenge and rewards them not by giving them experience points, but with a richer narrative. The introduction story game gives us at the beginning, gains more of a context through the pacifist run. As you befriend the monsters and explore the underground, you find the real story behind the war and the reason of monsters' exile from the surface world. The revelation is very tragic. It is said by the monsters that the only reason of the war were the unbelievably strong humans got afraid of the monsters' ability of absorbing human souls, and they declared war on a race. In the end, it could hardly be called a war. This idea of a causeless and unprovoked war opens the way of my parallelism. American expansionism had a destructive effect on indigenous people's lives. Forced relocations and displacement can be considered a part of genocide. Genocide is, by definition, acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. From the introduction of the game, the Earth was ruled by two races, humans and monsters. We can read the war of humans and monsters as a genocidal warfare against monsters, which resulted in massacre, displacement, and exile. We can compare the expansion period of America, how the government locked up the indigenous people to reservations, and the fact that in Undertale, humans locked up the monsters to the underground. US government's so-called reason was the indigenous people were a nuisance to their end goal of settling to the land. And in the game, the humankind's reason was that they were afraid of the monster's ability of absorbing human souls and becoming stronger, even though it was unprecedented. In some kind of museum in the underground, the player finds and learns about the real story of the war of humans and monsters. These writings are a proof of humankind's attempt at genocide, and in the end, they do not achieve victory, but the monsters surrender. When we look at the literature about this period, we encounter authors such as James Fenimore Cooper and Blackadder. While these authors and their works give the reader some insights of what was going on at the time, they are mostly narratives from the frontiersman perspective. Especially Fenimore Cooper's novels are known to feed the myth of the vanishing race. In this subject, the best parallelism with the game's backstory can be done with Native American authors' works, especially with Sherman Alexie and Lewis Erdrich, because of their subject of reservation literature. Alexie and Erdrich writes about the life in the reservations and how the indigenous people of America has suffered and continue to suffer with both new and generational trauma of a genocide. Two authors have their own ways of transmitting these harsh realities in their work. Erdrich focuses on historical context, while Alexie uses dark humor and satirical writing. In American literature, we read about characters who are in moral dilemmas, how they're presented with ethical choices, and how they decide in those moments. Video games like Undertale does the same thing, but this time it has more of an effect on the reader-player because the game makes the player the one with the choice and makes them the accountable party. Miguel Sicard, in his book Beyond Choice, The Design of Ethical Gameplay, talks about player complicity, which he describes as, quote, player complicity means surrendering to the fact that actions in a game have a moral dimension. This complicity allows players to experience the kind of fringe themes that games often develop without necessarily risking their moral integrity, unquote. The player feels like they are only complying to the game's moral values. They cannot be held accountable for the immoral or unethical choices they are making. But Undertale overrides this effect with a mechanic too, which is some of the characters recognizing that the player is present by breaking the fourth wall. Undertale remembers the choices the player makes in other save files. Normally in a game, when the player goes back to their previous save file, they can begin from that point like nothing happened. But in Undertale, these save files are seen as other timelines. So when a character tries to undo something, for example, spare some character they have killed in the previous file, the game remembers and changes some dialogues according to it. As an example from the game, Flowey, a talking flower that can fully retain his memories between saves, and one of the game's antagonists appears and whispers, "You murdered her, and then you went back because you regretted it," acknowledging the prior in-game killing as the players rather than the controlled protagonists. In conclusion, our choices, big or small, have consequences. In this occasion, the choices are about a fantastical world, but the consequences have the power of reaching through the screen and igniting moral questionings in the real world. Even though there are many differences between literature and games, there are also core elements that can be found in both of them. Undertale is a powerful example of how video games can be used to explore complex moral themes, in this case, human nature and mercy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Azra. And just like we did with the other sessions, we're going to leave the questions until the end after all three speakers have spoken. And so our next presenter is Sheval Tufan. Hi, Sheval. Sheval Tufan earned her bachelor's degree in English language and literature with a minor in English translation and interpreting from Hacettepe University in 2002. In the same year, she started her master's degree in American culture and literature in our department at Hacettepe. Between 2020 and 23, she attended the Children's Literature Summer School at Trinity College, Dublin. Her areas of interest include science fiction, ecofeminism, animal studies, and video game studies. And today she's going to be talking about From Tools to Companions, the new animal turn in video games. So the floor is all yours, Sheval.
Thank you so much, dear professor, for your introduction. Let me start. As you can see, this is my title, From Tools to Companions, the new animal turn in video games. So the intersection of video games with various academic disciplines has opened up new avenues for research, particularly in the fields of empathy studies, environmental studies, and animal studies. The immersive and engaging nature of video games makes them an effective educational tool capable of reaching a wide range of age groups. As Ossi Volanseri highlights, through interactive narratives and simulations, video games with a strong storyline can positively impact players' perspective taking, and that multiple interventions and higher perceived immersion tend to increase empathy levels. Within this frame, in the context of environmental education, Video games act as a dynamic platforms for exploring ecological issues and fostering environmental consciousness. Moreover, video games offer unique opportunities to engage with animal behavior and conservation efforts. Tom Tyler explores how video games invite players to encounter and engage with animals, suggesting that games can be rich subjects for research within animal studies. Players can develop empathy for non-human beings and gain insight into the complexity of their behavior and ecosystems by interacting with virtual representations of them. This presentation thus endeavors to introduce the field of animal studies and explore its potential applications within the realm of video game analysis. This examination aims to understand how video games can be rich subjects for research and interpretation in the field of animal studies, recognizing that they are a part of culture as well as literary artifacts and narrative structures. Firstly, I will discuss the field of animal studies, the emergence of the new animal term within games, and proceed to the categorization of animals before and after this paradigm shift. In 1993, in one of the first journals dedicated to animal studies, editor Ken Shapiro wrote that the main purpose of the journal is to foster within the social sciences a substantive subfield, which is animal studies. He described this subfield as primarily concerned with providing a better understanding of ourselves. Through animal studies, we wish to understand our varied relationships to them and to assess the costs, economic, ethical, and most broadly cultural of these relations. As can be understood, animal studies as an interdisciplinary field examines the multifaceted relationships between humans and non-human animals, encompassing diverse disciplines such as anthropology, sociology, philosophy. And here we have some important books in the field, if some of you are interested. We have Donna Haraway, we have Donald Griffin, and we have Harriet Britwell's books. In recent years, animal studies scholarship has increasingly emphasized respecting animals as experiencing subjects with their own lives, separate from human intervention. The new animal term represents a significant theoretical and methodological shift that challenges traditional anthropocentric perspective, foregrounding the agency, subjectivity, and rights of animals. It departs from earlier views that relegated animals to passive objects of human domination or exploitation, reconceptualizing them as active participants with distinct behaviors, experiences, and communication forms. This shift underscores the interconnectedness of human and non-human worlds, rejecting hierarchical distinctions for more inclusive and egalitarian interspecies relations. Key themes within the new animal term include recognizing animals as sentient beings capable of experiencing pain, pleasure, and complex emotions, and acknowledging their intrinsic value and moral worth independent of human utility. The new animal term also fosters critical engagements with power structures and ideologies perpetuating animal exploitation and marginalization, such as capitalism and colonialism. By examining intersections of species, race, gender, and class, scholars advocate for more inclusive and compassionate approaches to animal advocacy and environmental justice. This shift of paradigm in animal studies can be further exemplified with differences between earlier and newer games. So I would like to start with the foundational era of video game industry. During the foundational era of the video game industry in the late 20th century, animals were frequently relegated to the role of non-playable characters, or NPCs, occupying functional niches within the game's virtual environments. These early depictions were characterized by a simplicity born both of technological constraints and a nascent understanding of animal behavior and ecological dynamics. Animals often appeared as static elements or obstacles to be navigated by players, their roles serving primarily utilitarian functions rather than contributing to the overall theme. This utilitarian approach reflected a prevailing anthropocentric perspective, valuing animals primarily for their instrumental utility in advancing human objectives within the game world. Iconic examples such as this first one, Duck Hunt, where ducks served as targets for players' firearms. Frogger
featuring animals as obstacles to be avoided while guiding the player-controlled frog to safety, and Pitfall, with various animals depicted as hazards to be navigated within its jungle setting, exemplify this early paradigm. While these representations may have lacked complexity, they nonetheless laid the groundwork for the evolving roles that animals would come to inhabit within the video game narratives, underscoring the medium's ongoing exploration of digital storytelling and also interactivity. So in the decades spanning the early 2000s to 2020, the video game industry has undergone a notable transformation characterized by a significant animal turn, signifying an evolution in the representation of animals within gaming narratives. This shift marked a departure from anthropocentric storylines towards a more inclusive approach that acknowledges the intrinsic value and agency of animal characters. This transformation has been catalyzed by advancement in technology alongside the influence of animal rights movements, fostering a richer and more diverse portrayal of animals in video games. As I mentioned before, animals in video games occupy peripheral roles, often serving as mere tools or props within human-centric plots. Their representation was largely symbolic, lacking depth or individuality. However, the emergence of a new era in video games has ushered in a paradigm of agency, where animals are no longer relegated to passive entities, but are active participants with distinct personalities, backgrounds, and the capacity to shape the narrative arc. The concept of agency among video game animals denotes their ability to make decisions that impact a storyline, which is a stark departure from their previous utilitarian roles. This nuanced representation allows players to engage with complex themes such as empathy, conservation, and the intricacies of the human-animal relationship. So we have some examples of the new animal turn in video games. The first one is Stray. Stray exemplifies a new trend in gaming where animals take center stage, offering players a unique form of agency and perspective. By embodying a cat as a protagonist, players experience the world through a different lens, exploring the environment, solving puzzles, and interacting with characters in ways that reflect animals' natural behaviors. This shift in perspective not only enhances gameplay mechanics, but also allows for storytelling that explores themes of the relationship between humans and animals. The second example is Beyond Good and Evil. The character Jade is accompanied by a pig named Paige, who transcends the role of a mere companion to become a key figure with his own backstory and significance to the plot. The third one is The Last Guardian. In this game, we have Trico, the mythical creature in the game, who demonstrates a profound level of agency, requiring players to cultivate a relationship with it to progress in the game. The fourth one is Spirit of the North. In this game, players embody a fox on a journey intertwined with the natural world, which emphasizes its integral role in the unfolding narrative. So in the forthcoming part, I want to briefly undertake an exploration and exemplification of the nuanced classification system proposed by video game studies critic Krzysztof Jański, aimed at delineating the diverse roles and representations of animals before and within the era of animal turn. This taxonomy holds pivotal significance in comprehending the multifaceted functions that animals assume within the virtual gaming environment. Jański's schema is delineated into two complementary sets of categories, each serving to systematically organize the myriad depictions of animals encountered in video games. The initial set of categories is named functional roles of animals. The first one is the enemy. The enemy or threat is one of the most prevalent functional categories in video games, presenting a challenge by attacking and damaging the player character to hinder progress. Successfully defeating an enemy animal often yields rewards like experience points or loot, such as meat, pelts, or tusks. An example to this can be a snow leopard in Far Cry 4. The second category, background, includes animals that roam the in-game space and mimic the behavior of living animals, such as cows in The Witcher. These animals are usually neutral towards the player characters and are perceived as friendly, such as herbivores, birds, and domestic and farm animals. The third category, hero, includes both non-player characters and player characters, that are somewhat anthropomorphized, allowing them to interact and behave similarly to characters in human or imagined animal societies, such as in the Goat Simulator. These heroes, often found in adventure, role-playing, and platform games, have complex abilities, including human linguistic capabilities, and play significant roles in the plot. The fifth and final category, tools, includes animal NPCs that are objectified and serve solely practical functions, such as combat units, transport units, or sources of raw materials, and are most common in strategy games. Examples to this category can be the sheep in Minecraft, Centaur in Warcraft, Hive Tyrant in Warhammer, and Summoned Dragon in The Lord of the Rings. The next set of categories are named ontological division. The first category, actual representations, consists of animals meant to represent living and extinct species, designed to look and behave similarly to their real-world counterparts by exhibiting characteristic traits of their species' appearance and behavior, such as cattle in civilization. The second category, legendary, includes fantastical animals originating from or inspired by myths and legends, distinguishably non-human and existing only in human imagination as transmitted through various folk traditions. Examples to this include dragons, manticores, and basilisks. Another game example to this can be Spyro from the game Spyro the Dragon. The third category, extrapolations, features non-human fantastic animals not inspired by myths or legends, but instead depicting alien fauna adapted to inhabit fictional, fantastic, or extraterrestrial environments, primarily found in sci-fi themed games, which can be exemplified by Dracula in Dragon Age. The final category, hybrids, includes fictional animals that blend human and non-human features, either naturally or unnaturally, such as the Khajiit in the Elder Scrolls, or werewolves in Dragon Age, most often appearing in fantasy or sci-fi themed productions as bipedal creatures. This dual framework advanced by Jansky provides a comprehensive analytical lens for scrutinizing the portrayal of animals in video games, facilitating a nuanced examination of their narrative contribution and mechanics within the gaming experience. By categorizing virtual animals within video games, certain patterns related to their functions, origins, and perceived roles by players and developers can be revealed. However, it is worth noting that one can understand from Christoph's classification that animals still carry their roles as tools, even if the second categorization emerged within the new animal term. So with the help of these categorizations, in the forthcoming and last part, I want to give additional illustrative examples which will foster a discussion on video games' further implications for empathy study, affect theories, player engagement, and human-animal studies within this new animal term. And to illustrate some of these categorizations, I want to give a detailed analysis of some games like Never Alone and Far Cry 6. To begin with, I would like to offer the game Never Alone as a cultural artifact through which one can analyze affect, empathy in this new animal term, and one can learn Native Alaskan history. In the interactive narrative of Never Alone, animals, notably the Arctic fox, play a pivotal role alongside the protagonist, an Inupiaq girl named Nuna. This puzzle platform adventure emphasizes collaboration between Nuna and her fox companion, allowing players to control both characters interchangeably to solve puzzles and advance in the storyline. The fox's unique abilities, such as traversing confined spaces and executing prodigious leaps, helps overcome environmental obstacles throughout the game. Within Never Alone, the fox serves as a spiritual mentor to Nuna, reflecting the rich oral tradition of Alaskan Native communities. Applying Christoph Jansky's taxonomy, the fox in Never Alone aligns with the companion archetype, aiding the human protagonist. It also represents an actual folkloric representation, embodying the ancestral wisdom of the Inupiaq people. Through blending traditional folklore with contemporary setting, the game offers players insight into this culture. Exploring the interactive narrative of Never Alone intersects with empathy studies, learning history throughout video games, and creating cultural artifacts within the framework of affect theories. Another example that I want to give is the companions or amigos in Far Cry 6, which many players really enjoyed playing with. In Far Cry 6, the inclusion of animals assumes a multifaceted role that significantly augments the overall gameplay experience. Set in the fictional Caribbean island of Yara, the game intricately weaves a diverse array of wildlife into its narrative fabric, imbuing the environment with both aesthetic richness and functional utility. These animals transcend mere decorative elements, seamlessly integrating into the mechanics and narrative dynamics to enhance player immersion and engagement. Animals within Far Cry are categorically organized based on their interactive roles with the player and their broader significance within the game world. Functionally, animals in this game serve as indispensable tools for traversal, with horses facilitating transportation across Yara's extensive landscapes, while simultaneously posing as adversaries in the form of predatory creatures such as jaguars, crocodiles. Additionally, the game introduces amigos, animal companions, endowed with distinct abilities that range from providing strategic distractions to engaging direct combat alongside the player. Another problem arises with this new animal turn games in the context of animal studies, which is the use of animals as luxury items in video games, which is exemplified by the practice of purchasing animals or animal companions with real money. These virtual pets, such as this cute cat, Champagne, often serve as status symbols within the game, reflecting the player's social standing and wealth. Acquiring such exclusive companions can signify a player's success and dedication, as these items are usually marketed as premium content, accessible only through additional expenditure beyond the base game. This commodification of virtual animals highlights the intersection of consumer culture and digital environments, where owning a rare or aesthetically appealing pet becomes a marker of prestige and desirability. Besides all of these, this game can be said to be the representation of the new animal turn, because we are not only shown animals with skills and abilities, but we are also accompanied by an animal with a disability. Before I conclude my presentation, I also want to say that I'm working on an essay in which I aim to analyze how animals with disability are represented in the video game industry. It has been like a survey, and so far I wrote about this cute dog in my paper. But as I said, central to this game, we have Chorizo, a disabled dog, endowed with a depth of character that transcends his physical limitations. And Chorizo was not born disabled, but his disability was caused by a human action. His legs were severely injured by a tripwire while he was following his owner. He had a lot of abilities, including the capacity to tag nearby resources and occasionally unearth hidden treasures, etc. And his Chorizo's representation in the game may also symbolize broader themes of inclusivity and resilience, underscoring the notion that disability does not preclude one's ability to make meaningful contributions to the collective and the more. Being around a disabled dog like Chorizo has fostered some kind of empathy within the gaming community. On Reddit, gamers expressed their feelings, with one saying, "I feel pretty bad for making Chorizo chase me for kilometers on hills and muddy roads." Another shared, "I couldn't stand being stressed about a cute little fictional dog being in danger." So I believe in the future, game developers will be more inclusive and they will include more disabled non-human animals, which will foster a new research arena in video games. I talk too much, I'm summing up. To sum up, video games have become fertile ground for exploring emerging academic disciplines, such as animal studies and empathy studies. These interactive narratives offer unique opportunities to delve into the complexities of human-animal interactions to enhance empathy and perspective-taking abilities. Yes, this marks the end of my presentation. Thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you very much, Cheval. Now I want to go immediately play that game Stray. I don't know if it's available, but you know, Is it?
Yeah,
Is
you
it
can play with
available?
the.
I can.
That's
Okay,
yeah, that's
you can
available.
tell me later how I can play that game because
Of course.
immediately I was attracted to that game, as you probably can imagine why. Anyway, our last presenter, our final presenter of the panel and of the conference is Ibrahim Yiğit Yılmaz. And Yiğit will be talking about the escape to American wilderness, Firewatch, and Lacanian fantasy space. And he is a graduate of Boğaziçi University's Department of Western Languages and Literature. He is primarily interested in the topics of Lacanian psychoanalysis and Gothic horror literature. His senior thesis, The Lacanian Other and the Gothic works of Poe, Stevenson, and Faulkner, was an exploration of the intertwinement of these two interests. He has recently taken part in Ege University's International Undergraduate Symposium, in which he presented his paper entitled A Lacanian Analysis of the Formation of Heathcliff's Identity as a Monstrous Figure. He plans on staying within the realm of academia to further explore this intersection between literature and psychoanalysis. And so, Yiğit, the floor is all yours.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for having me here. I will be talking about Firewatch and how it connects to Lacanian theory, specifically Lacan's theory on fantasy. Okay, before we start talking about the game itself, I think it's important to have a little crash course on Lacanian theory. I have to say that it will be very short and very surface level, as we're all tired and we have a limited amount of time. What is Lacanian theory? Well, I would say that in the essence of Lacanian theory, there are three registers, three orders: the symbolic, imaginary, and the real. What we will call the symbolic order is the part of the human experience that is societal. It's your name, it's your title, it's your decorum. For example, with my own identity, I would say that my name is Yiğit. I'm Yiğit. I'm a brother, I'm a son, I'm a student. All of these are part of the symbolic order. For the imaginary order, it's that part of the human experience, the human identity that relates to the sensory. It's actually a double entendre in that it's both imaginary in that it relates to an image, and in that it lets you imagine. The most basic example of this is Lacan's mirrors stage, in which a baby looks at its own reflection and gets this illusion that it's a one singular unitary whole. The image of the reflection allows us to imagine that we are a single, we have a single identity. But as I have said in the symbolic order, and will point out in the real, in Lacanian theory, identity is a fractured thing. It's made out of multiples. You might say that you might say that you're a unitary I, but you also say that I am Yiğit, I'm a student, I'm a brother, I'm a son. So in fact, in Lacanian theory, we're fractured, we're not singular, we're not unitary. And for the real, it's more of a lack. It is the unrepresentable, unspeakable part of the self, a constant source of anxiety for us. The best way to imagine this is, in my mind, the Lacanian person is this humanoid figure with a hole in its chest. It is not quite a single, a unitary whole, even though it would like to imagine that it is. It constantly has this hole which it wants to, in its chest, which it wants to fulfill so that it can be a single unitary whole as it imagines itself to be. And at this point, objet pétia comes into practice. The objet pétia is an impossible object of desire, an unobtainable object, if you will. It is this thing which, in our minds, we imagine that once we obtain it, that hole will fill and we will be fulfilled. If we are to give an example, I think the Turkish education system is quite a good example of this. When we're in middle school, we have this thought in our minds that, yeah, when I go to high school, when I go through the exam, everything will be fulfilled. I will be happy, I will feel whole. But when we're in high school, the goalpost moves. And then we started to think to ourselves that when I go to university, when I pass university exam, everything will be all right. I'm going to be happy. I will feel fulfilled. But well, as we all know, when we go to university, the goalpost once again moves. The object PTA is the object PTA as long as you didn't achieve that object. The moment you achieve it, the moment you obtain it, it moves. It's a constantly moving goalpost. So how does this connect to Firewatch? Well, excuse me. And what is fantasy, according to Lacan? Well, fantasy is, as I said, the object PTA is an unobtainable object. Lacan says that fantasy is this realm in which a person imagines the impossible, where the impossible becomes possible, where the unobtainable object becomes, at least in mere thought, obtainable. It's a fantasy is above all the creation of possibility out of impossibility. However, fantasy is not all good, because fantasy is simultaneously pacifying, it's disarming, because fantasy is just that, it's fantasy. It's unassailable to reality. You might, in your mind, imagine that once you start university or when you graduate university, everything will be fulfilled, everything will be nice. That imagination, that fantasy of you achieving your goal and being fulfilled is great, it's wonderful, it's motivating, until it isn't. Until you start to live with the fantasy and you become this passive bystander in your own life. Now, how does this relate to Firewatch? Well, for that, I'll do a very short summary, and because this is a character and story heavy game, there will always be spoilers. Our game starts with the main character, Henry, meeting Julia, his future wife. They get married and everything's nice for a while until Julia is diagnosed with dementia. After her diagnosis, Julia's parents take Julia's custody, to which Henry doesn't know how to react to all this change in his life. He feels isolated, he feels alone, and to escape his problems, escape from the reality of his situation, he joins the Firewatch for the summer. There, he meets Delilah, a character which throughout the game we talk through our comms. Delilah is also a person who's running away from her own problems. In fact, she has been doing this for 13 years. 13 years ago, after some of her decisions resulted with a breakup with her fiancé, Delilah becomes part of Firewatch to escape her own reality. Here, Delilah and Henry start to grow close. Depending on your choices, this closeness can be interpreted merely platonically or romantically. During the conversations, Delilah talks about the Goodwins. Ned and Brian Goodwin are a veteran father who's suffering from PTSD and his son. And they were, like you, part of the Firewatch 3 years ago. Now, Delilah specifically points out the fact that they shouldn't have been part of the Firewatch because Brian is a middle school aged child and it is dangerous for him. But despite her reluctance, Delilah allows Brian and Ned to stay at the Firewatch, believing that she essentially doesn't want to push them away into the brutal reality of life. She wants to, with them, share this fantasy that is the wilderness. Anyway, as the story begins, we see Henry doing his everyday chores as the part of the Firewatch. And on his first day, he meets a mysterious figure as he passed by the gated off entrance of a cave. After this, we learned that two girls which Henry had interacted beforehand had gone missing. And even after this, Henry finds a chain-linked fence spanning acres of the forest, a fence that Delilah doesn't know about. All of this all of these are seeds which are planted to create this aura of mystery within the wilderness. And then suddenly the first fire of the summer starts. And as the fire burns, one day Henry finds a transcript of his and Delilah's private conversations. This leads suddenly to both Delilah and Henry believing that they are being experimented on, and things start to become unreal. They bust through the chain link fence in order to discover the truth and find the research site. And there they actually do find quote unquote evidence, which later on is revealed to be a mere hoax, a mere red herring. And as Henry leaves from this research site, someone sets the research site on fire, and a second fire starts. However, very quickly, Henry is confronted with a tape left on his doorstep, a tape that has his and Delilah's speech edited to look like they started the second fire. Desperately looking around, looking for clues, Henry finds the key to the cave he had found in the first day, and heads down into the cave in hopes of finding evidence. However, what he finds is the decomposing body of Brian Goodwin. It is at that point revealed that Ned and Brian didn't actually leave the wilderness 3 years ago. Brian actually died during a climbing expedition. As they discovered this, the two fires merge, and they are forced to, both Henry and Delilah are forced to leave. But just at the last moment, Henry finds another tape. This tape is left by Ned Goodwin. Ned in this tape explains the truth behind the mystery, that there was no mystery, that it was all a ruse put up by Ned, who at the first day after seeing Henry so close to the cave entrance, afraid that Brian's body would be discovered, puts them on this wild goose chase, essentially. Following the instructions on the tape, Henry discovers Ned's secret shelter. It is revealed that Ned had been living within the forest for the last 3 years, unable to go back to reality after the death of his son. With the mystery satisfactorily solved, Henry rushes towards Delilah's tower, at least with the hope of meeting Delilah before they have to evacuate. But before Henry can arrive, Delilah leaves. And as they talk under comms one last time, Delilah urges Henry to confront his problems and to visit Julia. And that's how the game ends. And in fact, it kind of ends with this dissatisfying sensation, which kind of caused the controversy when the game first was published. Now, as from my quick summary, you might have realized that this is a game that focuses heavily on its characters. And I would say that there are no characters as important as these three, because what combines these three characters is that they use the Firewatch, the wilderness, as a plane of escape, escape from reality, a point of fantasy. Henry is escaping the isolation of watching his wife slowly losing who she is. For Delilah, she's escaping her inability to confront the consequences of her past actions. For Ned, he's escaping his inability to deal with his PTSD and his inability to bond with his son. The wilderness becomes this fantasy space for all three characters, offering a possible escape from, quite honestly, impossible situations. We, of course, within this video game, witness this delving into fantasy best through Henry. There are essentially three segments of fantasy here. The first is the wilderness itself. It presents this fantasy of being physically, at least, distant from the problems of everyday life. Then there's the romantic undertone of Henry and Delilah's conversations. These conversations are portrayed half jokingly, half romantically. But as Delilah puts it, It signifies a nice relationship that is impossible. They both know that it's an impossible object, but the mere thought of possibly obtaining it is good enough for them to suit themselves. Then there's the mystery of the mystery, then there's a fantasy of the mystery, the conspiracy. It's like this wild adventure for Delilah and Henry, which is for them to lose themselves on a wild goose chase. And the biggest indicator of this is that at the beginning of the game, Julia's sickness, her situation, what Henry feels about this, what Henry will do about this. These are regular topics of discussion between Delilah and Henry. But when the conspiracy arises, when this mystery, this fantasy becomes set in stone, no one talks about Julia. It becomes a part of the background. However, it is only after the mystery is somewhat concluded that the topic of Julia once again arises. Now, another important point is the importance of Delilah and Ned, because even if Henry is the main character, Delilah and Ned are two foils to him. As I have said before, both Delilah and Ned, like Henry, are escaping into this fantasy space that is the wilderness. However, the difference is that with Ned, we have the portrayal of a figure who delves deeper into the fantasy after not being able to confront his problems. He is there because after returning from the war, Ned suffers from PTSD. And because of this, he is unable to bond with his son. And this wilderness offers an escape. It offers an escape from the PTSD. It offers a fantasy of being able to truly bond with his son. But after this fantasy essentially kills his son because it is revealed that Brian didn't like climbing. He only climbed because Ned forced him to, and Ned only forced him to climb because in his fantasy, in this wilderness, he imagined that it would make them grow closer. When this fantasy kills his son, instead of snapping out of this fantasy, Ned delves further into it. And this is signified by the fact that at the end of the game, when the two fires merge, as the entire forest is burning down, Ned doesn't go back to the urban life. He doesn't go back to reality. He goes further deeper into the forest. He delves further into fantasy. With Delilah, the discovery of Brian's body essentially snaps her out of the fantasy. She recognizes that her decision to allow Brian to be there essentially is what killed him. And this makes her realize the fact that the consequences of one's past decisions not affecting their future is a fantasy, and that's just it. It's a fantasy. She comes back into the reality that her actions have consequences and that she can't avoid them. And because of this, instead of pursuing the fantasy of this quote-unquote relationship with Henry, she decides to leave before she can meet with Henry. And at the end of the story, at the end of the game, we have Henry, who, after this dissatisfying answer to his mystery, who's rushing in to meet with Delilah because, discovering what the mystery was essentially moved the goalpost. The object Petia was transposed. Now Henry has this fantasy of, when I meet Delilah, everything will be worth it. But when he is not able to meet with Delilah, he too is forced to either face his reality like Delilah, or to delve deeper into fantasy like Ned. And here,
can I just stop you right there? Can you please wrap it up a little bit? Because we want to have a few minutes for,
of course,
questions and answers, and we're sort of running out of time. I hate to interrupt you, but if you can just make your concluding remarks, I'd like to transition into some Q&A for our panelists.
Of course. 1 second. And here we have Delilah's helping voice, which essentially tells Henry that fantasy is not an option and that he has to face his reality, and the reality is that Julia is sick and he should be there with Julia. And yeah, that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so that was perfect timing then. Thank you very much, Sheet, Azra, and Cheval for your presentations. And so now we have about 5 minutes for some questions. And immediately I see Aylin's hand up and Ahmet. So let me take Aylin first. Please ask your question.
Thank you so much for everyone. All of those were great presentations. And of course, as usual, I can ask questions for each of you, but I will not because we are pressed for time. So I will pick one. Şevval, so I want to ask you a question. That was a great presentation, by the way. I wanted to ask you, because you bring up Stray, which is a game that I love a lot. But there's this interesting thing where the cats themselves can't really talk, but we, the audience, get a lot of dialogue and narrative through that little robot that translates everything. And then you look at Baldur's Gate 3, where the animals feel more fleshed out because we can speak with them through the use of a spell. So it seems to me that we always need that kind of human familiarity to engage with animal narratives, where in Stray, we need a robot to translate to us what happened in the sci-fi city. In Baldur's Gate 3, oxes and cats and dogs, they talk to us. So all of that feels more fleshed out than just a dog that barks. But what I'm interested in, do you think we could have a narrative in the future where we don't really have dialogue or all of these familiar methods of narrative, where we could just see something from the very alien perspective of an animal, the way that they see everything, but the narrative will not be mediated for us. We just have to take it for what it is. So that's what I wanted to ask.
Yes, thank you so much for your question. I think some of the game developers should work on that, really, because as you said, we always have this person who like interprets this, what that cats talk, dogs talk about, etc. We always have this human intervention, as you said. That really helps. I don't know why, but this really helps players get more immersed into the narrative because they do understand more. They do immerse themselves more if they understand the narrative. But I think in the future, there could be a game where you can just only play as a cat, as a dog, without any dialogue, without any, I don't know, human background, as I can say. But I haven't seen any. But if they do it, it will be a nice game, I think. But unfortunately, I don't know. In the future, in 5 or 10 years, I don't know. I think they will not make such a game because they like, as I said, they like immersion. They like these dialogues, narratives. I think players are also not ready for such a game. I don't know why, but that's my conclusion to that.
Thank you, Aylin. Ahmet, your question, please.
Yes, Aylin, I have several questions, but for now, I want to ask a question to Azra. I think Undertale is a great representation of how metagame used in a game's main narrative, and I use this in my presentation. But I always think Undertale is a written game too. Can you have any comment on this?
Thank you for the question. I think Undertale can be read as many things, and that was why it was very hard for me to write this presentation, because you uncover something from everything, I think. But I tried to analyze it as a text, as a narrative, as a literary narrative. But because of its choice-based gameplay, it becomes very hard too, because there are multiple narratives as a text in that game. But I agree with you. It can be read as a text, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think I'll just ask the last question, if that's okay. I'll ask you, Cheval. As you were presenting your paper and as you were talking about the various themes in these video games, you know, I sort of clearly saw depictions of ecofeminism, you know, within within the images that you presented. But I was curious, and this is something that we studied last semester, eco-masculinity. Are there any expressions of the themes of eco-masculinity in any of these animal-based video games that you study?
Thank you for your question, Hocam. Hocam, as you said, we studied some like TV shows where eco-masculinity is, I don't know, equated with animals, I don't know, like succumbing, making nature succumb to your desires, etc. In some of the games, I can say that some male characters relate themselves to these various animals in terms of their strength, in terms of their physical appearance, etc. In terms of eco-masculinity, I can say that, Hocam. Some of the games, for example, in Far Cry, you can, like, if you're a player, you can associate yourself with this animal due to its strength, due to their abilities, etc. In that case, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And that wraps up the last session and also all of the papers. So I just want to thank everybody once again for participating in the conference. And I think now we're ready for some concluding remarks.
So for the concluding remarks, we have Hacettepe Karadeniz Hoca with us, Daniel Johnson, Şenol Hoca. So let me give the microphone to Dr. Daniel Johnson first for his concluding remarks.
Ufuk Hocam, thank you so much, Cem Hocam, organizing this conference. It's a lot of work, I know. So thank you to Hacettepe Department of American Culture and Literature for all the work you've done. My colleagues across Turkey as well, thank you. I've learned so much from the conference. I've been in and out of panels, so I haven't been able to attend all of them, but the ones I was able to attend, I enjoyed immensely, as well as the one I was able to moderate. I suspect, like some of my colleagues, I'm new to the game world that probably a lot of the presenters have grown up with, other than, you know, playing Nintendo in high school. But I have, you know, after much encouragement from my 12-year-old daughter, I have entered the game world recently. So not Minecraft or Roblox, but just actually a few weeks ago, I started playing Pentiment. So I don't know if people are familiar with that game, but I find it fascinating. And so I am hooked now on gaming. And so I would encourage all of you, if you're not familiar with Pentiment, to check it out. It's a fun role-playing game. But also at the same time, this conference has also stimulated my interest a lot in terms of scholarship and the relationship between humanities and gaming, but also my own interest in games. So thank you to all the presenters for the hard work that you've done as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daniel Johnson. Let me give the microphone to Professor Hacettepe Karadeniz Hoca for her concluding remarks.
On behalf of the Department of American Culture and Literature at Istanbul University, I'd like to express our sincere gratitude to Professor Özda and our colleagues from Hacettepe University for initiating first this project and also for hosting also the second conference on this extremely topical subject of digital games, and to Cem Hocam for managing the whole event with diligence and competence. I have to confess that I myself a novice, a toddler in the field of digital games and their study, and I was excited by the prospect of updating my personal approach, which has been limited solely to printed media. And the conference was truly commendable for giving me the chance to hear authorities in this field, such as the keynote speakers, Yavuz Kerem Demirbaş and Mateusz Feldsak, and for providing graduate and undergraduate students the opportunity to contribute their insights. I believe that the fresh perspectives that were offered in this conference justified the call for taking video games as cultural phenomena worthy of academic study.
Thank you so much, Hasine Şen Karadeniz Hocam. Now let me give the microphone to Professor Nilsen Gökçen Hocam from İzmir.
I would like to, like everyone else so far, begin by thanking Hacettepe University American Culture and Literature Department, all the contributors, those who have made this conference possible. Like everyone here, I wasn't able to attend all the sessions, but the parts that I have been able to attend were impressive. Thank you so much. First of all, the titles of the sessions, they covered almost every aspect that we have been familiar with, we are familiar with in literature. And I saw that here there's a parallel universe. And like most of the professors here, I'm a foreigner in this land, but I'm seeing that this is not such a foreign land after all. You know, this is so maybe a parallel universe, but so much like our universe, and it's inviting. And I'm sure that some of us will find that it's not too late to learn all these new things, and maybe we'll find a lot of explanations, a lot of clues that will help our real lives. You have brought universities together in Turkey and from abroad, and you have brought students and teaching staff, professors, and the topic this year has brought together virtual world and real world. Thank you for uniting so many seemingly far away things together. On behalf of 9 Eylül University, I would like to thank you, and let me explain my gratitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nilsen Gökçen Hocam. And now I would like to give the microphone to Associate Professor Şenol Bezci, Ankara University this time.
Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers on behalf of my university, Ankara University. I've been in the field for almost 15 years, and I guess this is the first conference on digital games. For that reason, I really would like to congratulate them. This is a really bold step because, well, I agree with Nilsen Hocam that there are some kind of touch between those two realms, but I still felt myself like a boomer. Thank you very much, my young colleagues or my future colleagues. You really made me feel old, but I also see the future of the field in your enthusiasm. I realize that there's a whole new realm of research, a whole new realm of narrativity and critical discussion. Thank you very much. I'm really impressed.
Thank you so much, Şenol Bezci Hocam, for your concluding remarks. So let me say a few words myself. Okay, we have concluded this second conference. It's been a real joy, the second collaboration, and we hope there will be many more joint conferences for our graduate and undergraduate students. We are really so proud of them. The first joint conference was on the lure of science and technology in American culture and literature. This one on digital games. And we thank our colleague at Hacettepe, Dr. Cem Kılıçarslan, for opening our eyes to this new field of digital games as narrative. We are really fascinated, Cem Hocam. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to see that our students, both graduate and undergraduate students are excited to adopt this multidisciplinary approach to the field of American studies. I thank all the American Studies community of Turkey for attending the conference. I thank all the 8 department chairs and my colleagues at Hacettepe AKE, Professor Meldan Tanrısal and Professor Tanfer Emin Tunç, for chairing the sessions. I thank our keynote speakers for their inspirational talks. They really did a great contribution to the success of this conference. And I thank all the organizing committee members, in particular, of course, Dr. Cem Kılıçarslan, Samet Köseoğlu, Onur Karaköse, and Aylin Pekanık for making this conference possible. Now I would like to leave the microphone to Cem for his concluding remarks.
I'd like to congratulate all the participants. Firstly, the quality was amazing. So everybody who's been with us voiced their not only gratitude, but also the appreciation that is it was much better than we thought it was going to be. It was going to be good, but not that good. So thank you very much. We had 27 presentations, and let me tell you that this whole event will be put online on YouTube onto separate days once we edit out the unnecessary parts and just put some credits in front and to the back. So there will be a chance to come back and forth and see the whole thing. So again, thank you very much. This is the end. Thank you very much for this beautiful ride. Hope to see you again in the new ones. And now one final applause for all together, and goodbye.